got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. Got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. Setback after setback, it took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss? But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Talking setback after setback, it took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss? But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand up for the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now.
Chiefs, and welcome back to the first monthly finals of the 2025 Clash of Clans World Championship. 1,255 teams competed in our open bracket, and now only 8 remain. There's $1 million prize to claim this year, and this is the first round of major combat. My name's Woody, and I'm so pleased to introduce my fellow co-casters. Let's go down the line first with Carbon Finn.
Thank you so much, Woody. It's a pleasure to be back here for the Clash of Clans World Championship in 2025. Just like you mentioned, $1 million prize pool. We're kicking off this year. It's going to be so excited. Itsu, are you ready?
I am so ready. I'm ready to see what is the meta looking like, what attacks are we going to witness, what type of bases are we going to witness. It's going to be a really, really fun start for this new season. And I think, Bash, you are ready as well.
Oh, I'm so excited. It's the 2017 season. We got some of our top teams back, but also we have something brand new for this season. We have a whole new series of tournaments. This is completely separate from the World Championship. We have the Town Hall Cups. This is going to start with Town Hall 9, then Town Hall 12, and a Town Hall 15 Cup. These are more designed for those mid-level clashes that aren't quite maxed out. They're going to take place in June, July, and August, with registration being May 8th through the 10th for the Town Hall 9 Cup, June 9th and 10th for the Town Hall 12 Cup, and July 7th and 8th for the Town Hall 15 Cup. It's going to follow a ladder phase in the top 128 and then a double elimination bracket, similar to what we're doing, with huge prizes of upwards of $8,250 at the top level. So something brand new this year, letting some of you guys that are not quite max players get involved. Woody, that's some exciting news, man.
It sure is, Bash. You know, I was eating a slice of my 10th anniversary Clash of Clans cake, and I figured I guess players who have not had quite as much experience in the game need to have their chance to shine. We need an up-and-comers amateur league that gives opportunity to rise up to the pro levels. This is exactly what we needed to provide that stepping stone into the pro scene. So the Town Hall Cups are going to be taking place this summer. Definitely get registered if you are an up-and-coming Clash of Clans pro and want to compete with the best later on. But this event today and tomorrow is the main event. That's where the primary prizes are going to be awarded. That's where the biggest golden tickets are going to be handed out. Let me toss it over to Carbon Fin to explain today's roadmap.
Absolutely. So the roadmap for this year is a little bit different than from years past. We will see the traditional golden ticket being given out to the first place team in each of the monthly qualifiers from April all the way to August. But where things change comes in for the silver ticket, because no more like last year, if you come in second place, there was a silver ticket. But that is not the case this year, because every time you play in a monthly qualifiers and the monthly finals, you're going to be able to get points for a points leaderboard. Whoever's in first place for the points leaderboard will be given a golden ticket. But then 2 through 9th place will then be invited to the last chance qualifier, and whoever wins that gets the golden ticket. And of course, the final one being given to the Chinese qualifier, totaling 8 teams that are going to be getting a golden ticket and competing in the World Championship, while last year there was only 6. So it's incredible to see more teams coming back here for the World Championship later at the end of this year. But Itsu, how is the format going to unfold?
Yep, we're going to take a look at this specific weekend because we have 8 teams joining this weekend. They're going to be in an 8-team double elimination bracket, and they're going to battle it out in 5 versus 5 clan wars, where all of those attacks are going to be played in hard mode. As well, for some viewers, this might be confusing. What exactly is the hard mode? It is pretty much a special tournament mode where there's different multipliers to make things more challenging for those top players, which means defenses are dealing 20% more damage, defending heroes have their stats boosted for 20%, which means hit points and damage, while the attacking heroes, for example, have 10% less damage and less hit points, and their equipments, we know those really strong hero abilities, they are capped in their power as well. The common equipments are capped at level 15, while the epic ones are capped at level 21. So overall, the attackers are going to be challenged with this hard mode, and it's going to be really, really fun for us to watch. But now, since we have learned about how this weekend looks like, we should take a look at how the bracket is looking like.
Yeah, this bracket is stacked with teams from last year's World Championships. We have 5 of the 6 teams, with the exception being the one Chinese team. I remember they're playing a Chinese qualifier, but we have all of our world's teams back. We got Dizi going up against Only Exceed in our first matchup today. And then we're going to have another Dizi team, Dizi Group, playing against Navi. Then we have our defending world champions, Synchronic, playing against Team Elektros. And finally, a juggernaut matchup of Tribe Gaming versus Vatic Esports. This is surely going to be an amazing bracket, and remember, it is going to be double elimination here throughout the weekend. We're going to play 8 matches today, and we will eliminate 2 of these teams. So a lot of Clash to be played here, Woody, but it's definitely going to be an exciting weekend.
Right, you are, Bash, and the teams that I'm keeping the closest eye on are going to be Synchronic. The defending world champions are going to be going up first against Team Elektros in our upper bracket. The second team that I'm looking at is Navi. They were actually victorious over Synchronic in this year's Worlds warm-up, so it really is a toss-up that could go either way. We wouldn't get a chance to see those 2 teams face off until later on in the upper bracket, but with this double elimination format, there is every chance in the world for all 8 of these teams to make it to the grand finals, to try to be that one who emerges with the golden ticket to guarantee their placement in the World Championship at the end of this year. But with that bracket out of the way, let's see what they're competing for this month. Carbon Fin.
$1 million prize pool for the entire tournament this year, and this month alone, $15,000 for first place and that golden ticket. So each monthly finals is going to be $39,000. And then remember at the top of the show, we talked about the lower town halls. Well, that totals just under $50,000 for that. World finals is $700,000. So much money is going to be given out throughout this entire year. It's going to be exciting, but This is what's going to be given out at the end of tomorrow. And of course, seeing that team who's going to be playing in the World Championship later this year. But hearing that, we have made some predictions here. So, Itsu, let's take a look at those.
Yeah, we have went through the first 4 matches and have shared our prediction for the production team. And I feel like the interesting thing for me is for sure the second match. Because why this match is so interesting? Because it is the first team versus the last team in hit rate. And if you would think that Navi is the team with the highest hit rate, you're wrong. Navi in this competition from the second stage has actually the lowest hit rate, while on the other side with Dizi Group, they have the highest. But at the same time, Navi, we all know, they have this clutch factor. So I think this is going to be a really, really intense match. And I feel like it shows with our really even 50-50 split here. But what I think as well is interesting with the first match, Bash, you picked a different team than all of us. What happened there?
Well, you know me, Itsu. I just got to be difficult and go against the grain a little bit. But it's a whole new season. The hard mode is super hard. So anything could happen here. But guys, you saw our predictions right there, right? We could be wrong, we could be right, but you guys can actually get some predictions in as well and earn some in-game prizes. If you head over to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, you can make your predictions throughout the whole weekend and earn some amazing prizes for your account. So make sure you guys go check that out. Again, it's event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. But let's go ahead and let's get ready for this first matchup. Woody, Carbon, take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, Bash, and it is our honor to introduce the first match of this World Finals qualifier. We have Dizi and Only Exceed.
These two teams are ready to go to kick this one off. So let's take a look at Dizi's lineup that's going to be here with the very first match. And we've got so many familiar faces. If you are used to the Clash of Clans competitive scene, we have Cynthia, Hawk, a new star here, part of this roster, which is Mask. He has plenty of experience and competing in person stage experience, so he's ready to shine. But we also will have Fluxy and Darkstar. So Dizi is ready to go. They made it through the upper bracket. They did lose last weekend in the monthly qualifier, so they're looking to ride that momentum as we're getting a little glimpse into their webcams as we will be watching and seeing all the reactions to every single one of the attacks today.
Yes, we will, Carbon Fin. You can see big smiles on Fluxy's face, a little bit of a yawn from Darkstar, showing earlier that he was just not even worried about this combat. We are getting some great focus on those devices, though, as the fingers are going to start tapping and flying all over the screen to get those pixel-perfect deployments, those seconds perfectly measured. Let's go ahead and hear directly from Dizi themselves, though.
Hello, my team name is Dizi, and my player name is Mask. This is the first event of the season, and we're feeling great about qualifying for the monthly finals. It's been a tough run, honestly, in stage 2, but we could have not started any better. Work is not done yet. Honestly, we don't feel pressure anymore. We've been competing for so long time that pressure is not a huge component in it. We got what it takes, and we just play like it's any other day of the season.
Just like any other day, you heard him say it. He is so experienced and feeling so confident going into this first match, Carbon Fin. What do you make of Dizi's preparation for today's event?
Well, Dizi's been known to kind of try to be in secret, not let anyone know, because that's what they did in the previous year when they were competing in the World Championship. They were kind of trying to keep everything under the radar and not let their attacks be known. So I'm curious to see, will they come in with different stuff? Were they trying to just make it to the finals, not be kind of coming out with anything crazy, and then bring it all out and try to get that golden ticket? So Dizi can literally surprise us, but if any of you remember last year, they were one of the first teams eliminated in the World Championship, and they want to turn that one around. But let's go and introduce the next team that Dizi is going to be taking here, which is Only Exceed, and their roster is looking fierce.
Oh yeah, it is. They are prepped and ready for combat. Let's read them off. We've got Hiraya, Luca, Kazuma, Invincible, and Nairobi. Only Exceed are marching into this competition as the 8th seed and might be considered the underdogs against Dizi, but they've been exceeding expectations for years now, and with the first showing for both Kazuma and Luca in a monthly finals, they might be the ones to bring the surprise, Carbon Fin.
They are looking to surprise Dizi here. Only Exceed. We know that Dizi can be one of the fan favorites to be trying to advance and then get that golden ticket, and Only Exceed is looking to pull off an upset. Can they do it? According to our predictions, Bash was the only one to pick Only Exceed to win this first match, so they're looking to prove people wrong and try to win this one. Remember, it is a double elimination. You lose, you still have another life, but the road is tough from the lower bracket. But just like we got a little insight from Dizi, we were able to sit down with Only Exceed as well.
この大会で心配していることは、残っているチームが全員強いチームなので、いつも通りのパフォーマンスができるかどうか心配しています。今回の大会が公式戦、今年初めての大会になるんですけど、考えすぎず楽しんでゲームをプレイすることっていうのがいいスタートを切るためには大事かなと思ってます。今回の大会に向けて具体的な戦略は言えないんですけど、やはり普通のチームよりもやっぱり実績がまだまだ少ないので、チャレンジャーということで何か対策を取るときとか大胆にするようにしています。
So you heard it directly from them, Carbon Fin. A little bit more in terms of the nerves for going into this match than Dizi, and yet they could flip the script and become one of the favorites if they can surpass this terribly difficult team. Looking to exceed is their tagline though, and with Luca and Kazuma again showing up for their first monthly final appearance, they've only been in stage 3 in 2023 and advanced to a monthly qualifier in 2024, but a monthly final is a different beast altogether, Carbon Fin. It is so tough when you've got the eyes of the world on your attack.
Yeah, every single one of the attacks here in the monthly final will be showcased. We'll see it all, because when you're playing the monthly qualifier, your attacks are only seen if the streamers are jumping into your clan to be showing them. So now extra pressure, plus you're on the webcam on the stream. So it's kind of like playing in person, but there is that different feeling when you play in person with the lights on you, getting on a stage. This, you are at home in the comfort of where you normally play Clash of Clans, but it's still a huge pressure situation of trying to win it, and leading off this with the very first match too, to try to win and get through in the upper bracket and keep that best chance moving forward to try to get that very first golden ticket, because teams that are able to get a golden ticket don't have to worry about trying to secure it later on this year, as it's going to get harder and harder as those golden tickets are claimed.
We did hear, though, that teams that win golden tickets this year will be able to continue competing in future months. So an interesting twist on prior rules from last year's. They'll still be able to stay in the combat, earn even more leaderboard points, more bragging rights, and establish dominance early on. But you gotta win this first month if you wanna be at the head of the pack, and you gotta win this first battle if you wanna stay in the upper bracket. Dizi and Only Exceed have a lot riding on this next match. Will the underdog surpass this big championship team, or is Dizi going to be able to stay on top and keep that #1 seed, Carbon Fin? We'll find out in less than an hour, as the battle should be starting in just under a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it will be starting soon, and I am curious because us casters made the prediction. All of us but Bash. Bash was the only one to pick only seed. But I'm curious what the community was picking for this match here as well. I wonder if it's similar to how we picked, or if it's going to be completely different. Once we're able to take that, we'll be able to get a sneak peek on that soon, because it will be telling in this very first match here, as Only Exceed is looking to prove people wrong. But Dizi is going to be maybe attacking first. We'll have to see, as the first attack is going to be coming in very soon. And again, this is double elimination. You did say that teams could be competing in multiple monthly finals, get more points. But really, at the end of the day, why they would want to do that is so that they could earn more of the prize money, right? Why not? Because previous years, you couldn't do that. This time, now you can, and take home more money as you continue to try to compete. And really, at the end of the day, you could eliminate some of your future opponents and maybe prevent them from making it to Worlds.
Yeah, it's a fantastic twist on the previous years and gives a little bit more of an opportunity for storylines to develop as teams return to the fray. It keeps them fresh, it keeps them fierce, it keeps them in the combat, as opposed to sitting back on the sidelines watching as other teams seek to qualify. So now with Dizi prepped and ready, we see them starting to look at these bases, getting their scouting on. They have precious few minutes to figure out where they're going to attack first. And already Nairobi's in the action, Carbon Fin.
All right, it looks like we jump straight into it with the Royal Champion in Viz charge. As the Royal Champion, going straight in towards this bottom side, working through this multi. Rerouting that RC to go into the core to grab the spitters, the poison spell, and even towards this town hall.
She is making a mad dash toward the core and needs to take this town hall down, slow down a little bit from the tornado trap. She's getting spun around into a giant bomb. It's going to blow up. She's going to make her way back in. Is going to try to get even more damage off. Can she finish it off? No, the town hall stands, Carbon Fin.
Oh, the town hall is there as the dragons are down with the warden going to move in towards the town hall as the king is placed to move his way up to the top side into the enemy Royal Champion. But now invest that warden ability, but still has the blimp to use.
That town hall takedown is so incredibly important early on. It secures the first star in the attack. And for anyone who's new to the esports scene, you want as many stars as you can get. The second one comes from destroying 50% of the base, and the third and final crucial star comes from destroying the entirety of it. But a 100% hit rate is not going to be coming as often as we had seen it in the past. We've seen hit rates actually plummet down into the 20s as of stage 2, and it looks like Nairobi is going to be coming short of that triple. His dragons are withering away on the final edges of this base and slowing down, slowly but surely reaching that 70% mark. But the Grand Warden is not going to be long for this world. A final few shots from our minion Prince will tear a couple more structures down. Sneezy spits out a few more shots against a multi-archer tower, but Nairobi is left in a lurch, Carbon Fin. That is the end of the attack.
77% 2-star to kick it off with that Royal Champion Invis charge, and a heavy Invis charge at that. But that RC not able to get an entire value that he was looking for. But now that's going to be setting the tone for this match for Only Exceed. And can Dizi step above that? Which, if they are able to, they're able to take the lead. And they're looking to try to deliver a 3-star to start this one and really put pressure on Only Exceed.
It would be incredibly difficult, especially as these bases are just getting so well designed at the top levels. I mentioned it earlier, and I want to stress this again. We saw in April 2025, throughout the overall experience in qualifying for Worlds, a hit rate, that means 3 stars, of over 50%, in fact 56%. But when you look at the stage 2 statistics, that drops like a rock down to 20.64%. 3 stars are precious and rare at this level and so difficult to pull off, especially in hard mode. Hawk is going to be the first to try to make it happen for his team. He's brought 13 invisibility spells for this Spirit Walk. We see the Royal Champion charging on in now. You just have to drop those invisibility spells every 10 seconds and try to get her deep into the space, taking out key defenses early on. Those Electro Boots are going to be very helpful at burning down defenses all around her, and popping that ability early on as well is another fantastic way to keep the DPS up for this early stab, Carbon Fin.
Been a very interesting first two attacks with the Invis Charge and Dragons. The Royal Champion Invis Charge is a very common attack that we're seeing in the monthly qualifiers, but really we've seen, at least I saw when I was covering it, a lot more Root Rider attacks than Dragons. But it's back-to-back Dragon attacks here, sticking to the air, as this RC is really charging her way through towards the Monolith, and nice making that multi-invisible so that the boots will finish it off and then continue securing the Monolith here.
Brilliant strike. She went from all the way on the far right corner of the base to tear down all of the defenses on the left side corner. Hawk got extraordinary value from that strike and deploying now a siege barracks over on the right side to start the second stage of this attack. And right you are, that Spirit Walk charging in with an invisible Royal Champion is an extraordinarily effective way to set up for an attack, and often gets followed up with either Mass Dragons or one of Itsu's favorites, the Root Riders. In fact, Hawk is now following up on the opposite side. Top side's going to get an Inferno Dragon to try to get a little bit of chip damage done up at the top, while Hawk's main force is going to be charging into the core, ready to pop that Eternal Tome and protect these dragons when the damage is coming in hottest.
As that Warden ability is protecting the dragons, the King and some P.E.K.K.A.s with the super minions from the Siege Barracks have come through to the bottom side. They're looking to clear that as the dragons Minion Prince is also moving up to the top, so waiting to use his ability, as there is another Inferno Dragon, sends that to the far left side to try to help rout these dragons. It's looking pretty good, especially with the hero ability of the King, that goes off, skips across, but it's now up to this Minion Prince to get the perfect timing of the ability to slow things down.
Defending King is going to get no value, unable to chop anything that's in the sky, and the Grand Warden is taken him out without much difficulty at all. Fires off the orb from the Minion Prince, and there's not much base left. He's already passed the 77% mark that Nairobi set, and it looks like it's gonna be a triple. Plenty of time to knock this base down. Get it, Hawk! Soaring above the competition and with a big smile on his face, we have seen our first 3-star of the day.
And Dizi coming in strong with a 3-star. And that is why they could have been the favorites coming in here. And that is a great way to start off this match, as Hawk leads the charge with the triple. Now going to be putting the pressure on to only exceed. They're going to have to be better, quite a bit better than in the mid-70s in order to try to win this one, because if it comes down to it where Dizi continues to get high percentage 2-stars, then that means only exceed will have to get more triples in the end, since they would not have a chance to win on percentage. So those first two attacks are very telling for this first match.
Months of preparation condensed into a 3-minute performance, and you can see the relief on Hawk's face there as he analyzes the aftermath of that attack, seeing the burnt ruins of his opponent's base and knowing that he has put an additional star up on the board for Dizi. This is going to be ever so difficult now for All Exceed to come back from missing a star out of the first round of attacks. Keep in mind, the first attack you had the least amount of time to prepare for, and so Hawk identifying a base and able to completely destroy it on the first round, it's going to be very demoralizing to All Exceed. Starting out a star down when hit rates are so low is going to be very difficult to come back from, but we'll see if Invincible can be the man for the job. He's going to be starting off with his Spirit Walk in the bottom corner of the base, sending in that Invisible Royal Champion to do as much damage as she can manage.
Yeah, with that RC pushing through, notice how he does have the recall. So typically, you're not going to have as many invis spells, because you're going to look to remove a small compartment with the Royal Champion and then pull her back. But yeah, indeed, like you said, that Spirit Fox is gone, so he has to use those invisibility spells even earlier than he probably wanted to.
Very bad news. You can wait 10 seconds between those invis deploys if you keep your Fox up, but you have to deploy every 4 1/4 seconds with that invisibility spell maxed out to keep her alive. Now, does recall the Royal Champion. We'll be able to use her on the main stage of this attack now, getting all of those heroes lined up over on the right side corner. Remember, defending heroes do more damage and attacking heroes are weaker in this hard mode. That means he really wants a 2v1 against that enemy Archer Queen to take her down early on. The main bulk of this army is charging right there at that 5 o'clock position, right into an Inferno Tower, and big shots from the Town Hall, Carbon Fin.
As the clan castle does get lured out, drops a skeleton spell in the backside, which kind of distracted the ice combs a little bit, so we can secure this town hall. And there is the overgrowth to try to push these root riders towards the top side, up into the spitter. But there was a furnace that we did see on the defensive side, which I'm sure we're going to see a lot more furnaces coming in to help these bases defend, because that can cause a lot of distraction and some annoyance in the attacks. But this one, not too much, as he just powers through the core. The troop launcher finally now has disappeared, as those giants, the archers, wall breakers that came from that troop launcher, are assisting, as those giants are tanking and trying to protect his troops.
Fire Spitter and multi-target Inferno and a multi-archer tower all spitting away now at these attacking troops. They're clumped up and taking a lot of splash damage from the wizard tower and the mortar and that cannon as well. Invincible is not looking too confident. He kicks back, puts his hands behind his head. He knows that there's nothing else left to deploy. He can only just cross his fingers and hope for as much percentage as possible. He's passing the standard set by Nairobi and looking to get into the mid-90%, but it is going to be so difficult to get through these walls. Even with the Fire Spitter turned around, that Archer Queen is going to be taking fire from left and right. The Phoenix is going to be the last remaining troop to spit out a few fireballs. Expo has been demolished, but at only 92%. Only Exceed missed their chance at a triple and will stay behind Dizi's performance.
Yeah, an unfortunate 2-star there, but hey, a good enough percentage to where if Dizi falls short, they don't get high enough percent, then they can start to slowly make it back. But they're going to have to go for 3 stars, especially if Dizi does deliver with another one. So the very first 3-star that we saw come in was with Hawk, came in with that Royal Champion Invis Charge, which we're going to see all weekend. It is going to be a meta attack paired in with Root Riders, but specifically the attack that tripled used Dragon. So I'm wondering if Dizi saved that attack, didn't use it as much in the monthly qualifiers, and now is really using it more in the monthly finals.
With pursed lips, we see Invincible sent back to the dugout. The coins are still clutched by Dizi, who have not given up that 3rd star on either of the 2 bases they've defended with, and that is an extraordinary result for them out of the first 3 strikes, seeing perfection on both these bases and a fantastic pickup on offense. This is going exactly according to Dizi's playbook. They are showing no lack of confidence and seem on a path to victory. We haven't seen any 2 stars yet since the start of stage 2 for this month's qualifiers, so expect to see these players holding up that standard as we get into the next attack from Darkstar, starting again with the Royal Champion going invisible to stab at this base.
But notice he has 2 overgrowths. Typically with some Root Riders, you only take 1, so it's very curious to see these 2 overgrowths and how he deploys them. Will he just overgrowth the same section twice after the first one slowly comes back over time? We'll have to keep our eye out as he does pull that Royal Champion back. And the benefit here was he did not let his Spear Fox die. So he'll be able to use the Spear Fox ability later when he redeploys that Royal Champion. As the Root Riders Valkyrie, everything is down to send right on into the bottom side, but he's got to... Oh! He overgoes the Town Hall. What? So maybe he's going to overgrowth it again and just come back later and grab it.
A very light touch with the early strike here, but Darkstar knows that the main force of this army is going to stay strong, rounding around the base, counterclockwise, tearing down these middle sections with the Fire Spitters. He's got an Archer Queen now over on the right side that he's dealing with. As long as he keeps the DPS relatively low and is able to shut it down when it matters most, right now pops that Eternal Tome to protect every troop in that radius. Draws in another overgrowth as he takes the Town Hall down for the 2nd star and continues his path to destruction along the top side of this base. Those troops still look very healthy, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, moving right on through. Those overgrowths did work of really protecting, but unfortunately the healers have all pulled red air bombs and completely got destroyed in the core of this base. But there's so many troops still pathing through here. Look at Darkstar making his way right into the core, into the Infernos. Poison gets launched, but he still has the World Champion ability, the King ability, and this one is crushed here.
2 more invisibilities to drop too, and as those troops are all clumped up, they might be taking a lot of splash damage, but they'll all be protected by the invisibility spell. Fantastic deployment here from Darkstar, and another crushing victory for Dizi, finding a 3-star with even less time spent. It is another superb finish. Look at all those remaining troops. Not even close. Darkstar is ascendant for Dizi, and with a 6-4 scoreline, you wonder if it's over before it even began.
Incredible there, and I talked about it. Dizi coming in as a favorite in this one. They did not lose a single match in the monthly qualifiers. They won out and made it to this stage. This is the very first match, so everyone's in the upper bracket. But you win, you continue in the upper bracket since it is double elimination. If you lose, you get sent down below. But with 2 triples now, and with only Exceed having both 2 stars, their hopes of winning this match is really, really far away, because they're going to have to triple out to get 3 3-stars and then get the defenses, because the percentage is nowhere on their side at the moment.
Supremely slim odds facing off against a Dizi crew that know that they don't even really have to take risks at this point. When they're 2 stars ahead and there's only 3 attacks that their opponents have left, it would be an extraordinary feat for only Exceed to get all 3 triples. It seems now that Dizi can start to slow down a little bit, not have to play anything too out of the ordinary or take too many extraordinary shots. Only Luca is going to stay the course, though, with this Royal Champion charging through. Those Electro Boots going to get some additional splash damage off on structures that are surrounding the Royal Champion. And great timing on the invisibility drops so far to keep her on path. Taking a few too many hits for my liking. Does keep the Spirit Fox barely alive, though, and that is a good timing boost for Luca to get some more damage done on the interior here, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, as that World Champion is charging right into the core, still has Rico. Did not remove that multi-target Inferno, so that stays up. As now the Root Riders or Valkyries are going to push their way straight in towards the top side of this base. The Ice Golems will be quite annoying. We'll get slowed up here, but continuing through and wants these balloons to pull as many traps as possible so it protects the healers. But King, Queen, and Siege Barracks coming to the left to try to help funnel these Root Riders in towards the Town Hall.
Slowed down by the Ice Golems on the outside. Not worried too much about taking a lot of damage from this entry point, but still only Exceeds. Luca knows that the triple is so crucial right now in order to keep his team in the running. He's got 2 clumps of troops, though. The Root Riders going into the core, taking a shot at that Town Hall, while his heroes in the Siege Barracks over on the left side are making a second forking attack here. A little bit less favored, though, because it means that the troops on the left are not benefiting from the Grand Warden's aura or his Eternal Tome. We still have 2 abilities left to use, though, for both the Queen and the Royal Champion, but all spells have been deployed. As that Overgrowth wears off, it's going to be all about keeping these troops on target to take down the high DPS structures that remain. Multi-target Inferno, Stone Slammer, and a long-range multi-Inferno on the back, protected by the Minion Prince, are all going to be way, way difficult to finish off. Sneezy finds his match against a multi-target Inferno. Oh, and a big black bomb tears him out of the sky.
With a whole Tassa farm there, the Giga Bomb's still waiting, and that is going to be too much to have to push through, especially with a Ricochet cannon. That one defense just shreds through troops so quickly now, and now with this being the 3rd attack, Woody, this is crazy. They've done 3 attacks, and they are tied on stars since Dizi got 2 triples to start.
Only Luca finds percentage in the 80s and tries to find another building anywhere he can. But the defenses will hold. Darkstar, like a supernova, will stay in the sky. Another black mark on the offensive lineup for only Exceed, unable to find a triple. Let's cut to the player cam for Luca here as he's just wondering what he could have done differently to try to find that additional 13%. A great strike and coming close to the standard set by Invincible at 92%. But ultimately, Luca's miss here means that just 2 stars from here on out by Dizi will get them confidently in the leader column. And one more would make it pretty much impossible for All Exceed to make a comeback happen.
If Dizi gets another triple and goes 3 for 3, I'm going to have to go in and check, is this actually hard mode? You know, because it doesn't feel like hard mode if you get 3 triples in a row to start off a match of this caliber with this much pressure on and you're pulling that off. It's insane to be able to do that, and how hard hard mode actually is. It is very difficult. And if you're all at home wondering, wait, how are they even playing on hard mode? Well, you could do it. You could try it. Go throw up a friendly challenge, but right when you press a friendly challenge, press the button that says hard mode, and then you could see how hard it actually is. But let's see how Mask come in with a fully different attack. Not dragons, not root riders, but it is super witches here.
Carbon, you are absolutely right that this hard mode is just not hard enough for players like Mask. He might be one of the goated players in this entire World Championship run. With a 94% hit rate in hard mode, I think that we need a new level of difficulty. We've got normal mode, we've got hard mode. We need Mask mode to make it difficult enough for him. He is all but expected to get a 3-star here in record time, and rounding around the bottom side of this base now with a big Super Witch army. He has got a lot of staying power in this fight.
With that wall breaker opening up to the bottom side, gonna have to deal with the clan castle, which is an ice golem and a furnace there. But now the king's gonna join in with these super witches, while the P.E.K.K.A.s from the siege barracks running to the bottom side. And that jump spell gonna give him access straight towards that town hall. And there should be a wall opening there. Like, these try to drop the jump spell just barely, so it doesn't connect the right side and pushes these troops in towards the town hall to the top side.
We heard a rumor that Mask was going into retirement last year, but he is out with a vengeance now as the one of the best in the biz. Tosses up that spiky ball and it bounces around for massive effect, hitting both of the fire spitters and the town hall. A lot of damage coming in though, and those super witches are not making a beeline for the town hall. Mask is dropping everything he's got with only 2 more spells left to deploy to finish off this base. Giant a bit confused as to what the next target is going to be as the super witches are going to start collapsing into the core. Still getting support from that Grand Warden. Can they get a few shots off against the town hall, take it down and get that 2-star secured? There it is! Mask earns the double. Can he find all 3?
With that Raw champion pushing into the monolith, the defensive king is there. 1 baby dragon remaining. Gonna have to power through, but the Giga Bomb awaits the big boys, trying to provide the distraction of the tank in here.
Hold your breath, Carbon, it's about to blow!
Oh my goodness. He's trying right through this ground expo, and no! The Super Witch dies. The Queen is still alive with 25 seconds. 1 baby dragon.
Impossible.
The baby dragon's got to
He's waiting to drop that baby dragon to try to keep it safe from the air defense, but I don't know. Oh, he's going to outrange it, actually. 14 seconds remain, but still so much base is left. 3% is left. 10 seconds, Carbon Fin. This is going to come down to the wire. Mask has got 5 seconds. Rip it into the ricochet cannon. It's got too many hit points. And Mask's hit rate will drop from 33 out of 35 attacks hitting at 3 stars. He's now 33 out of 36. The 2-star 98% denies Dizi the perfect war that they sought. And Mask is going to have to go back to the drawing board if he wants to get a triple in this upper bracket.
I'm just wondering, where is Mask currently playing Clash? That looks so comfortable wherever he is there, and pulls away with a 98% 2-star. What a great effort there, but we saw a triple to start from Hawk. Then we saw another triple coming in from Darkstar, and those attacks was 1, Dragons, 2 was Root Riders, and this one, 98%, and it was Super Witches. So 3 attacks, 3 different strategies, and that just means Dizi is going to be such a hard team to not only prep and plan against, just try to stop, because all the different attack strategies, you just don't know what they're going to do.
A bit off meta there from Max, and he got punished in the end. We've seen a lot of successful Dragon and Root Rider strikes, but bringing in the Super Witches brought a little bit too slow of an attack, and that's always been the problem for Super Witches. They are one of the slowest comps, even if they've got a lot of staying power. Ooh, a lot of difficulty for Heroya here, charging into this base as that Royal Champion gets brought mighty far down, recalled out, but before she could finish off that Stone Slammer, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, not able to get nearly the value he was looking for there, but he
shot.
At least pulled the Royal Champion back, but the Spirit Fox is dead, as the King is going to push through with the Snake Bracelet, moving into the bottom side. Headhunter to join to help pick off this minion Prince, slow him down. Defensive Ice Golem is there to cause some stuff to get frozen, but what Tesla's force open that log launcher, which the Yetis do come out of here, but I don't think he got all that push in towards the monolith as much as he wanted.
Split up, and with the Queen taking a few shots now, no longer supported by pets, just has the Yetis out in front. She's going to do whatever she can along that top side of the base, but the monolith is about to get a lock onto her and get some big damage in. Heroya's main force along the bottom corner is still charging as strong as they can. That Town Hall is pretty far away on the left side of the base, and this is looking pretty terrifying for Heroya. Holding on to 2 more free spells and a Rage, ready to drop for maximum effect, but can he even power through to the final side?
Oof, the problem is that multi-target Inferno, he can't reach it with the Queen, so the Root Riders have to backtrack, and at this rate, this Town Hall is not going down.
No.
The Town Hall is going to stay up, and it's going to be a 1-star, so Mask does deliver a 98% 2-star, but his base is going to hold for the 1 and only exceed. This is definitely not going their way at all in this first match for them. And Dizi can just kick their feet up and relax in this first match, because at this point, they know that they could just easily coast their way with just getting a few attacks in and then prepare for round 2.
There were no 1-star hits this year in the second stage of the qualifier. This is the first one that we have now seen by Heroya, knowing that he had to step on the gas and take a big risk to try to hurdle this incredible opponent. Dizi's bases will not crack though, and with that 1-star on the books, it looks like we have seen the end of the war, with Dizi far and ahead now, 8 stars to 6. This is seeming very confidently like Cynthi's victory march now. Cynthia, one of the most accomplished players on this team, with nearly $100,000 in winnings to his name. Expect to see great things from this Frenchman, as Dizi's march is going to come on opposite corners now. Flame Flinger to strike at the left side, while the Grand Warden will begin to walk on the right, not finding the start with a Royal Champion and Viz charge as usual. He's going to start instead with a couple of different methods of long-range attack, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, this is their 4th attack and 4th different strategy here from Dizi. Love to see the just differences and not always that same attack, where this shows how strong a team like Dizi is, as now Cynthia is continuing to charge this ward. Invis, Earthquake, hits the multi and secures that clan castle. And now is he going to allow this warden to solo on his own? No, nice balloons. So he dropped 4 balloons, I believe it was there, to then lure the warden down to the bottom side, because that is what will draw the warden's attention. One little troop won't do it. Depends on the housing space. If you have enough housing space, then the warden will start to follow as long as it's close enough. But with the warden now going to solo to the bottom side, his queen and king are going to work together to the top side, so he has both flanks working at the same time.
Rocket Loons are going to be the main force to tear this base apart now. As you see Super Minions taking down the Monolith over on the left, it is just going to be the precision strike now on all remaining defenses. Those dozen Rocket Loons that he holds must each be deployed perfectly in order to tear apart what still remains. He's holding on to that Royal Champion. Still just hasn't deployed her yet, expecting to get a lot of value out of her later on, but needs to keep her safe and ready for maximum effect. We're approaching the last minute of combat now, and Cynthia still only has 1 star. It is going to be a rocket quick finish now as the deploy starts from the bottom left. Rocket Loons tear down a few of those structures, and he's ready to send in the Royal Champion. Do it, Cynthia! Can't wait another minute!
I mean, at this point, he sends in Rocket Loons to the top side to help protect and Invis there. He needs to get this Royal Champion to path away to the Town Hall at this rate.
He's running out of time.
Oh, where's she going? Okay, she does go to the Town Hall. He can secure the 2nd star, but he wanted to probably get more value with that King and Queen. So that's why he saved onto the Royal Champion just in case. Makes the Warden invisible, and he does try to distract us. Ricochet cannon as Rocket Loons are slowly trickling in, and it is going to be a 2-star here as his heroes didn't get as much he was probably hoping for, but still, that's plenty. As we can see, this is going to put him up to 10 stars here, and they're going to be well above only exceed at the moment.
Warden walk tearing up that bottom right side of the base and staying till the very end. But once again, just like the Super Witches that we saw from Dizi earlier on, a time fail is going to be the result here. You have 3 precious minutes to get those troops deployed and to maximize your DPS against ever larger bases. And in hard mode, they just have so many hit points, Carbon Fin. Picture perfect placement is not going to be enough when so many seconds are available, and you have to get the troops down quicker than that to get the triple. Now he does secure the 2-star. We said earlier, Dizi does not need to be making any big risks in this war now. They can confidently coast to victory on 2 stars alone. And yet it makes me wonder if they're going to have the staying power in the upper bracket to get victories over other really difficult teams like Synchronic, like Navi. Are they going to be able to show those 3 stars consistently throughout the later wars of this campaign?
Oh, 100%. They're going to be the team that the other teams are going to be scared of after we saw how they started and the percentages that they're bringing in. So let's see only exceed Kazuma coming in with some Rocket Loons of his own. We do have a Grand Warden with the Sneezy, and something to keep in mind, if you ever do a Warden walk with the Sneezy, you have to be careful because the Sneezy, when it pops the booger from the Sneezy, it will get out in front and it could pull a Clan Castle when you maybe don't want that to occur. So you have to keep that in mind as we do have the early fireball straight to the bottom side to help set up the initial, I would say, funnel, but there's no other troops that are going to move in. It's just like it's going to help path that Warden as he's going to make his way to the right side, while we're going to see Kazuma's heroes, King and Queen, moved away most likely to the left.
Time will tell as the long-range shots from the Flame Flinger are finding no resistance yet. Ricochet Cannon about to get burnt to a crisp, while the Minion Prince on the bottom has taken a few shots from the Grand Warden. Now finish him off, and with a free spell to distract those defending CC troops, that Warden should stay relatively safe. And we see a right side attack instead now from these heroes charging in over on that right corner as the Flame Flinger sets the rest of the funnel for the raid along the top side. It looks like that left corner is going to be the last to go down here. Kazuma's first attack in a monthly finals needs to be a triple just to tie Dizi. Wow. A 2-star here means the end of the war, even before Dizi's last strike, Carbon Fin.
That is insane to think about in this hard mode. That you only have to bring 4 attacks to win a war. But as that Minion Prince is moving his way through that left side, Warden continues through the bottom. We still have the Queen ability, and look at this. He's coming through each side of this base at the same time to try to take it down. And that also is a benefit of distracting defenses while he's doing it. with the freeze and 2 invises left. Rocket Loose to sneak in to grab the Ricochet Cannon. There's a freeze out of the Monolith and the Spitter, and he's got it. With a Queen ability intact, he's still got another extra spells, and this is indeed going to be a 3-star for Link Seed. So, Woody, I'd say that's the best case scenario for him because it could help gain momentum going into their next match, knowing that they got a 3-star, and they're going to have to continue that when they play in the lower bracket, assuming Dizi at least gets a single star.
Right you are, Carbon Fin. It looks like Dizi will hold the crown, but it's going to have a crack in it thanks to Kazuma. A 3-star strike in the 5th and final opportunity gives his team a bit of a boost of confidence. Even as they go down to the lower bracket, they still have an opportunity to fight back and to try to claim a win. Now, Dizi only need 1 more star in this next strike, and that is all but expected in the next 3 minutes to confirm that Dizi will be able to advance in the upper bracket with an opportunity to go up against their sister clan. Dizi Group is right alongside them on the top side of this upper bracket, and we will have a chance in the next war to find out who they will be going up against. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's time for the man himself to march into combat. Fluxy will be the final attacker in this war.
With the RC to start in the Invis chart, does have that recall to pull this World Champion back. As he makes her invisible, that Tessa will probably pull her to the left. Oh, there you go. With the Invis to force the World Champion to the right side. But getting the timing of the Spare Fox correct is always so impressive.
Fluxy has competed in the 2022 and 2024 World Championship matches. He was actually in the Grand Finals in 22 and slipped by just 1 star against the Queen Walkers. And yet, Fluxy is finding another opportunity to make it back to Helsinki with a golden ticket. His first step toward that is winning this war for Dizi. Only needs 50% or that Town Hall to secure the 11th star for his team and get that next big step. But can he find a triple in this final moment? Gigabomb explodes and knocks those troops back, but a big lock onto the Town Hall should be enough to tear it down, Carbon Fin.
Ooh, the Town Hall is barely staying up. It should go down here as he does pair in that overgrowth. Over on the backside, is Town Hall still finally staying up. Wow. Eventually, it's gotta go down, right? Oh, finally, boom. There we go. As the Root Riders continue their way through the bottom. King is down south as well. Still has the King and Queen ability, but this Warden is taking an awkward path, and he has now gone down.
It is a long march to finish off the rest of this phase. Fluxy's fingers flying across the screen and deploying the last freeze spell at the perfect moment will be an important complement to the last line of this attack. Multi-target Inferno and the Monolith are going to get shut down, protecting the Hogs and the Royal Champion and stabbing at the core of his base. RC's taking a big lot of damage from that Monolith. Can she finish it off? They trade shots, and the Monolith and the RC both go down. Hogs are doing their very best, but the right side of this base is given a lot of difficulty for Fluxy. As he passes the 80% mark, it's looking like it's probably going to be another 2-star as the Giant blocking the last few shots for this Archer Queen is about to go down, and there is nothing left to do. Fluxy finds a 2-star in the low to mid 80%, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to get a 3-star, but all he needed was a single star, and they have been victorious. Dizi will be advancing in the upper bracket as this was the very first match here today. And to be honest, it was the very first match of the entire this year for the qualifiers, the finals, as this was the first monthly April finals there. So what a performance from Dizi, starting it off strong as they will now be advancing, and they'll have to wait to see who they're going to be facing next because there is 7 more matches to go here today, and there will be 2 teams that will be getting eliminated today and getting sent home.
But as we've heard, they're feeling confident. They think that there's no team out there that can stop them. And with a win already on the books, the upper bracket is theirs to claim. Dizi looking confident as ever, and with the full support of 3 of our forecasters, they have indeed met their expectations. Let's take a look at some post-attack stats from that last round of attacks. The match results are concluded now with 95%, 12 stars to Dizi's name, only exceeds scoring 10 stars with an 83.6%. Thanks to the MVP performance by Kazuma at the last side. But who is going to be the MVP overall? I think that there's a couple of names on the Dizi roster that could make that claim, Carbon Fin.
I think so too, but look at that, 12 stars, really high percentage, 98, 92, and the 85. The 85% being the lowest still is a great percentage to get in hard mode, but Dizi setting a tone here to start off this World Finals here, the monthly finals of April. And there is so many to go throughout this entire year. But great job as Dizi is claiming this first one. We got plenty more matches to go, and we'll be jumping into them very shortly. So you don't want to miss that, but we can take a look at an updated bracket here and see where the teams are. So Dizi, moving on to round 2 in the upper bracket, they'll have to wait the winner of Dizi Group versus Navi, and that is going to be the next match up. So we will slowly work our way down this bracket as we make our way through, and those lower brackets down there, as you see, only seed, those 2 matches at the very far left at the bottom will be played today. So those are the teams that will get sent home.
A terrifyingly tough match stands next for Dizi, though. They either have to go up against their sister clan or they have to go up against former world champions. Not going to be an easy match either way. Let's keep the ball rolling, though, as we take a look now. I believe we have a match MVP coming up next. Can we get that up on screen and show the folks would have... Carbon, did you hear what we've got next?
No, actually, no MVP just yet. So there isn't an MVP. So, you know, who would... I mean, if we had to pick an MVP, it's one of the players on Dizi, right? So either Darkstar or Hawk coming in. I mean, Mask did have a very nice defense, the 1-star as well. But let's take a look at some replays here, and we're getting ready for match number 2. Welcome back, and I have to welcome back the one and only Itsu here. So Itsu, let's get your thoughts on that very first match. What did you think of it?
I mean, whenever in hard mode, I feel like especially, you're getting this early lead, so you're like pressuring the other team to do even more risky attacks, even attacks where things can go horribly wrong. You can really feel the pressure then on the other team, especially with this being the first qualifier, so there was not like... It was a long time since the last big qualifier happened with last year. So yeah, you can feel that sometimes the teams are then getting pushed into a direction where they don't feel as safe anymore, pretty much.
they aren't as safe because anything can happen. But match number 2 is ready to begin. And a fan favorite, Navi, is up next, taking on Dizi Group. So another team under the Dizi name, looking to try to continue that Dizi winning streak. Can they do it? But trying to take a team that is like Navi, who consists of Gaku, Klaus, Yada, Kazuma, and Stars. Itsu. Any team facing this one right here has gotta be just so scared, right? They're just one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, and I feel like the most impressive thing about them is really they're showing up when they have to. Because if you just look at the numbers, a surprising thing might be Navi is having the lowest hit rate coming into from the second stage with a 32% hit rate. On the other side with Dizi Group having 46. But let's not talk about numbers. Let's hear from the team themselves what they think about this match.
はい、私はナビに所属しているガクです。そうですね、今シーズンの調子は、1回ローワーに落ちてしまったんですけども、その後は調子を取り戻せたと思ってます。ファイナルに向けてはプレッシャーはあまりなくて、やっぱり先月のウォームアップで勝てたことが自信になっていると思います。このマンスリーファイナルで期待することは、もちろん優勝して最初のゴールデンチケットを取ることです。私たちがこの大会に向けて課題だと思っていることは、やっぱり攻撃がちょっと序盤調子が良くなかったので、攻撃をより仕上げていきたいと思ってます。やっぱりこういった大会ではプレッシャーがあるんですけども、いかにプレッシャーを感じずいつも通りプレイできるかが大事だと思ってます。私たちのこの大会での戦略は、やっぱり最近は同じ戦術ばっかりが多いので、その裏をかけるようなアタックをできたらなと思ってます。
And there we heard it straight from the captain himself, Gaku. They got sent to the lower bracket early last weekend in the monthly qualifiers, but they worked their way through the lower bracket. They had to play so many more matches than a team that just won in the previous match, which was Dizi, and Navi's got what it takes, but all the cards are on the table now, and you have to perform, because if you don't, you won't be able to try to win and stay in the upper bracket, which you get such a better opportunity to have a chance at that golden ticket. But their opponents is going to be looking to take them down. That is Dizi Group here, Itsu.
That's right, and they're coming in with their roster with Ryuda, Denden, Tien, Kai, and Ziken. And I mean, they, as I said already earlier, have an incredible record of such a good hit rate. They had really good run in the second stage of this competition. So the question really is if they can repeat their performance. And I suppose something Gaku has said is that most of the teams are currently using the same strategies, which makes it somewhat predictable maybe sometimes. And he has talked about that, well, maybe they're going to throw something different onto the other bases. So I would love to hear what the thoughts are from Dizi Group going into this match and how they're going to approach this. So let's take a look.
大家好，我是谦，然后我们的战队是 Dizi Group。能够在今年的世锦赛第一张票就能够打进是很开心也很兴奋，然后我们也努力准备周末的比赛。压力的话没有，因为我们队上的每个人都是参加过很多比赛。然后也有去过总决赛的，所以压力我们都调试得很好。最大的目标当然是可以拿到金票，但是我们会把每一场先打好，一步一步来。没有特别担心的，但是希望我们可以顺利的打出3星，然后发挥好我们平常的水准，然后准备的防守也可以有好的表现。在第一场比赛就可以拿下胜利的话，是对我们来讲是很有意义的，因为 就是可以有比较好的开头，然后心态还有信心上面也会提升的比较大。我们在准备和练习很多流派跟思路，然后希望可以在比赛上发挥出来，然后让大家可以看到。
And Dizi Group is looking to take out a Navi here. This is match number 2, as we have a total of 8 matches today. So many matches, as this is going to be the first attacker of Navi, which looks to be Yada going up against Ryuda. And Yada has been known to bring bowlers in the past. He loves the bowler attacks, but it's not meta. It's not the thing that we're probably going to see here today. It's going to be either dragons or the classic Root Riders, which looks to be the case here at Zoo.
Yeah, and he's going in with a Royal Champion charge, which has to be expected since the Electro boots are just so incredibly strong. But I think he has only invested, or he's going to invest only 3 invisibility spells, which means that this Royal Champion charge is only supposed to get this first layer of defenses, and then he's going to recall her probably really quick right after, just to make sure that the pathing for the second phase, which are the Root Riders, is then set up, and that's exactly what it looks like right now.
And he does even grab that Ground Expo and pulls the Spirit Fox just in time there, as the Log Launcher is going to be paired in with the King and the Queen towards the top side of this base, as they're going to make their way right on through. Has an Overgrowth to use, but he'll wait as he's pushing. He will push in with the Root Riders at one point, as the Queen may follow behind this Log Launcher to get into the core of the base here.
Yeah, but the outside has to be cleared. So the Root Riders are getting pushed then in from the far right side, and the pathing is set up because this is what it's all about. Remember, Root Riders are going from defense to defense. They don't care about storages or other buildings. They're only caring for defense, and this is why this pathing is so important for this troop. And so far, things look quite solid. The Mojang Front Tower and the Fire Splitter, though, they are dealing so much damage right now.
Yeah, they are hitting through the troops and even can hit back to the healers as the path is pushing through. But the Root Riders are going to the bottom, and the Town Hall is remaining up. But he does have the Royal Champion, even with her ability still to use. So as long as these Royal Champions can clear the defenses at the bottom side, the RC can get some fantastic value through the core. As the Sneezy and its pet there, the Boogers pulled some red air bombs, which are fantastic to try to help even protect these healers. But granted, they're not going over the core. The healers are on the Root Riders, which is where you want them to be at the bottom.
Yeah, they're making sure that those Root Riders are staying alive, keep tanking. We now have the Queen joining up forces again with the other troops, and even the giant from that equipment is in the mix as well. What makes this equipment as well so strong is just the fact that it's attacking everything, which means like it's attacking everything when it's attacking the giant itself as well, which means a hero, for example. But on this one, is not even needed. This base is done, and Navi is starting, as many people expected, with their really strong opening.
A fantastic start here for Navi, just like Dizi in their previous match. Getting a triple to start is huge and a fantastic way to get that momentum rolling. So Dizi Group, you're going to have to answer with a 3-star as well. Even a 99% 2-star is considered, you hate to say it, a fail, as your opponent does deliver a 3. But having the high percentage 2-stars can be a great way to have insurance as a tiebreaker if you do end up tying in the end with stars.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there's always all 5 attacks. So if you're starting even with like a high percentage early, you can still clutch it out with one of your last attacks.
Yeah.
And with hard mode, we have seen really rarely really high scores. So even if the first attack is a 3-star, you should not freak out. And this is something which Dizi Group said in their interview, that they want to concentrate on their own game. It is exactly what they should do with their first attack. And they're coming in with a similar approach, having the Royal Champion charge in this one as well with the recall spell, and then the Root Riders to follow things up.
Yeah, the RC going to look to get some initial value, going invisible to the Ground Expo down here. With an invis off to the right, will she step into the builder? No, does make her way to the multi, and then can go towards the monolith, but he won't be able to grab the monolith because he's out of invis spells, and no! Wait, no, at least he pulled the RC back, but the Spirit Fox... Okay, I thought from his reaction that the RC died. But luckily, he does still have the RC, but the Spirit Fox, that would be really nice to have back, but unfortunately, he doesn't.
Yeah, that would be great to have that pet still alive. It's just protecting this hero so nicely. But again, we're having those heroes trying to set up the pathing for the second or even the third stage then with the Root Riders, really making sure that they have this pathing for the defenses set up and they can really make sure that they're staying together, because something so important about this attack are the healers. They're not just healing a single target, they're having this area healing, which means if the Root Riders are staying together, it's great. If they're splitting, it's really bad.
Yeah, with the log launcher also trying to help assist, opening up with those Yetis and the King's Earthquake boots through the core, and that spiky ball. Tunnel just gone down. Valkyries continuing their way up to the top side. Royal Champions up there, pairs in that freeze, is looking to keep the RC alive, but the Queen, she's now made her way to the Monolith, secures that, but the enemy Queen is going to take her down super quick as he tries to keep his troops alive through the core, and that Royal Champion, she's still moving.
Yeah, he has done a great job keeping her alive, but still, that ability on the back end would have been so nice to still have. We now have this moment, exactly what I highlighted in the first attack. The Giant now is attacking that defending Archer Queen, and that Giant is just dealing so much damage, especially in a raged up mode, and there's not much space left, Calvin. This could still work, should still work.
They'll get it. It will work. And there you go. Even after losing the Spirit Fox, thinking that the Royal Champion could have died there, but no, delivers a 3-star, and we've got ourselves a match. 3-star answering a 3-star to start, and this is a fantastic way to start match number 2 here of the April monthly finals. And Dizi Group is going to put the pressure and answer right back to Navi.
Yeah, and both teams are here to play. They are really good, with Navi always showing up when it's needed. And on the other side, with Dizi Group so far having an incredible run in this competition with really impressive attacks, and they were able to showcase this perfectly in this attack, which we have just witnessed, with turning things around. I mean, he has lost the Royal Champion so early. On top of that, has lost the Spirit Fox, as you mentioned, and he was able to still save her. But losing the ability and the Fox that early for a somewhat cheap-looking Royal Champion funnel is never something you would like to happen. So really good recovery, showing why they have this deserved spot in this position.
And that's the crazy thing. He could have done that attack 10 more times, and maybe it would not have gotten a single triple. It's all about the small ways that you drop spells. Every time you try to attack it over and over again, you drop your spells a little bit differently, and it doesn't get that exact same value. But Kazuma is up here for Navi, and it's going to be a huge Royal Champion charge. No recall for her, because he's looking to get an incredible amount of value. But Itsu, there might be a lot of traps expecting an RC charge from this area.
Yeah, it's something which makes the prediction of this Royal Champion charge harder is, well, he's using the King. He's using the King to push that Royal Champion into the core of this base to manipulate the pathing. But the King, and that's maybe something which is just like predicted, with those Tesla and the skeleton traps, was not able to get the value, was not able to get the buildings. And with that, you are maybe right. This entry being predicted and the Royal Champion not pathing into the core as Kazuma was hoping for.
Yeah, with that RC continuing into the middle now toward the multi, but Giant Bomb there, popping the ability finally. Another Invis wants to remove that multi, but I did notice he had the Earthquake boots on the King. I can only imagine if he had maybe the Giant Gauntlet to help deal a lot of splash could have taken care of the skeletons. But granted, the Monolith is still up, and that is one of the defenses that can be very troubling for Dragons as he now deploys them to the bottom side and has the blimp to fly all the way across, and he barely protects that blimp with the Warden Internal Tome.
Yeah, but the blimp is going down really early, and he's not able to get even close to that town hall. He has still a lot of troops, but we all know in hard mode, those troops can disappear quite quickly, and there's a long way still to travel to get towards the town hall. He has a couple of rocket loons which he can invest to really push those dragons back on track. But you have mentioned as well, that monolith was able to stay alive really long, and the minion principalities forced as well into the wrong direction.
Yeah, it was forced through the top side, so not going to hit that town hall. And he definitely can't afford a 1-star here, as there's only one invis, and this is a 1. There's no way, right? I mean, with a dragon going to the outside, the warden's going down, and a 1-star here for Kazuma. And I wonder if that blimp, he accidentally tapped it and clicked open instead of that blimp flying all the way to the town hall.
But even then, I'm a little bit confused by the filling from the clan castle, because we have seen inside that blimp a super dragon, which would be not that classic to take down the town hall. So I'm not sure if the blimp was actually intended to reach the town hall, because then I would have expected something like Yetis, because he looted the clan castle already with the royal champion charge. So really surprising what exactly went on there. But something I really want to highlight as well is the defensive side of this group here, because for whatever reason, like if this specific entry was baited or whatever other type of entry, with having this Tesla farm up at this top side and denying the value of the king and denying the king to get that compartment out, making sure that that royal champ is not going straight into the core of this base and into the monolith as well. That was the big deciding factor, because with that, the dragon entry was way too wide and he was not able to get the overall value. And this is a 1-star, and this is not something you can easily come back from, especially at this stage of the tournament.
That is devastating right there. A 1 after the opponent gets a triple. Granted, you did get a triple with Yada's attack. He did deliver there, but now they got to hope a 1-star answer. So imagine we start off a triple and a triple, and then imagine if we go 1-star, 1-star. I mean, it could happen. But now that Dizi group knows that they have a 1-star against their base, that probably changes their mindset going in, and definitely being a little bit more cautious in making sure they secure at least that 2, as that royal champion is going to go in with the invis charge into the multi, and then eventually towards this monolith. Maybe not. He might not be able to get it. Yeah, no. Pulls that RC back.
Yeah, that monolith could be problematic, but at the same time, we are going to have again one of those lock launcher entries where he's going to have a golem and the king as well going to that compartment with the lock launcher opening up this section between the monolith and the scatter, which means he can easily take down all of that anyways. He's going to then have the root riders going to enter from this wizard tower on the bottom side into the mortar, into the tunnel then, and you can really see how this pathing is going to then be shaped up for those troops. Everything now is going to be deployed, and we have as well then some more support for the root riders in form of the Valkyries.
With that log launcher about to open up here, it can help. No, the king took out the monolith there, so the Yetis are going to path their way off to the right potentially. No, they may go up to the top, but he does pair in that ward in Eternal Tome. Root riders should open up the wall leading towards the town hall now, as the overgrowth has now been paired into the top side, and the town hall will easily go down as he still has the queen ability and royal champion ability intact.
And we see again the power of the sneezy pad, because all of those red mines are getting triggered, and this really keeps those healers safe, even though the warden ability was already invested. But there's still a lot of base left, and that Pyro Spitter now is start taking down the warden, start taking down Sneezy, start taking down the healers. This is not a good spot to be in.
Not a good spot at all, as he's trying to rack up percentage. He's shaking his head there. He's not liking it. Can pop the queen ability, get more value, get more percentage, but he wanted way more than that. Navi with their 1-star, though. You never know. A triple and another 2-star from Dizi Group. Navi can be back in it, and then the percentage game is going to be the difference maker, as we are seeing that queen trying to continue through the enemy queen there. Invis barely keeping her alive. Does have an open wall there, so the queen can step up a little bit more, and pushing into the 80s. You know, every single building will matter in the end.
Yeah, there goes the freeze, but can she take down another building? No. The Merc's defense is staying alive, while we have the Giant keep going, taking down building after building, and every percentage matters, as you highlighted earlier. 88 right now, but I feel like this is going to be the final score for this attack. Overall, really solid approach, but as well, the Royal Champion was... I mean, she did go down during her ability, which means he had the double epic equipment combination, so the Electro Boots and as well the Spear. And I feel like she shot 2 spears, I believe, on the back and then went down. So the ability was just a little bit too late, so less value. And considering how close this in the end was, if the Queen, if the Royal Champion stays alive for a little bit longer and is able to provide all of her spears, maybe that's a different outcome.
Maybe it is a different outcome, but hey, here's what Navi's looking to do. 3-star and continue to 3-star to try to make a comeback after getting a 1-star. You never know. Anything can happen. Crazier things have unfolded in years past. So you never count out a team, and especially a team like Navi. But granted, even if they do get sent to the lower bracket, they're used to it. They've been sent to the lower bracket before. They did it last weekend. They won, I don't know, like 6 or 7 matches in a row in the lower bracket just to make it to this weekend and compete here today. So the captain is now up. Gaku needs to deliver a 3-star, does have the Root Riders. Starting off with that Royal Champion Invis, Yeti was sent to the right side. Yeti might jumping over these walls. And Giant Bombs popping in front of this Royal Champion, which looks to try to kill off the Spirit Fox, so he then can't use it later in the attack to help keep the RC protected.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing the double epic equipment combination on that Royal Champion, which means we have to be careful and for sure highlight if she can get any value after she has used that spear, because what you want to have happen is that the passive healing of that Electro Boots is just going to heal the Royal Champion up again and is giving some hit points back while she is staying out of range of most of those defenses. But for that to happen, she needs to have some tanks in front of her in form of those Root Riders. But we're having them now pushing into the Town Hall. We have this classic combination of the Ice Golems and the Fire Spirits of the Furnace. But the Root Riders, they have to stay alive and tank.
As the Warden Internal Tome protects, I do like that Coco Loons that's getting out in front to try to pull traps for these healers as the Town Hall has gone down. Secures that first star. Continues through. There's a Baby Dragon in the middle as well, which could pull air traps to really help protect these healers as it continues his way with that Overgrowth paired into the left, dropping a Skeleton spell to distract the Monolith. We have the King, Queen, and a few Root Riders going to the left. Warden has also decided to go left, while the Royal Champion and just like one Root Rider and the healers have now switched and gone to the right side.
Yeah, and the Royal Champion has already used her ability. She was able to get all of those rocket spears out there, so that was a nice timing to really make sure that she's staying out of danger. Right now, there's a lot of damage around her. And the question is, can she get enough hit points recovered? But I feel like the defending king is having a strong opinion against that. Well, his Archer Queen still has her ability with as well the double epic equipment combination of that Giant and as well, I think, the Magic Mirror.
Yeah, that one Root Rider that opened up the wall now for that Queen is going to be clutch. So the Queen won't get stalled up on the walls to the outside. And there is the Giant, the action figure ability, which will spawn the Giant for the Queen. The Mirror as well. Gonna have the burn ability here. There it is. Has to fight through this mini imprints, but only 25 seconds here at 2.
Ooh, this is going to be close. The cannon is getting those shots on the Archer Queen as well. The Giant is trying his best, but that is not going to look like the 3-star. It is close. The tomato trap is protecting the Expo, and in the end, you said a time fail. And this means Navi with 2 buildings short. They are the team with the most close attacks in their matches, while all of the other teams are around like 1 to 2 close attacks, which really means like 99-98%. Navi has around like 4 of them during the second stage, so they are having a lot of close attacks, and this unfortunately is one of them.
98%, so close there for Gaku, but still not close enough. It needs to get that 3-star to bring the star count back from the 1-star they got earlier. But the percentage is really useful. It's going to be so helpful for later on to the attacks to determine who could have that advantage in tiebreaker if Navi pulls off a triple while Dizi Group continues to only 2-star. If Dizi Group were to get that 1-star, then it's a completely different war here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things can still happen, and especially still with the 1-stars on the table. I mean, we've now seen quite a few already on this weekend, that anything can happen, as you mentioned. I mean, really, those things can be turned around quite quickly. And we're having the next attack. It's going to be, again, one of those Royal Champion charges with the Root Riders as a follow-up. Gark already said in the beginning, currently most players in this competition are playing pretty much the same strategies. And it's the Royal Champion charge with the Root Riders, or it is the Royal Champion charge with the Dragons. This is just those are the best strategies right now in the game by far. And the pros are really trying to take advantage of that as much as possible.
Yeah, with an early value of that Royal Champion, which sets the funnel on one side. Then you use your King and Queen to set the funnel on the other side. And notice we have the Root Riders coming in between those 2 points, in between where the Royal Champion was and in between where the King and Queen currently is. So the Root Riders can go towards the core, into the Town Hall, into the middle. As he is waiting to use the Warden ability, will he use it earlier rather than later so he can protect as many Root Riders as possible? But you really want to use it when you're experiencing all the damage from the core of this base, and especially that Giga Bomb right there, and protects right through it.
Yeah, really nicely done, protecting his troops at the right moment. Now using the Overgrowth spell to redirect them towards the bottom side. And I feel like the Overgrowth spell off times can be backfiring quite a bit if it's going to wake up at a really bad time for the attacker. And that multi-front tower on the back end, those healers are getting roasted so quickly, so you have to be careful when it comes down to those troops are coming back, and that's right now the case.
RC's got her ability, Queen's got her ability. It's looking pretty solid here as the Root Riders have opened up the complete core of this base towards the backside, as he can still pair in these abilities together, and there's not much left. Really the biggest threats, we have the defensive King, which will be quite annoying, but the Queen is working through him. And then the RC ability will be able to help pick these defenses off, and Ryuta and Dizi Group are going to be adding a triple here, and this is a fantastic start for them. And this is attack of 3, which now is going to put them to 8, and they're going to be the 2 stars up. That is going to be huge going into the final 2 attacks in this match.
Yeah, this right now is the worst nightmare for all Navi fans and Navi players. But Dizi just keep going. We already said they have close to a 50% success rate in the hard mode. That is crazy to think about. This hard mode, as I already said earlier, you can everyone can try it as well for themselves. Just go into your friendly challenge section, make sure that you're checking in the hard mode option, and then see if you can beat your own villages in hard mode. It is a complete different game when it comes down to the difficulty, and seeing them crushing bases like this, the best bases out there, is really impressive to watch.
And that's something to keep in mind. You say the best bases out there, because even if you attack on hard mode, you attack your own base, you get that 3-star, it is difficult, even to triple your own base. But these bases that are used here in the monthly finals are another level above. They're just so much harder to take down because the base builders, the attackers, spend so much time building the base, testing the base for different entries, for the strongest attacks in the game. And these are the ones that, if you have a chance to copy, definitely do it, because they're going to help you win your wars, especially in CWL when you only get 1 attack in those matches. Well, let's see, as Stars is now investing the Royal Champion with 5 invises left. He's already sent in the 1 invis. He wants to get this value with her, continue through, but it is not looking good for Navi as they are down by 2 stars.
Yeah, but they just have to concentrate at their own game, have to make sure that they're delivering those attacks. And oh no, that is, as we're speaking about delivering their own attacks, they're messing up the timings a little bit. The Royal Champion taking a lot of damage. The Fox going down as well. Now he needs to make sure that he's getting everything he was coming for, and he's recalling the Royal Champion, keeping one of those invisibility spells, but having the Bitter Hut, or at least both of them alive, this could be problematic moving forward if the Root Riders are getting distracted then.
Yeah, the Root Riders, though, could get pulled up there. We're going to see the healers now deployed in between where the RC went and the King and Queen. But the King, he's backtracking. He's meant to stay out in front and help protect that Queen. So that's not exactly where he was supposed to go, as now the Warden can help protect these troops, waiting to use this War Internal Tome. And if he does use it to protect that one balloon, that would be very nice. No, because it could have gotten out in front and pulled some more traps. So now these healers are exposed unless we have the Sneezy getting some of the boogers out in front to pull the traps and protect the healers.
Yeah, but the problem here is that those boogers are attacking everything, which means right now they're getting distracted from the upside storages, and this means the healers, they could lure some red mines, and we have to really keep a close eye on those healers. There's the black mine. First healer is gone. Town Hall shooting at them as well. The Fire Spirit as well. Those healers are going down quick, and without the healing and the Town Hall still up, things are looking rough.
Not looking the best here as the King Spiky Ball skips across. Does have a direct path to the Town Hall with that King, so he's going to secure it with the assistance of the Warden. But the Queen has gone to the bottom side. He's lost the flank to the top with the Root Riders. The Valkyries, Super Barbs pulling some traps, the Spring Traps there, and everything is fading away with just another Invis spell left to try to get extra value. But with this being a 2-star, they're going to be tied 8-8, but Dizi group still have another attack to do.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Navi and for Stars in this specific attack. They were able to try to get a lot of value around this top side. In the end, I feel like they somewhat got the value they were looking for, but this is something you have to consider as well attacking with Sneezy. The pathing which you're creating is not just for the Root Riders, because if you want to have Sneezy tanking for your healers, you need to make sure that you're clearing the flanks as well from those regular buildings, storages, collectors, all those type of buildings, because Root Riders will ignore it. But those spawned troops from the Sneezy won't, and this is the main protection for you, for your healers inside the core, and that was really backfiring for him there. But this means it's back to Dizi group, and they are looking so good in their current position.
So the storyline with Navi was last weekend in the monthly qualifiers that they weren't producing with 3 stars, and they fell short, got knocked down to the lower bracket, and then they had to make the lower bracket run. And at this point, it's looking like it's the same thing. Navi will have to make a lower bracket run if Dizi Group continues at what they've been doing with their final 2 attacks. And it seems like it's the different Dizi teams, because it was Dizi Hispanos that actually sent Navi down to the lower bracket last weekend. So it's just Dizi has got something against Navi. It's like that's Navi's kryptonite or something in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and especially when I looked at the match history of Navi, both first matches in the qualifier were 10 stars. So even in the lower bracket they have right after, like the first match versus Dizi Hispano, where they only got 10 stars, they got back-to-back then another 10-star, which means they were just relying on their defenses, and it feels like that is not working at this stage of the competition. At this stage, you have to produce more 3 stars on your own, because you're seeing it with the Dizi group. Your opponents will 3-star, because at this stage we have only the best teams left, and the question now is, can Denden provide for Dizi Group another 3-star, because the Royal Champion pathing setup in the beginning looks flawless. Now it's all about the follow-up.
Yeah, with a Minion Prince soloing to the bottom side, he's gonna act as what the King would do. So no King in this attack. The Minion Prince is low health, but pops the Minion Prince ability, which will slow all that stuff down to the left as Ice Golems come out of the Clan Castle, and he's going with the E-Dragon choice off to the far side of this base, but that won't last long as the E-Dragon is going down, as the Warden is trying to help protect these Root Riders through the core and through this Town Hall.
I have to say I really like this Minion Prince approach, because the Minion Prince can really provide a lot of value on that flank. So let's see if this Phoenix form of the Minion Prince can provide enough funneling, enough pathing for the Root Riders. But the core, there's not that many troops left alive. I feel like the choice of the siege machine was maybe not the best.
But at the end of the day, they could be switching up their mindset, knowing of the lead that they have. They could be going for way safer, just 2 stars, lock it up.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, you don't have to get many 3 stars. You don't have to get 13, 14 stars. You just have to win your current war. The stars do not carry over. You won't have tiebreaker situations between teams. That's not the case. You don't have to add stars up over each war. It's all about the individual war, one at a time. You win, you advance, and that's what they're focused on.
Exactly, and so far they're doing exactly that, getting that save 2-star on this one with the Royal Champion opening, which just worked out perfectly for him. And he has now the opportunity to really get even some more buildings picked up. So even if something crazy is happening and this match might get turned around, they're not losing on the percentage side, because right now he's getting more and more percentage and finishing on the 87%. Which is going to increase their percentage by quite a bit.
87% there, and they're just going to look to 2-star their final attack. No matter what Navi does in the final attack, it won't matter. Because even if it's a triple, it'll be 11. And then Dizi group get a 2-star, and they will be at 12. So we're going to have to see what the final attack will be, because the first attack from Navi, it seems so long ago, but it was a 3-star that started it off with Yada that set the tone of this match. DC Group answered with a 3-star themselves, but then when Kazuma attacked, he did deliver the 1-star, which that's where everything changed. So Klaus is going to be the final attacker coming in for Navi in this match. Remember, if you're just joining, this is the upper bracket, meaning that if you lose, you still have another chance in the lower bracket, but the road through the lower bracket is so much harder, because once you make it from the lower bracket to the grand finals, you're going to have to win back-to-back matches and force that bracket reset, and that is not an easy thing to do against these teams.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do at all. And we're seeing, again, one of those Royal Champion Charge openings. This time around, no Root Riders, but instead back to the Dragons. Something which he does right now as well is using the Archer Queen on the left side with the Angry Jelly to do the job of what in one of the earlier attacks of Kazuma, the King was supposed to do, to really push the Royal Champion into the Monolith. And this time around, it seems like that the Royal Champion is following the call and going for that Monolith, which is the main target, especially if you're attacking with those really, really beefy troops like the Dragons. Having low hit points is not the best thing to have for the for approaching versus the Monolith. So really nicely taking that out. And right now in the core, I mean, this opening so far is looking amazing.
It's looking fantastic because he not only took out the Infernos, both sweepers. The last Inferno should go down to the boots, yes. But he also triggered the Tornado Trap. The Royal Champion won't be able to grab the Town Hall, but I don't think he was expecting to even get that close to it. But it seems like there's nothing left.
Yeah, really, really great job of pushing that Royal Champion in the right direction. Such a nice call there. And now we have the Dragons from this top side. Something which I've experienced as well with playing the Dragons quite a bit is the Rage Tome is, I don't know, for me the Rage Gem a lot of times is just missing the power, because the Healing Tome provides so much more hit point recovery, and with having the Town Hall dealing so much splash damage, it just feels like the Dragons disappeared way too quick. And take a look at that, Carbon. They were not even able to cross the first wall, and they're already like mostly gone.
Wow, the air defense of the top side stays up. Did go with the Super Dragon outside with that blimp to the left, but the air defense absolutely shredded all those dragons, shredded the baby dragon, and where did it all go? He's got a rage still left to use, but everything just faded so quickly. And if you don't pick off those air defenses, those dragons just don't stand a chance.
Yeah, and just the splash of the Town Hall. I feel like a lot of people underestimate that with how much splash the Town Hall can really do. Because remember, all of those defenses are having a multiplayer of 20% more damage. And that in the splash way on how the Town Hall is working on Town Hall 17, it's just so scary. And this is Why I always like to use the healing tome. It is really interesting. I think already the next attack is happening. So let's hope that we can jump in there as quickly as possible, as the last couple of percentage points are getting picked up in this one, but it's going to fall short. Navi is going to finish on 10 stars, and with that, it only means that they're tying up versus Dizi Group, while Dizi is apparently already within their next attack.
Yeah, they're in the next one, so all they gotta do is get a single star, and they are victorious. And that will wrap it up there in this match and send Navi down to the lower bracket. And oh man, unfortunate there for Navi, the performance. The moment the 1-star comes in, you can just feel their hearts sink. And they just would have no chance to try to come back after their opponent is delivering 3 stars. So here it is, the final attack that is coming in now for Dizi Group to lock this one up, get that single star, and you were advancing to take on the other Dizi team.
Yeah, there's a lot of Dizi teams in this stage of the tournament, so they have to face off against each other. That will be an intense match for sure, as this one, as long as he's getting 1 star, they are good to go. But I'm pretty sure that they're aiming for more, trying to make sure that they're getting as close as possible to the 3-star, and as well collecting as much momentum as possible, right? Because they're having to face a tough opponent within their sister clan.
Yeah, with now these Root Riders pathing straight to the core, pulling the Gigabomb, but luckily the healers are there to heal them back up, but there's probably a lot of red air bombs waiting for them as they pass. There it is. Oh, there's the first layer. There's gotta be more. These healers are oh, bye-bye healers. They are all gone as he tries to continue through, but it doesn't matter at this point. He's locked up the star. He's added a 2nd star on top of that, and Dizi Group will be winning this match, taking down Navi with a score of at least 12-10. And just wasn't Navi's match here. They don't want me to say it wasn't their day, because if that's the case, then that means they would potentially lose their next one, which if they do lose the next one in the lower bracket, then that means they would be eliminated, as we are indeed going to be eliminating 2 teams here today, and then we'll find out who gets that golden ticket tomorrow to play in the Clash of Clans World Championship later this year.
Yeah, it will be... I mean, we all hope for that Navi can somehow turn things around when playing later today and somehow make a better performance. I feel like 11 stars would be still solid without the 1 star, but at this stage, it's just, there are so many good teams. There's so many good teams in this competition that 11 stars is not the safest call for the win. In fact, 12 stars seems to be the name of the game for those winning teams right now, but we will see. Right now, though, Dizi Group with the incredible win over Navi for this upper bracket match, and this means they were crushing it, left and right, solid star, solid like follow-up attacks, and then in the end, just playing it safe.
And that proves the teams that came through the upper bracket in the qualifiers have been the strongest. Navi, they made it from the lower bracket, which means they got sent down, they lost. But the very first team to win, which was earlier, which was Dizi, they won and they made it through the upper bracket, didn't lose. The next team here that wins is Dizi Group. They look solid and they're going to be facing each other in the next match. So Dizi versus Dizi Group. And then that means Navi going down to the lower bracket. It's going to be a tough run, but we've seen teams do it. It was last year that Synchronic, actually, we saw them able to do exactly that, make a lower bracket run, and then force a bracket reset, get a golden ticket. So it's definitely possible to do, but it's going to be difficult.
It is not easy for sure. You're just having to play so many more matches, so many more opportunities where the other teams can like study you and your attacks, because this is something you have to consider as well. The more matches you're playing, the more matches are getting shown from your team in streams, in videos. Other teams can prepare better than for your attacks, for your type of understanding of the game on attacks, but as well on defense. That's important to note. And Dizi Group was able to really showcase that with their attacks. Having 2 attacks, really getting those 3 stars. The remaining attacks seemed like not the highest percentage, but they were able to secure the safe 2 stars, and that gave them the victory.
gave him the victory indeed. So Dizi Group advances through to the next round. Navi going down to the lower bracket as we have, 6 more matches to come here today. So if you're wondering how many more, well, we got an action-packed day you do not want to miss. But man, what a first 2 set matches. But I think this time we didn't have in the first one. Did we have an MVP to take a look at in this match? And indeed we do, and it is Ryuta being voted as the MVP here.
Yeah, he did really solid in this match, and this is giving him the MVP vote from the viewers. Really nice job to him. Obviously, in the end, a nice team effort of that team, really getting into that next stage of the competition. And we have heard from so many different players already as well, from so many different teams in general. This upper bracket is so massively, such a massive advantage. That's what I'm trying to say, moving on in this competition.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage to be going through the upper bracket. And we can take a look at the bracket right now to showcase who is up there and the teams now down in the lower bracket. Since this is a double elimination, you have that extra life. So Dizi versus Dizi Group winner is going to continue their streak, trying to make it to the grand finals. But up next, Synchronic taking on Team Elektros. Then after that, Tribe Gaming taking on Vatic Esports. But Only Exceed is going to be taking on Navi in the lower bracket, which means one of those 2 teams is getting eliminated here today. But we're getting ready for the next match to come, so you do not want to miss that. So let's take a look at some replays, and we'll be back very shortly.
And we are back with 2 matches done. A lot of matches here to go, 6 in total. And we're going to do the next one bash together. I'm quite excited because the last match was surprising. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit of a shock, but you kind of mentioned it in the pre-show. Dizi had one of the highest hit rates coming in, but let's shift gears here because we have our world champions going up against Team Elektros in this next matchup. Taking a look at Team Elektros' lineup here. We got Diego, Loop, Albulin, Eltano, and Rigo Torres. A very well-seasoned team here, and I like kind of what they've been doing so far this season, Itsu.
Yeah, they are really strong looking as well, playing a lot of those community tournaments and being really dominant in those. So the question is if they can really showcase that in this stage of the competition, because we have seen that some teams are struggling maybe more than what we expected, some teams maybe less, but overall this is really all about showing up when it matters, which is today in this match right now.
Yeah, it's tough, and all these matches are being played in hard mode, and the hard mode is definitely hard. We'll talk about that more in a little bit, but we have our defending world champions, Einstein, Mark, Philip, General X, and Leo. Pretty much the same roster with one change in there, and these guys are known for their defenses and looking to get that early golden ticket out of the way.
Yeah, they have done this last year, getting the golden ticket really nice and early, and then they could kind of relax. At least that's how they then said they were just taking in relaxed time, but then started as well with the preparation for the World Championship finals really early then as well. But I think we should hear a little bit more from their team and how they approach this competition.
Obviously, it's very important, like how the bracket shapes out. If you stay in the upper bracket for the first 2 or 3 matches, then you have a big advantage later on. So that is very important. On the other hand, like if you look at the one singular match, you can put on the pressure on the other team and have them to take a bit more risk and play maybe into some of your baits. So in general, I would say it's pretty important to start well, but obviously it's not the only way you can win in the end. But it gives you better chances, obviously. Our strategy: prepare good bases, don't do any mistakes on offense. Like for sure, staying away from a 1-star is very crucial, and then putting on a decent offensive result. Doesn't have to be anything flashy. We know about our defenses, and so we just want to be as flexible as possible to the situation, and don't do any silly mistakes that will cost us an important win.
Well, there you go. You have heard it from the man himself. The build to win bidder of the year of 2023 and MVP of the World Championship 2024. X is out there and he is a massive force to be reckoned with, especially when it comes down to the influence he has within the game, which means he is really developing base metas. He is coming up with new stuff, and which I always admire with base builders who are really trying to invent things, not just like copying something which already works, but trying their own things. And this is something why he won some of those listed titles which we have just seen. So just a really impressive showcase from him, and obviously from the entire team behind him.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they're known for, and we saw that throughout Worlds last year. They really took a commanding lead because of their defense. They kind of shut Tribe Gaming down in that finals and coasted to that smooth victory. So having a builder like General X on your squad is definitely a huge advantage. But we are in with our first attack, and it's going to be Team Elektros going in. Diego setting things up here for that Spirit Charge. Does have the 1 recall and the 1 overgrowth spell in there. He's going to look to push this Royal Champion right up over here and set up the pathing for these Root Riders.
Yeah, and something what you're trying to do currently as base builders mostly is manipulate the pathing of that Royal Champion, because we have already by now seen it is like 99% of those attacks being Royal Champion charges, which means as base builder you have a pretty solid idea of what exactly is going to be played on your bases. So you can use Tesla especially to lure the Royal Champion in the different pathing or a different direction to make the attacker invest more spells than intended. And little things like this, spring trapping away ice golems early on, such things are always so good if that can happen, because this means always less power for the attacker.
Look at that troop launcher, launching those troops in. That's our newest siege machine in Clash of Clans, and I like that one quite a bit. It drops in some wall breakers, some giants, some barbarians, and archers, and it can just add a little bit of extra support in the middle of the base, open up some of those walls, which generally isn't an issue for a Root Rider attack, but getting those giants out in front and tanking a little bit extra is definitely really, really nice. As Diego's making his way to the Town Hall now, it is a little bit low on spell support. It has 1 more freeze after deploying the skeleton spell near the monolith. This is looking pretty good. That overgrowth is still holding off the defenses. He's still got a lot of force up here and a lot of hero abilities. Diego has a chance on General X's base right now.
Yeah, and you can see as well why pros are using this Snake Bracelet, or as well the new Siege as you just mentioned. Those smaller troops, the spawn giants from the Siege for example, or the snakes from the equipment, are such great tanks versus those way more heavy hitting defenses like the Monolith, like those merged cannons, which we don't have in the regular game. This is why those type of siege machines or equipments are working so great in the hard mode and getting used so much from the pros, even though you might not see it as much. But take a look at this. He can swag 2 hero abilities versus this base. And the defense X was talking about at the beginning, well, might not look as flawless as they are used to. So first strike, first 3-star, and we have seen this already earlier today in the match.
Yeah, and that first 3-star is super, super important. You kind of were talking about in that last matchup. If you can get a triple early, it kind of forces a little bit of pressure onto your opponent. Now, we know that all of the players here are pros and they've handled all the pressure. I mean, Synchronic were on the big stage winning the world championship, so they know all about the pressure. But still, if you can make your opponent just a little bit uncomfortable with that first 3-star and maybe just force a tiny mistake or something goes wrong, then it can kind of just escalate to a bigger mistake, and then that's when you're likely to see more fails. But Diego starts us off with a strong 3-star, so Synchronic need to keep their composure and get a 3-star of their own here as soon as possible.
Yeah, and we have Philip starting things off for Synchronic. He's going to be the first attacker, and he is going in with this same approach, the Royal Champion Charge and the Root Riders for this attack. He's right now going for the Town Hall though, which is not the most common approach, but that's why he's bringing the Haste Vial with that Royal Champion to make sure that that Town Hall is going down really quickly. And so far this opening is looking flawless, getting all of the value, recalling, perfect timing, the Giga Bomb is gone.
That is beautiful. Remember, the Giga Bomb is now on the outside, so you know exactly where it is. And he used that recall to perfection, getting that Royal Champion out of there before she takes that Giga Bomb's damage, and now she can be deployed later. You see the King over there with the Siege Barracks, with those 2 P.E.K.K.A.s, and everything is in, and there comes that Royal Champion redeployed behind all of the Root Riders working through this left side of the base. A great setup here for Philip.
Yeah, but the Queen backtracked, and I feel like that was not supposed to happen. She was supposed to support that King on the outside. And the question now is that going to be a problem moving forward? The Warden ability is going to be used right now as the Rage is getting deployed as well. And the Archer Queen right now, oh no, she's doing the Archer Queen thing. She's on a wall.
Yeah, the King's kind of got her attention over there. There's no headhunters to help her out, so she's going to be just stuck over there. Overgrowth does come in, which will slow down some of these defenses on the back end of this base, but still, we have that merge multi-defense protected by the Minion Prince. That's a lot of damage output, and it looks like pretty much all the roots are gone. They see the Royal Champion in there, but she's going to be looking to take some damage as the scatter shot's starting to target her way. Actually, it's over on the Apprentice Warden, not onto the Royal Champion, but she's still taking a lot of damage. Queen's up top. He can converge here, but without a lot of spell support, I don't think this one crosses the line.
No, I don't think that's going to be enough, but we have talked about earlier how important those percentage points can be in those matches, and every single building which he can take down right now is a game changer moving forward. Right now it seems like to be finishing on the 80% mark. We have quite a few buildings being low, but not low enough to be taken care of the last couple of troops, and that means a 2-star 80% is going to be the finishing touch on this one. Or is there any? No, the Archer is there, so another building going down, and the Gold Star is going down as well.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple down there. He's got plenty of time, so you can definitely rack up a few percentage points. And like you mentioned, every percentage point matters here, as it's going to go from an 80 to an 82 as the Minion Prince will take out that Wizard. But Synchronic do find themselves trailing against Team Elektros with that 3-star early on from Diego. Now, that's not the end of the world if they are not able to catch up, because remember, we're playing double elimination. But at the same time, we are eliminating 2 teams here today. After we played these last 2 upper bracket matches, we're going down, and we're playing our first 2 lower bracket matches with elimination on the line.
That's right, a lot of matches to be played, and I feel like this match is far from being over with so many attacks still to do. And with already witnessing earlier, every match so far had at least 1-1-star. So anything can happen, anything, literally anything can happen from a 1-star to a 2 to a 3-star. So this match is going to be really intense, and I feel like this second attack for Team Elektros is really important, because it's really setting up the tone on how much pressure there is on the Synchronic side.
And it's the man himself, Rigo Torres. I love the $100,000 check on the wall right there. I believe that was 2019 Worlds where he earned that with Team Queso. A very seasoned veteran here, and this Royal Champion is charging in, going right for that monolith. He should be able to pull out the Clan Castle troops as well, just little by little. There goes that Haste Val, speeding up her attack, speeding up her movement, and getting her even further in there. Wow, what a nice Spirit Charge here for Rigo Torres. Also, Tornado triggered by the Spirit Fox.
That looks awesome. Really great start, taking down a huge part of this base early on. And the Clan Castle's Lord as well. He invested the... Is it the poison? It seems... Yeah, he invested the poison
right there, yeah.
for the furnace to make sure that that is going to be taken care of and there is no more fire mites. Now the Valkyrie have really tanked the remaining couple of furnaces with the Bidrake to take down the Ice Golems. But Bash, all of this is a lot of time investment. So let's hope for the best that time is not going to be an issue.
Yeah, usually not with the roots, but you're right, Itsu. It could be. There's a lot of base remaining here and under 2 minutes on this attack. And in the hard mode, things are definitely a little bit more difficult. We see those snakes spawning from that Barbarian King. The snake bracelet, definitely one of the favorites of the pros for those exact reasons you were mentioning earlier. Itsu. Being able to tank some of those heavier defense, especially like the Ricochet Cannon. If you can just bounce off 2 snakes rather than bouncing off the King or the P.E.K.K.A.s, that is massive. But he's making his way to the middle, still has the overgrowth for the back end of the base as the Warden ability is going to protect all these roots, and the Town Hall takedown should be secured.
That timing was amazing of the Warden ability, tanking everything and keeping as well this one Loon alive, which survived until now, taking I think like 2 or 3 Blackmans in the core, 1 Blackman on the back end, keeping those healers safe. Another interesting choice of Rigo Torres is that he's running the Diggy and not the Sneezy on the Warden. So really saying, hey, I prefer the safety of Diggy, which is like super consistent. It always will get value, and especially with the Healing Tome survives for so long. While the Sneezy feels like it's more coin flip. Like if you don't get the troops to trigger the red mines, it is not as great overall. But the back end and Time Bash, this is going to be close.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue. 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds now, with 20% of the base remaining. He still has a strong force here. He's got 3 Yetis up top. The Queen is starting to fade here. He does have the Clone Queen in there, but I don't know if he even has enough gas in the tank to cross the finish line here as Rigo Torres does have a strong strike. It's going to be in the 80 or 90% here. Hopefully in the 90%. He's got enough to get there, but the time is running out on him. It's going to fall just short at 89%. With the 3-star, they will still maintain the lead, but even without that 3-star, it was still higher than Philip's attack. So Rigo should be very proud of that attack. Man, I love that little setup he's got there. That's really nice looking there, Rigo.
With the Healing Spirit as well on the side. Yes, there's a lot of nice stuff. But on this one, unfortunately, not getting the 3 stars, but a really high percentage. And this can be important moving on later on. But Synchronic right now, they're for sure under pressure. They need that next attack to succeed. Otherwise, they might be falling behind more and more. And really, at some point, you cannot catch up anymore, as what we have just seen from Navi. But Leo is the man to turn things around, hopefully for Synchronic. At least he's going to try his best to do exactly that. And we have the same approach again. This time around though, again back to Sneezy on the Warden. I have to say, I like Diggy quite a lot on the attack of Rigo Torres. So let's find out if this choice of Sneezy is going to have any impact on the attack.
Has the haste vial with the Electro boots for the RC to take down the Town Hall. An interesting play here. We usually aren't seeing a lot of teams going for the Town Hall with that Royal Champion charge, but it seems to be the play for Synchronic here as they've done it in back-to-back attacks, and all 4 of our attacks so far have been Root Rider attacks with that Spirit charge. So definitely an interesting play here. Does have the recall spell in here so he can pull her out at any time. Does not trigger the Giga Bomb, so it's still there, but also that area of the base is definitely thinned out. He's going to go ahead and use a Valkyrie to pull over those Clan Castle troops and try to get them up, but that Furnace is deploying those Fire Spirits. Now he's got it poisoned, so it should go down really, really soon.
Yeah, it's always a bit weird of like the Furnace hiding behind the Clan Castle because it's just like staying there and spawning everything. But yeah, like if you're wondering as well what type of Clan Castle you should maybe run in your own clan wars, or for example in Legend, add like 1 Furnace to the mix. This troop is incredible on defense. It is really, really powerful and can be a big problem, like especially if a Furnace is spawning a Fire Mud on your healers. Oh, you have a really big problem on your hands. But on this one, everything was taken care of properly, and now it's all about the big push. The troops are splitting Bash.
Yeah, a little bit of a split. Those heroes on the outside. That troop launcher is throwing those troops into the middle. They need some support into the middle to get to that monolith and that merged multi-defense in there. World Champion's in there. There goes the overgrowth spell. He uses the invis to protect the Royal Champion. Monolith is going to go down, and that's one of the big threats on the base. That merged multi-defense is so powerful, but those Giants do a great job tanking. Leo's doing a good job managing everything at the same time. He's got the king there. He's still got the queen with ability as well, and he's got to make the turn and go around this base. But Itsu, that merged multi-defense still stands up, and it is just powering away on these troops.
Oh, I sometimes would love to see how much damage specific buildings have dealt, because this thing, take a look at how quick the queen is going down. That is just crazy. And with that, the king is trying his best. He has quite a few of those hero abilities left, but I'm just not sure if that is going to be enough. I mean, the king is now running on the outside again. The queen still has her ability, but with 35 seconds left, this is going to be a tall task. The king running around the outside, the queen going for the next building, going for the next wall, hopefully joining with the giant and taking down some more buildings, but 3 stars are out of reach.
Spiky ball should cut the king inside, but you're right, with only 20 seconds, that giant is a beautiful new equipment. It adds the hit points of, well, at that level, not quite 2 full golems, but it is a big add to have that late charge in there, to have that giant out in front of your heroes. But this one's going to fall short as well, as he's going to try to get 90%, and he does. 90% for Leo, so just 1 percentage point better than Rodrigo Torres, but Synchronic still trail on stars. So this matchup is very, very close, but Synchronic have to find a triple here in these last 3 attacks.
Yeah, and I feel like since we were talking about the giant equipment, that equipment is scaling incredible in the last couple of levels, because the last few levels are giving just so many hit points to that giant. It's kind of crazy. And remember as well that in hard mode, those equipments are capped, which means the giant, which the pros are using, is having 12,500 hit points, while the maxed out one is having 18,500. So like, that's a big difference right there with only 6 level of the equipment. So really those last couple of level of that equipment are giving you so many more hit points. So it's kind of crazy. But moving back to the next attack, moving back to the next Royal Champion charge, that invis was a bit mistimed.
Yeah, he missed just a little bit, but he did quickly get a second one in to cover that Royal Champion. Now she's caught in the tornado, but she has range on the Fire Spitter, so she's going to be good there. She'll be caught for just a second, and he's going to go ahead and recall her. Loop needs to get this one back on track, but honestly, even though that was a little bit off the rails there, I feel like he did a great job still setting up the pathing here for the Root Riders. Both of these squads leaning heavily on that ground force of those Root Riders, and here comes another Snake Bracelet with that King, getting those snakes spawning. That King can put out almost unlimited amounts of snakes as long as he stays healthy, but we haven't really seen him paired with a Vamp Stash. We're seeing him with like spiky balls and stuff like that. Me personally, I love that Vamp Stash in there so you can just get snakes nonstop. Log Launcher in, and Loop is underway.
Oh, that Log Launcher taking all of those archers out. I just love it. When those logs are rolling through and dealing so much damage, it's just amazing to watch. As we have now the Root Riders joining up the queen at the top side. The queen so far pushing really nicely into this middle part of the base. Ability so far not used. She has to be used right now. There we go, staying alive, and the giant is joining the team.
And it's becoming a real meta equipment here for these pros, and with the caps, I mean, it definitely makes sense along with those heavy hitting defenses deal 20% more damage just initially, and that's not even taking into account that the heroes that he's using are 10% less effective. So the hard mode makes things a lot more difficult, but Loop is looking really, really strong here. He's got pretty much all the Root Riders up top still being healed, but he did lose his queen over there. World Champion's still in here, doesn't have any more spells, doesn't have any more hero abilities, but he looks to get through the back end of this base. That should have no problem getting up to 80%, but it is definitely starting to fade with the heroes going down.
Yeah, the heroes, even though they're weaker, they're still such a big part of your army. Root Riders so far, though, are pushing through. He has a lot of time still left, but now the question is, can the merged gear tower somehow stop this? Let's start shooting right now, and let's see how quick those Root Riders are going to disappear. The first one is gone, second one is under fire, and it's half hit points, and it is gone. The barbs and bugs,
Look at the barbs and the bugs from the bottom. They're cleaning, they're going. Warden needs to get through here. He's got one more. Itsu, this could be a 3-star. Loop looking to push that lead for Team Elektros. He's got to get through that hero hall. The hero hall has so many hit points, but the Warden's going to come over and assist. There's the fist pump, and Loop gets the job done. It's another triple for Team Elektros. They have taken a commanding lead against Synchronic.
Team Elektros showing up when it matters. What an impressive performance so far in this match, and this really means Synchronic is getting pushed to the limit. They have to start 3-starring. They're in a similar position as what we just have seen from Navi in the match before, and at this point, yeah, I mean, there's just one way to get out of this. They have to 3-star, otherwise no chance.
And you said it right there, Itsu. Their backs are up against the wall. They have to put triples on the board, but this hard mode is no joke. I don't know if you guys at home have tried it. For the average player, hard mode is near impossible. It takes me like an hour to figure out how to 3-star, but these pros are playing hard mode nonstop, so they're definitely capable. They're almost adjusted to what hard mode is. And General X, the MVP from the World Championship, is coming in. He's got 3 clones here. He's got a couple of invisibilities. Do we see maybe a super minion bomb or something here? What do you think this is, Itsu? Maybe Yetis?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about it. I mean, we possibly... Okay, there goes the giant arrow. Hitting one of the sweepers. He's going to blimp the town hall, but the clone value around it is not that crazy. And maybe, as you said, a super minion, but with the super minion blimp, don't you try to have more invisibilities? Either way, the blimp... No way!
Oh,
He's missing the blimp!
Oh no! It's Yetis! Oh no, this could be catastrophic. He's got to try to clone them over. With 3 clones, he does. He gets them over to that town hall compartment, so it's not the end of the world. It is the one nice thing about having that 3 clones in there. He can just use that utility. But oh no, the Yeti bites are falling. It's not enough. The town hall remains into.
Do we have history repeat? No match without a 1-star. This is crazy so far in this competition we see right here. He is not happy with this attack so far whatsoever. The Royal Champion already deployed as well, which means she cannot be used as redeployment, like as reinforcement for the Town Hall. And he's just, I don't know, I want to say he has to hope for the best, but at this point, I don't know what he has to hope for because that Town Hall is out of reach.
And look at everything surrounding that town hall area. He's got the ricochet cannons, he's got expos, he's got the town hall itself, not to mention a scatter shot and defending heroes. It's going to be near impossible. He does have 2 invises. If he could time this right and use the RC ability, oh, but he misses the first of it. Nothing is going right for General X right here.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and what a crazy surprise here with this matchup. I think pretty much everyone expected here that Synchronic would get this victory, but I mean, Team Elektros just super impressive showing on offense and as well like we see here on defense, even though in the end the blimp not being inside that warden ability was just super crucial.
Yeah, but if he gets that blimp to the town hall and he clones up and gets those Yeti mites just raged up and taking out some of those defenses, this could have been a whole different story, but missing that blimp is so difficult. You can see the frustration in his face when he missed that blimp. Just a split second late there. It is going to be okay on percentage, but at this point, it might be too late for Synchronic to have a chance at the comeback. We may see them go down to the lower bracket, but if you're Team Elektros, you have to be celebrating, as that is a massive defense and a rare misstep for General X.
Yeah, and we have to remember how Synchronic received their golden ticket last year as well in the first qualifier, and that was through the lower bracket. So yeah, they're one of those teams which certainly have some type of lower bracket buff, but I don't know if they can pull it off. In this match so far, they are 3 stars behind, which is really hard to overcome. I mean, that's just making it, I don't know, like, it's nearly impossible, let's put it that way. But Amuelin is in, and we have the Super Witches. Let's see what he can make with this one, because he's not playing the Fireball.
What was interesting was General X's was the first attack that wasn't Root Riders, and we saw a catastrophic failure. Albelin, the first attack not being Root Riders for Team Elektros. Let's see if he can go ahead and get a 2-star on the board. Root Riders, or not Root Riders, excuse me, I'm sorry, Super Witches, a little bit safer. As long as you do the mechanics of a Super Witch attack, usually you could push them right through the Town Hall. It's usually the back end of the base and time that becomes a factor with this type of attack. Here comes the Archer Queen in just to collapse the funnel in here. He's letting that Warden work. Great rage on that Warden because he can take in a lot of damage. He's just going to send everything right up through the middle towards the Town Hall now.
Yeah, what I'm scared about is just the back end, because if you're going through the Town Hall and you have a setup like this with the Fire Spitters, they are overlapping in the core, and this means you have both Fire Spitters start firing as soon as the troops are reaching the Town Hall, and that is just a scary moment. This is just where you typically go in the back of one of the Fire Spitters and just accept that you have to go into one of them at least. But like this, you will see in just a second that both of them start firing, and that will be a lot of damage then.
He does have an Overgrowth he can use. The Flame Flinger popped open over there. There goes the King's Spiky Ball and Earthquake Boots, and the Overgrowth goes on those Fire Spitters. So he's gonna negate some of that damage, at least for a little while. 2 stars on the board, and honestly, at this point, that's all Elektros needs for their last 2 attacks, is a couple of 2-star attacks to win this war. So Almalen has that task already completed, but he's gonna look to push this forward and go towards that 3-star. World Champion's working on her own on the right side, which can be a little bit of a sketchy proposition, but she's well protected in there with the Spirit Fox and that invisibility, and everything's pushing further in. He's got a chance here, Itsu.
Yeah, he's looking strong. The Royal Champion going down though, unfortunately, but still with 50 seconds to go, this has the chance of still 3-starring. Yes, what is it, like 2 Super Witches still left alive? He has the Warden alive, which is on the back end. Such a big game changer because he has the Rage gem on him, and this means he has more power through the entire back end, and he really needs that with only roughly 30 seconds left in this attack.
That Wizard over there on the left side getting that storage out could be really huge. He does have the Queen in there as well with a couple big boys bouncing around here. He's got to get through the Southwest 20 seconds. Even if he doesn't triple here, though, it's not the end of the world for Team Elektros, but it's looking like it has a chance. At just 15 seconds, they got to go faster, and the Witches are taking the long way. I think it's going to run out of time here as Almalen has pretty much everything he needs. It's just not enough time on the clock. It's 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and the time fail 1 building it to. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him smile. I'm not sure if they even were expecting this attack to like go that far, because as we have talked about earlier, I mean, 2 stars is all what they need, right? So they were just going as safe as possible, because Root Rise a lot of times you can manipulate the pathing up for them with the defenses that they're not going for the Town Hall, but Super Witches, they just go from building to building, and with this pathing which he has set up, that was beautifully done. So I guess maybe he was just smiling because they were going for a safe 2-star, nearly 3-star. So that would be what I was expecting. But Synchronic is up next, and at this point, I mean, they need a wonder and a half. But at this stage, they just need to make sure that maybe they're getting some confident points, because as we have already explained, there is, and all of those teams are having to play another match later on today. So the momentum is something you should not underestimate for those teams.
Yeah, it's you and I are both big momentum guys, so I agree with that. You want to build that momentum going into that next round. You don't want to take an early exit here. We've seen that happen from some of the most high-profile teams in the biggest tournaments. So anytime you can avoid that, you definitely want to. But ultimately, it will come down to that next matchup as Einstein's looking to get on the board here with the 3-star. Did a great job setting this up with that early fireball. He's got 10 rocket balloons remaining. Still has the heroes, the King and Queen, yet to be deployed along with that Royal Champion. And here comes the Battle Blimp to take down that Town Hall. Should also pull up the rest of the Clan Castle troops. I see a Furnace out there. Headhunter's going to come over and distract that Warden for just a second, but the Town Hall is now secured.
Yeah, the Warden is safe again with taking down that Headhunter, but it costs them a couple of seconds, and that can be especially important in such attacks, because Warden charges, they take some time to really get the damage done, because we are relying on one of those Wardens, or one of those heroes, which is nerfed in this game mode, to deal all of the damage. Now we have King and Queen on the back end, opening up the entire section with that King ability. Nicely done. But the Queen right now is not really following the King.
Yeah, she's going off on her own over there. And that Fire Spitter's dealing out some damage. King's going to get it down to alleviate some of that pressure. She's going to go over and fight this enemy King, and that could be too much for her. She does have the Frosty on there, which will help slow down a nice Headhunter deployment. That Warden's still working, but as you mentioned, with the heroes dealing less damage, the Warden walk just takes a little bit longer. I mean, he's working, he's doing his job. It just takes so long. With 1 minute remaining, he's still got 38% of this base, 37% now. So he's still got a lot of work to do, but not a lot of time. He's out of rocket balloons. He's pretty much out of support with troops, but he does have plenty of spell support here to keep those heroes rocking and rolling.
Yep. One of the Archer Queens is going for the wall in the core. The Monolith has to go down. The Warden, it would be optimal, I think, if the Warden stays on its own, because that would be more damage output. But with the Royal Champion approaching that merged cannon, she is about to go down, and that means that this is not going to be enough power on the back end. It's close, but it's just not enough. And that is like some of those attacks from Synchronic. Close, but no 3 stars.
Yeah, it was definitely right there. I mean, if he had another, few seconds here, another 20 seconds or so, maybe could have got there. If he would have had his 10% damage back from the Warden, he maybe could have got there, but that's why we play in hard mode. Those attacks you're normally using aren't always going to work, and we see those swords clanging. So Elektros are going in with their final attack, but Einstein, a little bit of disappointment there. I feel like Synchronic as a whole is a little bit disappointed with the 93%. Normally, we would say that's okay, but in this situation, unfortunately, not so much, as Synchronic are way behind, and we're down to the final attacks.
Yeah, they would have needed like a lot of 3 stars in some crazy defenses, but Eltano is in, and he is going with the Root Riders again. He's having 1 Furnace in the mix, and I'm looking forward to how he's utilizing that, most likely as some type of funneling. But the Royal Champion has to get the pathing set up in the beginning, and this is then how you're setting up a good attack.
Here we go. Nice little funnel, nice little pathing setup here. It's just gonna make everything go right through that town hall, which is super safe. Realistically, they only need a 1 star here, so they don't even really need that 2nd star. But he did a great job of setting up the path to go right towards that town hall and then kind of branch out further into the base. I love when they use that spirit charge, just a nice little utility to help everything out here. Does have that defensive furnace in there, but that troop launcher, man, I love that troop launcher, especially with the Root Riders. I feel like that new siege machine just pairs so well with this ground and pound style attack. Just getting those extra troops in there, the utility of the wall breakers, the tanking from the giants, it's so powerful as the overgrowth comes in now.
Yeah, the overgrowth, making sure that some of those heavy-hitting defenses not having the chance of firing at those troops. The Minion Prince ability going not in the perfect direction, but still providing some tanking and some less damage income from the ability. But still, he has a lot of troops left. But with the core waking up again, this means 3 multi-inferno towers, a merged cannon, and way more defenses hiding right behind this.
Yeah, that's a heavy defensive back end of this base. But the big thing here is the war has been secured. Eltano came in and did his job. Got the star, got the 2nd star. It doesn't matter if this one fizzles out to all those defense. I'm just looking at that. That's an intimidating presence, even in a normal war. Merged defenses in there left and right. Expos, Tesla Farm. That is very, very scary indeed. But Eltano handles the pressure, gets the job done. And Elektros will move forward in our upper bracket, sending our world champions down to the lower bracket to play an elimination matchup just a little bit later on today.
Yeah, and with that, we have our consistency across the matches keep going, which means the winning team is keep having 12 stars, at least 1 star in all of the matches so far. So we have a couple of trends to watch if they're going to happen in the remaining matches, because this is just match number 3 out of 8 matches which we're going to witness today. So a lot of Clash is going to be played today. So yeah, a great day for all of the Clash fans out there.
Yeah, you said it right there. We got tons of Clash action, elimination matchups. We're going to set up tomorrow to crown our golden ticket winner, our first of the season. And Eltano gets the 87% 2-star. Team Elektros will get the victory in this war. We will have 1 more attack for Synchronic, which, even though it seems like it's not really meaningful at all, that is a very, very important attack. Like you mentioned earlier, setting up that momentum for the next attack, which is a big war. The next war is an elimination matchup. So you want to go in there with your head up, confident, feeling proud of yourself. You don't want to go in there like slouched over and like, oh man, what are we doing? What are we doing here? you got to go in and have the confidence so you don't get that early elimination.
Yeah, and especially if you're considering who the opponents will be. I mean, it's going to be either Tribe Gaming or Vatic Esports, I think. One of those two were going to wait at the lower bracket. We're going to find that out within the next match then. But the lower bracket won't get any easier at this stage for Synchronic. It is just so stacked, this entire lineup of different teams for this competition, that wherever you go, it's not going to be easier.
Yeah, I mean, remember, we have 5 out of the 6 Worlds teams here. The only exception is the Chinese team because they're playing in the Chinese qualifiers. So you're pretty much facing the whole Worlds field here, with additions of amazing teams like Dizi Group, who came out and looked so powerful. Mark is going to be our final attacker, coming in with the rocket balloons and that Warden Walk. He is going to set things up here. Oh, it looks like we already had a fireball. Synchronic are known for kind of going with those early fireball attacks, and it looks like Mark did just that over there in that bottom compartment. It allows that Warden just to have a little bit less pressure, because remember, those defenses dealing 20% more damage makes it so much harder for the Warden to survive.
Yeah, and the Warden has 10% less hit points, and for a hero which already has little hit points, that is even more scary, this interaction. Just take a look at that, only versus 1 defense, this Warden is already suffering quite a bit, and that is, as we said, just 1 merge defense. It is really crazy to keep those heroes alive in such charges. It is not easy whatsoever. But with the early fireball, you can make sure that this is happening way better. There goes the rage to keep the Warden alive. At the same time, we have the Flame Flinger now taking care of the right side, which looks really solid.
Yeah, the Flame Flinger's got a really nice path to get some value. Get the Scatter Shot and get the Fire Spitter there. Now the Warden's onto the Town Hall. He's setting things up. He's being really patient. And a lot of times with this attack, you can be patient. Remember, the big thing here is when he does deploy that King and Queen, you want them far enough away that they're not going to pull the Warden with them. You want the Warden essentially just walking and dealing damage the whole time. We've seen in the past where that could really cause a lot of issues for an attack like this. But it looks like the King and Queen are going to come from the top with that Golem being deployed. There goes the King up there. Let's see if the Queen follows him in. But so far, so good for Mark. Great invis to protect the Warden from that RC. But now he's going to chase her, pull out the Clan Cast. Oh, no! Ooh, good invis.
Really great reaction time, but still, there is a lot of damage around that Warden with the Rocket Loons. The Rage, can he save it? Can he save it? The defending Royal Champion? Oh, that was impressive. Great timing on his side, great spell usage, but he still has now the Furnace against him, and that is why the Warden is going down.
Yeah, Warden went down. Those Furnaces, man, and they can just be such a pain because you have to non-stop fight off those little Fire Spirits. They don't seem like a big threat, but one at a time, they just slow things up, and then that allows those defenses to get more shots in, and it's just such a hassle. Now you see the King having to fight through them. World Champions, and now he still does have 2 free spells. He's still got a chance here. That's the crazy part of this, but time is the big issue. Is there's only 3 seconds remaining, and that's one of the downsides of this Warden charge into Rocket Loons is sometimes with that Warden dealing 10% less damage, it takes longer to set up all the value you're hoping for so you can deploy that King and Queen. But as we saw that flash right there, Team Elektros does get the victory, and they will move forward in our upper bracket. And Itsu, we're going to see them even a little bit later today because we're going to be playing more upper bracket matches as well. So we're playing 8 matches here today.
That's a lot of clash on our hands, and as well something which happened right at the end of the last attack, which I think is really important, that those are like those little things which the pros have to consider, as well those who are not playing right now. With one of the last Rocket Loons, he has triggered an outside red mine farm. What exactly is that? It's pretty much all of the red mines stacked on top of each other to make sure that if there is healers coming close by, they're getting taken care of immediately. And since the red mines are doing splash damage, all of them would go down immediately. And that is a big tell, because this means now for other teams facing Team Elektros, they know now that such things can happen and they have to look out for that. That outside red mines are something which they like to make use within this competition. And those are like things which as well is important then to scout the other teams. We have seen as well interviews where players were saying, hey, it's important to know what the other team's tendencies are on offense and defense. And such things are really important as well to highlight, because you can take advantage of already knowing, okay, this is a tendency and a trap placement which the other team likes to bring. So little things like this are super important for such tournaments like this one right now.
Especially with us just getting underway with the world season. If you can kind of pick up on those tendencies, there's a good chance you're going to be playing these teams again next month, whether it be in ladder phase or throughout our qualifiers. You're probably going to play these teams again, but I'm getting word. We got our MVP. Let's check it out. Let's see which player in that war got it, and it's going to be Diego, starting the war off with the triple 40%. Look at that, General X. I'm not even surprised that General X is in there, the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, this time around that was really painful because he kind of like twisted the match around, like not in a good way, but yeah, General X is always a force you have to be reckoned with when it comes down to those MVP votings. The viewers really like it, but I think we should take a look at the bracket as well, because we have now 3 matches played. We can again say 12 stars is the name of the game for the winning teams, and we have 3 out of the 4 upper bracket matches played, which are the first matches to be played in this competition.
Yeah.
8 match total for the day, and the next one being Tribe Game versus Vatic Esports. That one is going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's a clash of the juggernauts, and man, I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, this war, it seems like 12 is that number, and also it seems like we have a 1-star in every war. It's crazy what is happening so far, but guys, don't go anywhere. We still have tons of Clash action for you. We're gonna check out some replays of that last match, and then we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Clash of Clans World Championship Monthly Qualifier. Woody, what a war. You were talking about it earlier today that there were no 1-stars in the previous stage. Now, every single match has had a 1-star so far.
Bash, I cannot tell you how much the base building has blown my mind so far today. These are so incredibly talented base builders and attackers on both sides, but the defenses have just been off the charts so far, decisive in a couple of our matches, and really kind of shifting the tone of discussion from, I mean, remember last year it was just 3 stars all over the place. Now we're seeing 1 stars, and I know that base builders are going to get even more credibility in the community and even more notoriety for their successes in achieving 1 stars against some of the best in the world.
Speaking of some of the best in the world, we got 2 juggernauts in the Clash of Clans esports scene coming up next. Vatic Esports going up against Tribe Gaming. And these 2 teams are so well seasoned. As we hop in here and we start to take a look at the rosters, man, this is going to be such a great matchup. Vatic Esports consisting of Kingsman, Tryhard, Simon, Nachoa, and Imran. These guys have been around for a long time, playing together, having a lot of history, but also adding a former world champion and Simon to the mix.
Yeah. Fantastic lineup. Let's hear directly from Vatic Esports.
Hello, my name is Kingsman and I am the captain of Vatic Esports. We are feeling pretty well about this first event and especially the stage 2 We won it, and we are all in boot camp in Paris, so we had to win, and we did it. It was close, but with a great end. To be honest, we don't feel much pressure because after all the year, we know how to manage this pressure, and I think we did the hardest, which was to qualify to stage 3. It was pretty difficult, so yeah, I would say for most of the team, no pressure. The expectation will be for sure to get the golden ticket, and if we don't manage to do this, to go as far as possible to take the maximum of points and try to qualify for regularity if we don't have any golden ticket.
These guys are locked and loaded. They are currently in a boot camp, a team boot camp live in Paris playing together. You've seen them on social media. They got swag for days, so much great merchandise, but they look locked and loaded and ready to go for our qualifier here, Woody.
That wasn't Itsu up there holding the Tonio jersey, was it? It looks like his long-lost cousin or something.
Yeah, Tonio definitely looks like he could be Itsu's brother, like maybe bigger brother or something there. I was thinking the same thing, but let's go ahead and let's take a look at their opponents for this matchup. Tribe Gaming. We all know the core lineup of Tribe, Nebrex, Rikiras, Kronos, and Temper, but they've added a former world champion themselves in P. Castro, a very big pickup as he's making his return to the esports scene.
Very excited to see how they do this year. Tribe is the mainstay name, the gold standard in Clash of Clans esports. And yet they haven't claimed the gold at a world championship yet. They've been at every Worlds event except for 2020 and have finished in the top 3 almost every time. The only difficulty that they had was in getting that final win. Last year they came in 2nd place, and they are hoping, praying, please let this be the year.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and actually get a word with them. We have a little bit of an interview piece with Tribe Gaming.
It's the first official qualifier for us. We're very happy that we've made it. We've actually never made it to the very first golden ticket event ever in all the 4 or 5 years we've been playing under Tribe. It technically isn't the first overall. We've played the warm-up, which didn't go quite as well for us, but we definitely learned a lot. And we look forward to improving and implementing the errors that we spotted in our gameplay, improving those, and obviously implementing and improving on them come next weekend. Personally, I don't feel any pressure. I think there can be a point made that there is a certain amount of pressure. It's the first golden ticket in a new town hall, in a very different town hall. We're no longer going out for time. We're just going for 3 stars. We're going for good hits, high percent. Very often the wars are 11-11. I think there will be a certain amount of pressure just because the game has been so different for such a long time. But I personally don't feel any, and I don't know if my team does, but I don't think they do.
Oh man, Tribe, they need to get over that hump like you mentioned, Woody. They've been so close. 2nd place last year, but Synchronic were just too much of a force for them. But we're playing in a whole brand new season this year, so it's a great time to start off strong.
Right, you are, Bash. We are thrilled to see how they perform, and we know that all of you at home are excited to see how this match shows up as well. We polled you, and the predictions are in. 77% of viewers said that Tribe Gaming is the favorite to take this next match, over only 23% for Vatic. I think that is a pretty lopsided result, Bash, given that these are both superstar teams and have both been in World Championships events many times. It's just that Tribe, they've got name recognition, they've got consistency, they have got a lot of fans out there, and I think Vatic is just one of these organizations that has a roster of players who have been competing many times over and over together, but not under the same banner, not under the same name, and it really requires that intensive opportunity to come together to make a win happen. So that's what they are trying to do this month. They are actually hosting this month a boot camp in Paris for Vatic players. And so that has got to be a decisive favor to tip in their direction if they're going to be able to pull off the win. Simon, the first to attack for Vatic, is moving in with record speed now, dropping a couple of rocket loons to help set the funnel for this early Spirit Walk.
Here he goes. Simon is underway, and you're right, though. Getting that boot camp and having that little bit of a team building event, going out and seeing the city. I'm sure Paris is beautiful this time of year. I've never been there personally, so I can't speak to that. But it's got to be great for the team morale as they get ready for the World Championship qualifiers here. And Simon is starting things off with a beautiful Spirit Charge, getting into that Ricochet cannon. Does have the recall, so he'll be able to pull her right back out. There he goes. And the pathing is set up a little bit. He takes out pretty much that whole top corner. Is going to send everything right through the middle. Here comes that log launcher just to set up some pathing here for that queen, as she's going to accompany the log launcher and those golems right into the middle of the base.
Simon on the Synchronic lineup. Last year fighting for Vatic Esports now and trying to show up with an opportunity to start this war strong. 3 stars is the standard that's been set by so many foes ahead of him. Yeah, pops that log launcher. What's what you?
Oh no, he got value from that log launcher. It took out the scatter shot there. It did catch the tornado trap there, but the last log actually took out the scatter shot. So I thought that was actually a really nice play. He played in 1 earthquake there just to pick up a little bit of extra value, get those buildings down. So a nice little play there from Simon, and that's why he's a former world champion. It's all those little technical details that you and I may not think of as the average player, but Simon and these pros, they pick up on things like that and make it and use it to big success. Ice golems are popping now, and getting those out of the way will allow these root riders just to reign free. Look at all those snakes on the bottom there, Woody.
There's only 5 world champions in the world right now, Bash, and Simon has hitched his cart to the Vatic lineup. He must see a lot of potential in his teammates and is going to try to set the standard high to start things off here now. He still is holding on to that Grand Warden ability, ready to deploy it at the backside when all of these defenses are going to start popping off for maximum effect. He is just being so careful on its use and waits until less than a minute remaining in this raid to pop it off. Barbarian King and Minion Prince up on the top side are not going to provide too much defense remaining, especially with the Queen ability popping up. And still yet to deploy the Royal Champion ability. This space has been absolutely crushed, and Simon is very happy to begin this war with a triple. Pump those fists, Simon. You earned it.
Talk about patience, though, Woody. The Warden ability until the last little section of the base to power right on through there. That was a crazy play. Look at all the force he still has remaining. He's still got roots for days. He's still got the king, the RC. He's got everything up there. Simon with a decisive victory against P. Castro's base. We've seen this time and time again. You get that early 3-star, puts a little bit of pressure on your opponent. And now Vatic Esports are in the driver's seat early in this matchup.
Tough start, but they have got a lot to be happy about with Simon giving them their first triple. However, there's 4 more players on this team who are not yet world champions, and they're going to have to repeat that performance going forward if they want to go toe-to-toe with a tribe team that has shown up at the Clash of Clans World Championship more than any other squad in existence. Are they going to be able to improve on last year's performance, though, where they barely made it due to the last chance qualifier? I mean, you heard it directly from Tribe themselves. They have not made early qualifications a priority in the past, and this is the first time that they've been in a golden ticket match in the very first chance that it has been offered in the year. Tribe also didn't necessarily do stellar at the World's warm-up this year, taking 2 early losses in the bracket stage, and need to make this opportunity their chance to shine and to prove that they've got what it takes to make it back to the top, despite 2 changes in their roster.
Yeah, if you're Tribe, though, I mean, last year was a bit of a nail-biter. They qualified in that last chance qualifier, and they could have very well not qualified. That match came down to that early fireball. It was so close to them not even making it to Worlds, but we just saw P. Castro give up the triple. Now we're going to see P. Castro throwing in an attack of his own. It's going to be Root Riders with the Spirit Charge. I mean, I think we could all say that is the favorite of all these pro attackers here in the hard mode. Those Root Riders just give you so much versatility, walking right on through the walls. Keep an eye on this one because he is going towards that Town Hall. Then see if he has Haste File on the RC, but if he can get this Town Hall down, that would be some massive value and a great pickup here for Pcastro. Actually, recalls her early.
Yeah, quite early, in fact, and we'll be able to use her alongside the rest of those attacking troops along the top to be able to get a lot of work done against this base. We see that Archer Queen still using Action Figure and Magic Mirror, a great equipment pairing. Seems like a lot of the pros love using the Action Figure. That Giant is a fantastic tank out in front for her. Castro deploys the rest of the army and is going in with lightning speed and will seek to get maximum efficiency, popping that Eternal Tome early on as the Monolith. Both of those scatter shots and fire spitters are firing away at the bulk of his forces. Can he power through quickly enough to justify that early spend though, Bash?
You gotta remember that Town Hall doesn't have poison attached to it like it used to, and the Gigabomb is external. You actually see the Gigabomb on the left side of your screen right now. It's in that final compartment over there, so it maybe could have been considered an early Warden ability when it may not have been needed here. However, he does have a lot of force still remaining. He does have that Royal Champion now throwing her Rocket Spears in there to take out that multi-target Inferno, to keep an eye on that King and that Minion Prince over there in that top compartment. They're definitely going to be difficult. Plus, he's got 2 Ricochet Cannons, the Expo, and that Gigabomb. So he's got a lot to power through. But there goes that Giant from the Action Figure. And remember, even though it is not at maximum level, only level 21 here in hard mode, you still get a Giant that has 12,500 hit points, which is way more than even a Golem.
He saved one more invis for the Royal Champion there in the core and was able to take out another defense. The Expo goes down, and that helps out quite a bit with the pathing on the remaining troops here. Pete Castro knows that he's dwindling away in terms of firepower, and even though he doesn't have to take on too many defenses at once, they are still some pretty mighty foes standing in his way. That multi-archer tower just ripping to shreds those poor Yetis. Still see another enemy Minion Prince high in the sky. Tough to take down when the Barbarian King is the last big offensive force to apply to this attack. Still holding on to 5 big old brawly Barbarians in the backside and ready to pop that King ability. It's looking good, but he's running short on time, sensing the spiky ball. 15 seconds left. Give it the gas, Pete Castro. Knock that 3rd star down.
He's got to get through here. He's got 10 seconds. Only a couple buildings remain. King's working there. It's all onto the sweeper, and the Queen's going to come over and pop it down. And it is back-to-back 3 stars for these 2 squads. Hopping back on comms. Oh, that's kind of interesting. He took his headset off, so he had no one in his ear, no spotters. He's like, I got this myself, guys. Let me at it. And he takes the base down with just a few seconds to spare.
Turning off his targeting computer, and with no need for support from anyone else, he uses the force of his majesty to wipe that base off the map and keep this an even-paced 3-star to 3-star run. Pete Castro's return to the fore is going to get a great beginning for the Tribe Gaming lineup, and we'll see where this war goes next as round 2 is about to start off. But we just saw previously another great 3-star to 3-star fight between Navi and Dizi group. That turned out to be an extraordinary war, but the 3rd attack in that one was a 1-star. We've seen 2 1-star strikes so far today in the first 2 wars. Is it going to be a repeat now in our next battle? Will Nachua be able to break the 1-star curse and keep this war tight?
3 1-stars in our first 3 wars, Woody. We've kept the streak alive in that last war. Nachoa's going to come in here with this Spirit Charge, and it's a very interesting thing to see all these 1-stars, but also it's not something completely unexpected, as these teams are definitely going to bring out their best bases for the qualifier. At this point, you're not going to hold anything back. You want to throw it all against the wall and see if you can get this golden ticket early. I think that was a big part of Synchronic's success last year. When you get that early golden ticket, you just take so much pressure off your team throughout the whole year, and you can just relax. Whereas a team like Tribe, they were kind of sweating throughout the year. I feel like they were confident that they would get there, but man, it came down to the very last second. So all these wars are very, very important as Nachoa gets started here. That Queen took some damage early, but now she's being healed back up here.
Important opportunity now to continue this push in. I'm noticing 2 recall spells here. Bash, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about the use of the recall spell, especially on these surgical deployments for these heroes.
Well, the first recall was for that Royal Champion, which we've seen almost every attack for these Root Rider attacks. But I think he may recall... Oh, wait, no, that wasn't the second recall. That was the RC there. Okay. That's just the icon for the Royal Champion there.
Right.
Okay, I thought
Okay,
maybe
well, gets her back into the action.
Yeah, he's going right into the middle there. But he could have maybe recalled that queen and put her down at the bottom with the main force, but she's going to naturally make her way over there. But look at this. The Yetis are going to rage up and get to the town hall. Now with the Royal Champion being deployed in there, she's got a lot of force in there. He's got the Warden with ability. He's got the Overgrowth in there. He's got King Queen with ability. He's got a lot of force and half of the base remaining. Keep an eye on this queen. She's all alone here. He's going to pop the ability and spawn that giant now.
She was taking shots from that fire spitter too, and that's pretty good news, as that was a lot of splash damage, avoiding the main pack of this army. Nachua does lose the queen down into the core, and the giant still just pummeling away at these walls. But with that Overgrowth now dropped, I'm not sure he's getting fantastic value out of that big spell deploy. The Root Riders are still looking very healthy with lots of support from that Grand Warden, and the outside heroes are doing fantastic work on cleanup as well. But they've got a lot of base left to collapse on with only 38 seconds left. It's looking like this is going to be a time issue, Vash.
Yeah, he's got to get moving here. He still does have Royal Champion ability. He still has King ability here, which could be that spiky ball to surge forward, take out some of those buildings. But man, that Royal Champion gets 8 alive there. Here comes some hogs out of that Royal Champion's hog puppet, but he's running low on forces now. King is trailing behind, and this looks to be our first miss of the wars. And Choa only has 10 seconds remaining now. He's saving that spiky ball as long as possible, but he has to deploy it right here. And it's going to be up into maybe the mid-90s, low 90s here. He doesn't have time to push up to the mid-90s.
Terrifying finish with 2 stars and 93%. We can't necessarily say that the war is tipping in either team's favor. That is definitely an above average destruction percentage, but without the triple, we have left the door open now for Tribe to come back in and get over the top. That's a high hurdle at 93%, but it means that Vatic's defenses are gonna have to hold up. Can their base builders do the impossible and keep Tribe at bay again? I don't know if it's gonna happen, Bash. I think that the bases have just been proven time and again to be so difficult to just like triple back to back to back. And the slowdown seems to be happening later in wars, interestingly. We've seen triples that tend to come in on the first rounds of attacks. In fact, Diego, when he tripled, he was the very first attacker in the last war. So why is it, do you think, that the triples seem to be starting off earlier? Are teams identifying easier bases and sending in their attackers against those earlier, giving more time to prepare for the more difficult bases?
I don't think it's necessarily easier bases, because all these bases are very difficult. Hard mode is very difficult. I think it's more just like on that first spot, you're not really thinking about it too much. You're just going in there. You're going to pretty much use your base army. You're not really going to be making any crazy changes. So it's an army you're super comfortable with, and you're going to find that entry that you really like. You don't have as much time to plan it, but I feel like you just don't have time to really like get in your own head and overthink things. I think even on that last attack there for Nachoa, I thought maybe he could use that rage that was down and maybe use that queen to take out the monolith there, but instead elected to pop the Overgrowth and use the queen ability. And I don't know, maybe that could have cost him. It's hard to say, because time was definitely an issue there, as we're waiting on our next attack to get ready to come in here for Rikirez.
Rikirez is a longtime member of this tribe.
That's not Rikirez.
Oh yeah, it looks like we missed the first 30 seconds or so, but it seems like the beginning was just fine for the Royal Champion, still looking very healthy, and with the Spirit Fox to help out, doesn't even have to use a recall spell to get her paired off with some other troops over here on the right side. Does soak a shot from the Town Hall, as that splash damage is going to do a lot of work onto her, and the Giga Bomb going off right in her face. But she still is holding on. Another Invis goes down, and the Town Hall is finished. CC pull has been effectuated, and Rikirez now can set up for the next phase of this attack with the RC almost able to take out one of those ice golems. Not quite, though. Gonna have to rely on the Archer Queen to finish those off.
That's something to keep an eye on. We just zoomed in on it. That furnace spawning out those little fire spirits, especially with the dragons. If those fire spirits start to go up there and mess with the dragons, that could definitely become a factor. He's gonna go right into both the fire spirits here. I didn't see, yeah, he does have Warden Eternal Tome. So with the healing tome, so he'll be able to heal these dragons back up, but he needs to get to these fire spiriters as fast as possible. Queen's doing a great job at managing everything on the bottom side, and she does have that giant puppet, which will help out with some of these heroes down at the bottom. These dragons need to make quick work of that top compartment. Look at that furnace. It's still spitting out those fire spirits there, Woody. So it could be a little bit of an issue here as he pushes further in.
Definitely an annoyance, and a good call out from the other casters who have identified a fantastic CC defense there in that furnace. A couple of dragons are going to split off from the rest of the pack and soak some big bombs right there in the core of the base, but a couple more still up top, staying back with the Grand Warden, doing everything they can to power through. They are now down though, and with an air defense still left, that Grand Warden and the Phoenix are not going to be long for this world, having to rely on ground troops and just hoping to get a few more percentage off with this Archer Queen. Can they make it past the 93% standard set by Nachoa? It doesn't seem likely, Bash.
He's still got those fire spirits coming out from his own furnace. Does have a couple archers, maybe could pick up that army camp over there. He's going to try to get the mortar. The mortar wasn't low enough, but it is going to be...
He got the mortar!
Oh, wait. Oh, he's in range of it. Okay. Okay, he is in range of it. Time is still taken away. He's got those fire spirits in there. It's not going to get to 93, but maybe 89 here will be the number for Rikira's, as that one just fell short. I think the entry for those dragons was just a little bit tough. He went into a lot of damage, and then they had to just fight their way through it. Archer will go ahead and pick this up at 89%, and that is going to be a 4% advantage for Vatic Esports.
Not sure if you guys noticed this. He actually dropped 2 archers to deal with that mortar up top. One of them was just barely within expo range and took it out, and the other one was just like a centimeter away, just barely far enough away to stay out of expo range, but had to stay close enough that the mortar couldn't shoot her, because of course she gets one shot by the mortar. Still a 2-star 89% is a fine finish for Rikira's, but it means that Vatic are now ahead by 4 precious percentage points.
Yeah, that's not much of a lead, and with us still having 3 attacks each, this war could still go either way. I mean, we're talking one triple could swing you, one star. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but we've had a 1-star in every war today, unfortunately. But it's going to be Kingsman, the team captain, going up against Temper's base here. This is a big attack. These 3 and 4 slot attacks for both squads are going to be massive in this war.
Kingsman is the captain for a reason. A semi-finalist in last year's World Championship, having dropped to none other than the World Champions themselves. He was also a semi-finalist in the 2022 World Championship when he fought under the banner of MS Esports. He's charging in now with a Grand Warden to make an early strike at the space. Not entirely off meta, but definitely doesn't see as much of this anymore compared to those Royal Champion charges. Let's see where this fireball is going in, Bash.
It's definitely an interesting combination, but if he can get this Town Hall down, he could possibly send it over to the Fire Spitter there and maybe get the CC down as well. He does have 4 invises, so he can definitely set this up. The main thing is you want to wait for that Jelly's ability to wear off. The Angry Jelly is going to allow the Warden to target only defenses for 35 seconds, but if you do it too early, the Warden will likely go into an area you don't want him to. Great Fireball comes in and takes down the Fire Spitter and takes down the CC, but now he does not have to worry about those Clan Castle troops. So now he can get everything working through here. It's got a long way to go with 2 minutes remaining, but I love this setup. Getting the Town Hall and the Clan Castle dealt with early is huge, but he's also going to have that Fire Spitter shooting right at him. Could overgrowth there, but I think the overgrowth's going to come towards that Monolith and Merge multi-defense.
I think this is a fantastic entry point for Kingsman, and I really think that he is on his path to 3 stars right now. I don't want to jinx it, Bash, but man, those Root Riders did exactly what you would want to see from them. Barb King cleaning up the outside edges. It looks like a few shots from those Monoliths might be going on to Root Riders, but nonetheless, still a very strong early entry point, and as long as he can keep the damage off of his heroes, he should be fine to be able to clean up the end of this base. There goes the Overgrowth spell, able to take out the Monolith before that goes down. We do see still a very strong army going to the backside of the base, and past the 50% point now, Kingsman looks very confident. His fingers flying across this screen and his eyes laser focused on the last key remaining defenses, focused on enemy ground-based expos and multi-target infernos on the far side that he's going to have to deal with. That's still going to be a lot of long-range heavy damage to finish off.
He's got to be careful of these defenses that just woke up. It's the Fire Spitters that merge multi-defense, and it's the scatter shot with the Queen with her cloned queens from the Magic Mirror. Make quick work of it, but now the queens are stuck inside that compartment, so he needs to get through there, and he does. That Fire Spitter, remember, it's pointing towards the bottom left side of the base, so it's not going to actually shoot the Queen. He's got a lot of force remaining here. He still has King ability. I think he has Spiky Ball on that King. Here come the Barbarians, and Kingsman is looking to get the job done. It's a 3-star for Vatic Esports.
Wow, what a showing! With 15 seconds still on the clock, Kingsman wipes the board in spectacular fashion. Ahead on percentage, and now with another triple to their name, Vatic Esports are ascendant.
What a beautiful attack from Kingsman. Well done. That Warden Walk, that's not something, like you mentioned, Woody, that's not something you see a lot. You don't really invest the spells for the Warden Walk into the Fireball along with the Root Riders. Usually you just want to force or have that extra spell force for the Root Riders. But that value he identified, getting the Town Hall down, getting the Clan Castle taken out early, and then the overgrowth on that remaining Fire Spitter, just a beautiful read, a beautiful play on that base, and Kingsman puts his team ahead. Now all the pressure goes back over to Tribe Gaming.
With about 1 minute left, the thing that I was starting to get a little bit worried about was the small compartments on the backside, having to get over walls to reach the last few buildings, but having Hog Riders there to jump over, long range shots from the Archer Queen, and plenty of cleanup spells and troops. He prepared perfectly for that base bash, and I'm excited to see now how Nebrax is going to try to get this closer again. He needs a triple here if he wants to keep Tribe even Steven against a tough foe who have been prepping hard all month long, Bash.
He missed on that second invis, but luckily the Spirit Fox was able to go ahead and correct that. Gonna go ahead and use the invis the Tesla and the Wizard Tower to push that Royal Champion to the Town Hall. He wants to get this done. Nebrax known for his dragon attacks, and that's exactly what we see here. Using that haste vow to push that Royal Champion even further into the base. Another invisibility. Fire Spitter goes down, and he is working through here. He still has more invisibilities. His timing is off, so he's not even risking that Royal Champion taking more damage. He's just safely using those invises, and that Royal Champion has eaten this left side alive.
That's an indication to me that he had a specific target set in mind for that Royal Champion dive, and able to take out quite a bit of base, and a partial CC pull is a little bit awkward here. We'll see what remains in that CC as we get troops closer into the base, but Mass Dragons are a fantastic follow-up for an early strike like that. They should be able to finish off most of these buildings on the top right and then coalesce as they move in toward that Poison Tower, the Monolith, and the multi-target Inferno.
Here comes the Giant from the Queen's action figure puppet, or equipment, excuse me. He's also got the Sneezy in there, spitting out those boogers to tank a little bit further in there. And I didn't see, it's Ice Golems in the Clan Castle. I was gonna say, I didn't see if the rest of the Clan Castle got pulled, but here come the Ice Golems. I think the Giant actually pulled them out. Shouldn't be an issue, but it will hold things up just a little bit. And here comes Super Minions in a balloon out of that Siege Barracks that he deployed with the Archer Queen. He's got a ton of force here, and this is looking really strong for Nebrax, as there's not a lot of air targeting defenses left.
Just still has that air defense in the bottom left compartment, sees a Tesla farm on the edge of the base at that 4 or 5 o'clock position, and an enemy Archer Queen. Those are the big targets yet remaining. A Poison Tower's gonna pop, but doesn't hit the bulk of the army. Still, these troops are not exactly concentrating fire the way you may want them to. They do take out the multi-target Inferno just barely, and that's great news for Nebrax, whose forces need to stay concentrated on the key defenses that still remain. He's got his dragon up high. He's got super minions in the sky. Bash, can he finish it off?
He's looking pretty good here. The main thing is if the Queen stays up, but with him having the Warden, as long as the Warden doesn't catch a Seeking Air Mine and stays out of the range of that Queen, he could be good, because the Warden will outrange all those Teslas. There's 2 Seeking Air Mines from the Super Minion. That's a great pickup. That's a great tank for that Warden. That gives this one even more feet. This should have enough gas in the tank. It's just mostly that Queen. Keep an eye on where that Queen steps in. 17 seconds. He's got 2 storages.
Keep it up. Come on. Black Bomb on the baby dragon.
Seeking Air Bomb goes off. Can he get through, Woody? 10 seconds. He's pumping his fist. It's gonna be a 3-star for Tribe Gaming.
That is it! Nebrax comes back with a triple exactly when they needed it, and this is already the highest hit rate war that we have seen today, Bash. Extraordinary results from both super powered offensive teams have led us to a tie in the mid-war. Both squads sitting at 8 stars with plenty left in the tank for our last 2 attacks on both sides. Congratulations to Nebrax for another triple.
Wow, what a war we have had here. We've kind of hyped this war up all day, and it is living up to the hype so far. 4 3 stars out of 6 total attacks. These guys have came to play, and there's a little bit of variety there. Tribe Gaming known for their dragon attacks, and we see it get through. Now remember, Vatic still have a 4 percentage point lead though. It's not a lot, but the way this war is going, that is a pretty significant lead. As we get ready for our next attack, Tryhard is going to be attacking Rikir's base. But I also want to remind you guys, this is being played in hard mode. These pros are tripling like crazy. This is in hard mode. The damages deal 20% more damage. The enemy heroes, the defending heroes are going to have 10% more damage and health, while, excuse me, 20%, while his attacking heroes are going to have 10% less damage and health, not to mention the common equipment level 15, the epic equipment capped at level 21. Tryhard is in. It's another Root Rider attack. Let's see if he can keep the momentum alive here for Vatic Esports.
Seeing a little bit of a pull from the CC. Not entirely bad news for Tryhard. He does manage to take down one of those archers thanks to the Electro boots that Royal Champion had on, but it looks like it's going to be a quick drop on the bottom side. Does not want to see a time fail on this attack, and he's going to be sending in those Root Riders lickety-split at the 6 o'clock position, holding on to a Golem to be able to provide some additional tanking for the next wave of forces coming in. But the Royal Champion has now joined the fray and is going to be backing up to support this Grand Warden assault on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Log Launcher over on that left side gets some support as well from the Archer Queen, and a Barbarian King is going to be in there as well. A lot of forces are coalescing around this bottom left lane of the base, but still so much left standing. He did not get too many defenses down with the early strike, and now needs to rely instead upon having a massive army be able to sweep through and last a long time against a huge spread out base, Bash.
Ooh, he didn't get that log launcher into the town hall compartment. That wall is very weak, so the Yeti should be able to pound through there. But the Queen is walking out of that compartment now. She's going to go join the King, and now the town hall takedown. The World Champion will come over and take it, but the Queen and the Yetis could have maybe kept that down a little bit quicker. He's also running out of force here. Look, I don't even see any Root Riders. There's still the King and the Queen and the World Champion with abilities, but he's pretty much out of roots. This one's going to be a tough finish here for Tryhard.
Very tough. Keep an eye on heroes too. They're even more important in this hard mode version. Attacking heroes do less and defending heroes do more. So every time there's a hero v hero encounter, you want to see 2v1 in the offense's favor or something else to boost their chances and prevent the defenders from being able to knock out what little left remains of the attacking force. Tryhard now passing the 80% mark and knowing that he still is going to have a strong percentage, but really desperately wants to cling to the hope of a 3-star. He has a lot of time left thanks to that early deploy, and finally these Yetis are going to start getting some work done. Tryhard scratches his head because there's nothing left to do, just to cross his fingers, hope and pray that the last few defenses cannot hold him at bay. He's smiling now as his teammates are coming into the frame, starting to look. Throws his fist up in the air and he is clapping, excited for yet another 3-star. Bash, there has been no war so far today that avoided a 1-star this deep in the war. There has been no war so far today that has had this many triples, and I can confidently say that Tribe and Vatic are the two most terrifying teams going head to head in this upper bracket. This could be very well a grand finals match. We'll see if it ultimately does become one in the end, but already I am just amazed at the performance from these two teams.
This is looking like a juggernaut matchup. This could be our storyline throughout the year, a little bit of an early rivalry. I love it. But we saw exactly on that attack right there at the end, exactly why these pros are running that action figure. That giant tanked that Expo, kept the Queen alive. If that giant isn't in there, the Queen is taken out, and that's not a 3-star. So that latest piece of equipment coming to Clash of Clans with the WWE collab seeming to be a favorite, but also we see exactly why in that last attack. Having that late tank, more HP than a Golem, saved that attack and allowed it to triple and allow Vatic to keep their lead intact. Now, Tribe have to 3-star because they're trailing. They're down both on stars and percentage, so they have to 3-star here and defend the last attack.
This is just such a difficult spot for Tribe now, seeing 3 out of 4 attacks against them triple and knowing that they have to go perfect from here on out. They need 2 triples of their own, and they really want to see a defense that can turn the tide on this percentage game, which is in Vatic's favor. Kronos is the next to make it into the fight, and as the spokesman for this tribe team has done a lot to keep his forces rallied and powerful throughout even the most difficult runs. As a Worlds finalist, he wants to be back on top of this game, and in order to do so, he has got to claim this victory.
One little thing he does here, check that out. He makes the defense and Viz to target the next defense so that Royal Champion, those Electro boots, can actually continue to get value. That's one of those things that the pros do. It's one of those little things you don't really think about, but it makes such an important difference so you can maximize the value out of those Royal Champion charges. Ice Golem pops down there, is going to provide the support for the Queen to go into that merged multi-tower. Now the King's going to join the party as well. He's going to make his way right through the Town Hall and behind the Fire Spitters, along with that Troop Launcher. We've seen that be used time and time again on these Root Rider attacks. Having those extra giants, those wall breakers, those little baby troops in there just have so much support for these heavy Root Rider attacks. Town Hall takedown should be secured. Let's see if we use the Warden ability. There it is. Warden ability to protect and heal these troops back up. And Kronos is off to a strong start so far.
Beautiful entry and an early pop on the Eternal Tome too, getting some extra value by supporting the troops that came out of that troop launcher. The Giga Bomb is not going to hardly cause any damage whatsoever. It's just sitting alone in that right side compartment. Kronos dodging a major source of discomfort, especially for an army that has so many troops that would be vulnerable to splash damage. Kronos instead going to pop that overgrowth spell in the top right and keep his forces concentrated in this clockwise push around the base. Rather, he sees that multi-target Inferno going down, and still a lot of oomph on that Royal Champion. She made it so far through this assault, but it seems like things are starting to slow down a bit, both on offense and defense. The Yetis are taking a beating now as long-range shots are just dwindling down their health, hoping that Sneezy up top can keep some blocking force out in front of these heroes so that they can get the damage in. But I don't know what he's got for that Monolith. Only one freeze spell left, and he has got to hope that they path inward and take it down quick, Bash.
Here comes the Queens with the Giant. Also, the Magic Mirror will allow him to have a couple extra Queens on the board. A lot of firepower. Now the Yetis are getting out in front. Oh, wait, nope. The Warden gets taken down. Now the Yetis are out in front. They'll provide a little bit of tanking. Not to mention that Giant is out in front. He's hoping, he's praying that he can get through here. He's got enough force on the board if he can get the tanking in the right positions. There's a little bit of a cause for concern on his face, but Kronos needs a 3-star here in the worst way. 8% remain, 15 seconds.
Come on!
Ricochet cannon goes down. Expos, all that really remains as a threat, but 10 seconds. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness, the booger almost got it. But that storage, it's just not enough time, Woody. It's a time fail.
Don't hold your breath, or you will be choking. 2 stars and 96%. Such a heartbreaker of an end for Kronos' attack. Seemed incredibly close to pulling off the triple, and yet time, the one foe that all of us have to go up against. Kronos finds that in this case, he's just a few seconds short. Vatic are breathing a huge sigh of relief as they just need one more walk-away performance, and potentially with just a high percentage 2-star to close it all out, Bash.
A 93% will secure them the victory as they are up by 8 total buildings. However, if they only get a 2-star, 91%, even 92%, things could get really interesting because then Tribe can 3-star and still tie this one up. Imran will be the last attacker here against Nebrax's base, and we've seen this be the highest pace for score so far. And if he can get another 3-star on the board, 14 is unheard of here in the hard mode. And it's going to be another Root Rider attack. I believe we saw all Root Rider attacks here for Vatic Esports, with the one variation being Kingsman using that Grand Warden charge into the Fireball. So if it's not broke, don't fix it, as they are working together and live in Paris at the Vatic boot camp.
Imran is an incredibly powerful player who has an interesting backstory as well. He qualified in 2023 for the World Championship but was unable to attend. Now recruited by Vatic to once again make another championship run to the top. He's in an enviable position for many, but with the need to score a 2-star 93% to clinch victory against Tribe, it is not going to be an easy walk-off performance. He's set up the Grand Warden on the top side now, and with the troop launcher throwing barrels directly at that Town Hall, this is going to be a lot of firepower against Nebrax's base early on. Should be able to take the Town Hall down and keep going strong without much worry Imran is looking incredibly strong here, Bash.
King and Queen on the left side. The Warden ability is going to heal some of those roots right back up. He does have that furnace in the middle, but the roots aren't so concerned about that furnace. They're just worried about those defenses, so that's not as big of a deal there. King and Queen are the big story here. If they can join back up with the roots in the middle, that'll be massive. Queen still does have her ability, still has a freeze, still has an invisibility yet to be played. The Royal Champion is in there throwing those spears, trying our hardest to get these defenses down. Keep an eye on this King. Oh, great freeze there on the enemy King. Imran is looking really strong. He's got enough force. He's got enough time. Can he make it through the rest of Nebrex's base?
I think he will, Bash. And I mean, even if he doesn't, it looks like he's still with a Queen ability, with an invisibility spell. He's going to be able to cross that 92% threshold for the win. Strength of these troops just cannot be denied. The smile, the style, the spells, everything making it toward the finish line. And it is all cheers from his teammates. The Paris boot camp has come through clutch, and Vatic will move on in the upper bracket. Victory over Tribe Gaming.
Wow, what a performance for Vatic Esports. 14 stars is such a rarity in the hard mode, and they are pumped. They are excited. You should be proud for sure. Newcomer to the team, trying to show off the name. Well-deserved victory here. And now all Tribe Gaming can do is just hope to hang their head high as they will move down to the lower bracket no matter what happens in this final attack.
That was the face of supreme victory. What a tough war. And I called it earlier, Bash, you know, these are two teams that could very easily be in the grand finals. We might still yet see Tribe fight their way back from the lower bracket. It's a squad that has incredible tenacity and will give their best at every war. And in fact, the showing so far from Tribe has been incredible. In fact, good enough to win any other war that would have been taking place today. Just not good enough to win against Vatic Esports.
And that's just an unfortunate way these brackets unfold. You could go up against a juggernaut and put up a high score and still lose. It's crazy. All the other matchups were decided, what, 12-10? And we see 14 stars being put up in this one and 13 stars potentially not even enough. You know, Temper's going to come in here and try to do his best to get that 3-star. But man, Tribe Gaming, even though they are going down to the lower bracket, they've got to be feeling good about this performance. Wouldn't you say, Woody? They came out strong against a really good team here in Vatic Esports.
They must be feeling very, very good. And it is a difficult day to pull off predictions in the first month of this Clash of Clans World Championship. Seeing so much incredible performance across the board. Players just surprising us, underdogs creating new storylines. Teamer missing the Spirit Fox on that last invis spell, trying to keep this Royal Champion safe through the stab, but you know he just must be a little bit demoralized by knowing that even with a triple, it would not be enough for a win.
Great use to pop off that rocket spear, so he got all those spears out, but unfortunately the Royal Champion did get taken down. Now we got a King battle, or no, wait, that's the Queen going up against the Queen, going up against the King, excuse me, on defense. Easy for me to say there. Now he's going to deploy another Ice Golem and the Log Launcher to help that Queen push further into the base. But now the Root Riders all deployed here. It's a heavy push through the middle of this base. It's a long way to go. Ice Golem pops. That'll protect the Queen. Temper needs to get a 3-star here just to keep the morale high. And there comes the giant from that action figure.
Yeah, big burly beast ready to reaction and holding on to that Eternal Tome as well. The Grand Warden ready to pop and defend all these troops that are marching into combat. Multi-target Inferno and Fire Spitters firing away at them for maximum splash damage. Now seeing the CC troops come out, gonna be a bad time for that Ice Golem to pop if the Fire Spitters are still up. In fact, we also have fire from the Town Hall raining down on these troops. And with a bit of an awkward spread, the Grand Warden unable to protect all of them is just doing his best to keep these cats corralled in the center.
Yeah, the cats are definitely corralled in there. The Warden ability will protect them even further. Beautiful rage spell here in that Town Hall compartment. Should allow those roots to go ahead and surge through the Town Hall, get to that monolith. He still has the King working down there on the bottom along with the Queen. He's got pretty much all of his roots alive here. Snakes spawning left and right. Still have those 5 Super Barbarians to be played as well. And he's got a lot of time left here, 45 seconds, but still about a third of the base remains at 67%, now up to 70% at 38 seconds.
Ready to finish off what remains of this base and to try to claim that 3-star, like you said, to keep morale high for his team as they advance in the lower bracket. Still with 25 seconds left and holding on to another spell and a few more abilities. King ready to pop off at any moment. Has got a lot of forces yet to deploy with a spiky ball and some snakes to still attack over these walls. Teeper's just holding on, hasn't popped the ability yet, and is maybe just going to be waiting until the last minute, trying to get the maximum value that he can from that ball. It's going to go all the way to the backside. He's going to finish off to the last one.
Come on!
Just a ricochet cannon
Oh.
standing. And what a storyline for Tribe to go out on Bash. It is just so frustrating to go up against these bases that Vatic have designed. Extreme difficulty. And it is a match win now confirmed for Vatic Esports on a superb storyline. 14 stars, almost a perfect war in hard mode, Bash.
Yeah, 14 stars. And remember, they were the fan underdog. Tribe was the heavy favorite. I think Tribe fans just travel well, so to speak. They're always out in big forces, but 14 stars is a commanding league. I think in this war, Tribe's 12, with the percentages they put up, would have probably won every other war in this tournament so far, except against Vatic Esports. Now, Vatic will move on in our upper bracket, and Tribe Gaming will go down to face the defending world champions in a world championship rematch in the lower bracket. Wow, what a performance from these two squads.
And here you can see summarized on the screen for your enjoyment the match results. Looking more like a 2024 matchup than one in hard mode in 2025. Only missing 1 triple on the Vatic side. Nacho is still coming terribly close with 93% to his name. On the other side, Tribe Gaming can celebrate 3 stars from Pete Castro and Nebrax, knowing that the rest of their lineup also came very close to triples on their own. This was a close war that the star count really tips in Vatic's favor, but it could have gone either way. Vatic have got to be ecstatic about how this thing has finished off, Bash.
Even better is they're all there together. Like, you see that camaraderie, the boot camp obviously paying off there. I'm sure the org organizing that feels very, very proud of what their team has done so far. Man, those guys were so excited, so pumped. That's what I love about Vatic. Really, like all these teams, is just they all get so pumped and so excited working together. But I think we have MVP. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at who was the MVP of this matchup, and it's gonna be Imran, 34%, Kingsman at 15%, and even P. Castro at 11% there for Tribe Gaming, but well earned there from Imran with that quick, decisive triple for the victory.
10 players to choose from, but a solid third of our viewing audience votes for Imran as the MVP of that last match. Captain of Vatic Esports, Kingsman, coming in second place with 15% as well, and that whole squad must be over the moon with how things have gone so far. P. Castro, though, does deserve an honorable mention. An excellent pickup from the Tribe Gaming organization, finding their roster ranks filled yet again by more extraordinary talent. We'll see them again in the lower bracket where they'll be fighting for survival from here on out.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Clash to be played, but now we're going to move down to that lower bracket for our next 2 matchups, and 2 of our 8 teams will be eliminated as we take a look at our updated bracket. In the upper bracket, we have Dizi versus Dizi Group a little bit later today. Our final matchup of the day, Team Elektros versus Vatic Esports, looks to be really fun. But we shift gears down to that lower bracket. We'll see Navi play against Only Exceed and Synchronic, the current reigning world champions, going up against the team they defeated to win the championship, Tribe Gaming, and an elimination matchup. Both of those lower bracket matchups will be elimination, so a lot on the line here the rest of the day.
Navi versus Only Exceed will be our next match, so get ready to see a former world champion fighting for their lives. We're going to be hopping into a few replays of our last match, but get ready because the next one is going to be amazing.
Golden is 7 green.
So has to be enough.
Let's go, Junge! Sauber!
Welcome back to the Clash of Clans World Championship, where we are just about ready to start our first elimination matches of the day. My name's Woody, and I'm so pleased to be bringing back into the action my good friend, Carbon Finn. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you so much. What a set of matches we've had so far. And that last one, what a roller coaster. Vatic Esports coming in and dominating with a 14-star performance. But they are going to be advancing to the upper bracket. They stay up there. But now we've got our lower bracket match. And this is going to be the elimination match. Whoever loses is being sent home. Or, in other words, they stay home, right? They haven't gone anywhere unless it was Vatic, who is in person. But yes, a lot of pressures on this match. You cannot afford to lose another one, as Only Exceed is ready to go here with Hiroya, Luca, Kazuma, Invincible LG, and Nairomi. And can they deliver and stay in this tournament? Or is Navi, who have been struggling a little bit here, Woody, will they be able to bring the 3 stars?
Tough question, and you gotta wonder which of these two lineups is going to be responsible for breaking the trend that they both saw in their previous wars, a 1-star from both of them. Let's quickly hear from Only Exceed and hear how they're feeling about this next war.
私のチームはアレクシードで、プレイヤーの名前はニャロメです。では、新しいチームに入って最初の公式大会だったので、うまく結果が出るか心配だったんですけど、自分が思っていた以上にいい結果が残せて安心しています。私はあんまり緊張しないタイプなので、今回の大会に向けても特に緊張したタイミングはなかったです。私がこの大会で期待することは、やはりゴールデンチケットを獲得することです。
Fantastic to hear from him yet again. A really tight war coming up between two superb teams who are countrymen, who know each other, who've likely been practicing with each other. This is a terrifying storyline to go into, though, because in this elimination match, Carbon, only one team can stand ahead. And you know this next team is no one to sneeze at. Navi are their opponents.
Navi, a world champion, and they're looking to try to get a second title under their belt, as they've got Gaku, Klaus, Yada, Kazuma, and Stars. And the storyline here is who will not get that 1-star. Since we saw both these teams getting 1-stars in their previous matches, they cannot afford another one. They need to be delivering 3 stars. We know that every single player here is capable of doing it. We saw Yada come in with a 3-star earlier, so he's going to try to get another 3-star. But it was Kazuma, the bottom left, who did 1-star last for Navi. So let's keep our eye on when he attacks to see if he's able to turn it around.
All right, we've got a quick word from Navi. Let's hear from them before the match begins.
ファンの皆様へ、今年も強いナビを見せれたと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, brief and effective. Let's see if Navi can hold their own in this next war. I do want to make sure that the fans out there are aware there are 2 Kazumas in this war, 1 on each team. So keep that in mind as we try to cast this. We'll clarify which Kazuma we're talking about, who's attacking, who's defending. But it all comes down to this for these 2 teams. Carbon.
But, Woody, what if Kazuma attacks Kazuma? What happens then?
Oh, no.
Then, I guess we'll have to find out. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. But we will see as we enter into this lower bracket. Even more pressures on these teams here. And it was Navi that got sent to the lower bracket early last weekend, and they are familiar with this position. Obviously, no team wants to be in it, but they know how to handle that pressure and have to deliver. At this point, you got to pull out everything you've got to stay in this one. You cannot afford to hold anything back. Take the risks to try to advance and keep your chances alive.
I think, Carbon Finn, the thing that I'm most scared of in this next war is not Kazuma attacking Kazuma, but the potential revenge opportunity for Kazuma to attack back against Kazuma.
It could very well happen. There's a chance, but I mean, it's really at the end of the day, it's about what base they like the most, and maybe it happens to be that. But you know what we have right now is the talent predictions of what we think is going to be the winner of this next match, and it's across the board, unanimous. Navi. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's probably close to the community vote as well of who you think's gonna win. I don't know, maybe it's closer to 50-50, but Navi is probably a favorite. Let me guess. Yeah, okay, I was right. 80% there to 20%. So only exceed. This is your time to shine and try to prove all of us wrong.
Well, I think that's the most decisive prediction pick we've seen from both the casters going unanimous and 80% in Navi's favor. And just to give a little bit more lip service to that, Navi are world champions from the past. They've performed extremely well year after year after year. They just seem to have been stuck in a little bit of a rut this month so far because they've actually performed extremely well previously. Even in this year, they were the winners of the world's warm-up. So I think the question is on everyone's mind right now, what's going on with Navi? Are they going to be able to rally and bring it back? And this is a squad that has done this in the past. When they won the world championship title under the Queen Walker's label, they did so coming back from the lower bracket, needing 2 victories in a back-to-back grand final. So expect to see Navi still giving their 100% effort in this lower bracket match. But thankfully, Nairobi is not attacking Nairobi. He's going up against Yata in the first strike.
With the Dragon, starting off with that Royal Champion Invis, investing all these invisibility spells to try to push this Royal Champion deep into the base. Get as much value as possible. Looks like she goes over to the scatter shot. Okay, giant bombs after small bombs as well, which means the Spirit Fox has died. She's, wait a moment. She's going way too far, and she is dead, and he's still supposed to have 4 more invises to use for her.
This is a terrible start for Nairobi, who was hoping for much more value. And look, that Builder's Hut is going to be repairing the Ricochet Cannon, so what little damage he got is just going to be evaporating over time. He needs to power in fast, but most importantly, needs to make sure he gets a 2-star at a minimum. Don't let that Town Hall escape your clutches. Earn as much percentage as you can, because in hard mode, with that much of a miss to start off with, I don't even know if it's possible to score a triple at this point, Carbon.
It will be difficult, but he decides to go with the Stone Slammer and not a Blimp to go directly for that Town Hall, but a nice ward ability as the Dragon split in 2 different directions as he tries to continue through. It does now invest that Invis, which was supposed to be for the Royal Champion, for the Dragons, as the Town Hall is secured, pulling some traps, and the Stone Slammer with a Super Dragon comes out as more Invis spells are down to try to help protect his troops. But he's pulling these traps and he's losing them 1 by 1.
He's locked away the 2-star, and at least that means there is no disaster from this run. But you can see the Dragons have just barely made it through 2/3 of the space, and percentage is just stuck so far down low. Drops a freeze on the Multi-Inferno. I think I would have preferred to see it on the Monolith there, as it's just getting so much damage against Dragons and heroes all around. Still, Nairobi at 69% finds a couple more buildings along the edges and will do everything he can to keep this war tight against a Navi offense that's sure to come in over the top in the next round.
Yeah, with that Minion Prince ability completely wasted off to the edge, This is just kind of how this attack unfortunately unfolded with the start of the Royal Champion. So a 75% 2-star there for Nairomi. Nice try, but that is going to be on the lower side percentage-wise. They are going to be looking for a higher percentage, trying to get into the mid-80s. Can you approach in the 90 and then try to pull away with a 3-star? But the one thing you cannot afford is that 1-star, which both these teams unfortunately did get in their first matches. They're looking to turn that around. So is Yada going to kick it off for Navi? And last time, Yada was the first attacker, and he did 3-star. So Navi was looking really good to start that war off. But then it was later when a 1-star came in from Kazuma that really changed everything.
Yeah, this is a roster without any weak links on the Navi side of things, but I gotta say that I think that Yata may actually be the highest hit rate player on that side of the operation. And seeing him start with a 3-star, would expect to see that again, but instead this time around, the first attacker is going to be Gaku. Now, Gaku scored a 2-star 98%, so the second closest to finding a triple after Yata. We see his start out on the left side with the Royal Champion stabbing through a ricochet cannon and able to take down an Expo. Maybe that multi-target Inferno up on top as well. And this is going to be a long-term assault with the Spirit Fox still helping out to ensure that the invisibility spells can be used for maximum effect.
Oh, pulls the Raw Champion and Spirit Fox right before that Giga Bomb explodes, which he did trigger. And he has the Spirit Fox still alive because of that decision. So nice choice there as he now pushes his way with these Root Riders in towards the top, as the Ice Golem and Headhunter will help distract while the Headhunter snipes that Queen and pushing that Root Rider right into the core here.
Very well done. You especially want to get lots of good value out of your Headhunters. Headhunters actually have a buff in hard mode because enemy heroes have more hit points. Means that Headhunters get even more value when you're able to use them like that. Gaku making his way all the way into the core now of this base. With the Eternal Tome popped early, he protected quite a lot of troops from damage and will be trying to path past this wall despite all the freezing effects of these Ice Golems. Troops are looking pretty healthy and spreading out again. I like to see that, especially as there's so much splash damage firing away at them, Carmen.
There's that King's Earthquake. Boots open up the wall perfectly towards this Town Hall. Drops the Skeleton Spell on the back side so he can try to distract the Tesla Form and the Monolith. Queen is continuing, still has her ability. Still has a Raw Champion ability with 2 Invises here. It's looking solid, it's looking strong as he needs to continue through, but the biggest threat is this Monolith. Hopefully he doesn't lock onto his Queen or this Warden. Luckily we got the Yeti popping the Queen with the Giant coming through here. 2 Invises left with a couple Super Barbs. I think Gaku could pull this off.
I think you're right. Just needs to drop these Invis spells at the perfect moment. Still has a lot of firepower from these 3 heroes on the backside to push up against this base. There goes one of the Invis. He's going to protect the heroes from that enemy scatter shot and keep that enemy Royal Champion at bay. She does stab down the baby dragon, but if they can get a lock in, there they go, firing away at her, taking her down, eliminates the last crucial defense of this base, and Gaku is gonna have a big smile on his face. The 3-star claimed with plenty of time remaining as he swags an Invis spell and finds his triple.
A 3-star for Navi. Exactly how they started in the last war with a triple, but can they continue with it? Great job. The captain of Navi delivers when they need it most here in the lower bracket. Now going to put a lot of pressure on the next attack coming in from Only Exceed. A 3-star, while the previous attack from Only Exceed, their very first attack, was a 75% 2-star. So it is on the lower side of the percentage. Navi, now they're going to be looking to see what their defenses can do.
Big question mark still on everyone's mind, though. Are we going to dodge the 1-star hits that we saw from both of these teams in their previous rounds? Have they found the improvement? Now is the time to find out, as Hiroya was the 1-star striker from Only Exceed in the first war of the day. Going up against the man himself, Gaku's base will be defending. And this is not a moment when you can let up pressure at all. Down by a star and off in a bad way percentage-wise, Hiroya once again has a lot of pressure on him to try to perform at his very best.
with that Royal Champion Invis. Gotta get that value. Wait, he's only got one Invis left here. Okay, so he's not gonna invest
recall.
quite a bit of Invises for this Royal Champion. Just wants to initially take out the section, pull the RC and the Spirit Fox back as the Golem is tanking the Ground Expo for that Queen as he's pairing in a Log Launcher straight to the bottom side to move in with that King and Queen.
Golem pops, but still protecting for the Archer Queen, and as the Log Launcher gets her a little bit closer toward the core of the space, we see that the Monolith is the best protected structure on the inside. Still have a lot of freezy power from those enemy Ice Golems coming out of the CC, though, and that Archer Queen needs to collapse onto the interior and get some long-range shots in there to justify this early spend. It looks like that Monolith is starting to take some damage, and thanks to the Log Launcher, should be able to go down, but the main force of this army is going to be collapsing over on the left side now as these troops have been deployed and are ready to rage into the core with support from the Grand Warden.
We did see now, unfortunately, Valkyries have completely run away from these Root Riders to the top side. The funneling wasn't there, but he does pair in an Overgrowth to the far right. Needs to get these Root Riders move in towards the Town Hall, which in theory, if they connect with the perfect wall, the Queen can follow right behind.
Still looking clever and confident as the Eternal Tome popped at a big point of resistance on the top side of the space. Town Hall will go down, and he's taking down big structures as well, left and right. Root Riders looking very healthy as they make their way to the outer edge of the base to finish off that Ricochet Cannon. Another big target goes down as the multi-target Inferno is dealt with. What remains of this base that could cause a problem? We still see a scatter shot, multi-archer tower, and a ground targeting expo in the final compartments on the bottom right side, but hasn't even used the Queen ability yet, holding on to that action figure and the magic mirror. That is going to be a lot more DPS to apply. Here they come.
Pops that Queen ability actually perfectly before that Queen was going to go all the way topside to the air skellies. So now he's trying to use this giant to use the cross tanking, but the Queen can't get healed up at any point here, so it's up to the RC. Oh my gosh, there's a Giga Bomb. There's a Giga Bomb right there. She should be able to survive it. Should have enough health. Remember, the boots give her HP over time. Moves in, the multi's left, and it's looking good here for Heroia.
Awesome job to Heroia, showing off his 3 stars. Man, did he turn it around in spectacular fashion and has justified his performance with a triple. Navi are going to be back on their heels now, seeing that their opponents are not to be trifled with. They need to score better than a 2-star 75% to maintain their lead in this war.
Pressure is mounting here as we are in that lower bracket, so one slip up and you could be eliminated. Because the important thing is you want to get as far as possible in this monthly finals, because you do, you have the best chance of 1, getting the golden ticket, but 2, you can get more points the better finish you have. And then more points means you can rank higher in the point leaderboard overall through the entire year. And remember, if you come in first place on that leaderboard, even if you don't win any monthly finals, you get that golden ticket. So that's why it's critical to make it as far as possible in each monthly final as you possibly can. Let's see, as Yada is now moving in. He did 3-star in his previous attack. So if there's anyone to try to get back-to-back 3 stars, it is him. Let's see if he can get this value with this RC and then recall her back.
Finds an enemy fire spitter to fire away at, and starting to get a little bit of a pull from the CC now, seeing a headhunter pop her ugly head on out. There's also an ice golem ready to emerge and cause a little bit of slowdown for whatever troops might encounter on the other end. One archer. Oh, there's a second ice golem as well. Okay, going to be most of the CC that Yada is going to have to deal with. Siege barracks on the bottom corner to set the funnel now as the Grand Warden is ready to charge in and help out these Root Riders.
Yeah, with these Root Riders pushing in towards this bottom, the King and Queen acting as a funnel to help push these Root Riders towards the core of the space. King is utilizing that snake bracelet very nicely to have all these snakes provide that distraction for these troops to allow the Root Riders to move in and get ready for that Warden Internal Tome, wait for it. And a beautiful Warden Internal Tome. Is there anything that could try to pull red air bombs in the core? Yo, the Ward ability just protects it all. So fantastic.
Something I've noticed about these hard mode matches is the crucial importance of having blocking troops out in front of your big damage dealer glass cannons. If you have something that can soak the shots from these beefed up defenses, you will get the damage in eventually. We find that the furnace, a big distraction for defense, now going down again, leaves Yada another opportunity to get even more firepower against the space, but he's starting to have a bit of difficulty on the top side. Still a lot of big defenses left to manage, including that monolith on the top left side.
He does have that wall break to the top side. That last one just barely makes it, but that giant coming across, tanking the monolith.
Ouch.
He needs these super barbarians to work together. The queen is stuck on a wall. Oh wait, that's the clone queen. The real queen walks around, but the ground expo, oh, it switches off the queen, but no more super barbs left, and this one will be a 2-star. But Woody, it's above the 75%, which means that Navi will have the lead. This is a 94, while the only exceed came with a 75. So that is a lead. They'll take any lead you get.
Yeah, 19% is a pretty confident lead early on, especially for teams that have seen so closely the percentages rack up. I think that Navi are going to be still pretty happy with where they're at and the first stage of this early war. Still, there's a lot left to go on, and 3 stars have been, cranking up the pressure ever since that match between Vatic and Tribe. We've seen lots of 3 stars, and coming in from 1 on each side, both Navi and Alexi have earned triples so far this war. Is this going to be the turnaround point in the lower bracket when they know that with elimination on the line, they have to start picking up triples?
Yeah, they have to deliver. They need to bring the 3 stars here in the lower bracket. There's no better time than now to do it, because you get eliminated from here, then you have to try to qualify all again. But even if you get a golden ticket, you're going to try to qualify again either way, because you are allowed to play in multiple monthly finals, even if you get that first golden ticket, which really in theory means that these teams could, 1, earn more prize money, and 2, eliminate future competition if they knock them out in the tournaments. So that just really makes it so that these teams want to prove that they're the best of the best if they can keep coming back.
The bases are all set up, and we are ready for Luca to launch his attack. 3 minutes separates us from knowing whether All Exceed can go toe-to-toe or even surpass the standards set by Navi. They are 19% behind, and we need to see a big showing now from Luca. He scored a 2-star, 87% in the war against Dizi. We are just about ready to launch into it, and here we go. Seeing that Royal Champion up on the top side, ready to once again make a clever entry point. The Spirit Fox not yet in the invis. Okay, she makes it in. Keep her safe and steady despite a giant bomb blowing up in her face. That still has quite a bit of gas left in the tank, and Luca's Royal Champion, is taking more splash damage, but holding on strong. Can't she get into the core, though, and stop messing around with these exterior defenses, Carbon?
He's only got 1 invis left now after that one was just deployed. I don't think he can get to the monolith. He's just kind of clearing the outside, and there you go. Gets the Archer Tower, pulls the Royal Champion back. We do have 1 furnace that can be used as funneling, but Log Launcher is going to go in, and a Skeleton Spell to distract the defensive king so he can send a Headhunter and take him down with ease.
Yeah, taking down that enemy Barb King as well. Lots of pop shots coming off from the Queen to keep that Log Launcher safe as it rolls ever so confidently toward that monolith. On the right side, we see the main force of the army deployed now. Root Riders backed up with the Grand Warden and Sneezy popping off some more boogers to keep those troops as safe as they can stay. Healers are keeping those troops quite healthy as well. We've got still quite a spell complement left to drop onto this base. Holding onto an Overgrowth to get the funneling just perfectly at the right moment. Gonna wait until that Eternal Tome wears off though before he sends it in. There it is on the top left side. He's gonna try to take out this Town Hall first, Carbon.
Yeah, the Town Hall will go down pretty quickly here as the Queen ability to the top side has gone off. And there's a wall break to try to get the Queen into that multi to help secure it. But there are the red air bombs, and these healers are going down so fast. No more healers here, and that is the thing. You want to try to keep your healers alive if you can, but there's always typically a bunch of red air bombs near the town hall compartment for an attack just like this when you push through that town hall. We have the king continuing to the outside. The spiky ball is here, a freeze and an invis. He still could pull this away. I'm thinking it's looking good.
Looking superb with the Royal Champion still healthy on the final legs of this base. There's hardly any defenses left to slow him down. She's going to drop that last invis to protect her while the ricochet cannon starts popping off against that poor little Spirit Fox. But up in the center of the base, Luca is ready with a smile on his face. Fists aplenty as he pummels Stars' structures and finds that triple. This could be the turnaround point for All Exceed.
Luca getting the 3-star. A fantastic attack there, coming away and putting pressure onto Navi. Gaku got the 3-star previously to start it off. Then Yada got a 2-star 94. And now the next attacker for Navi is going to have to answer with a 3-star again to try to stop an elimination of themselves. Because if they lose, they would be the first team out. And that is something crazy to think. Navi being eliminated first. Even they were the team that won the World's warm-up, which was earlier this year. And now they are on the brink. This next attack, there's a lot of pressure here.
Well, they're warmed up, but are they going to cool down in the lower bracket? Has All Exceed found the secret sauce to finish off this super boss? We are going to see the other Kazuma attacking now. It's Navi Kazuma up against Luca. We need to see a triple from Navi here to keep their lead. They will still have a 19% lead if Kazuma triples. So this is not necessarily a war that is going in All Exceed's favor yet. And yet, Kazuma having to get a triple is not a very confident spot. In fact, he was the player who scored a 1-star in their previous war against Dizi Group.
Can't afford a 1-star here, but he is using 2 funneling techniques here. One with the king, one with the blimp, to then charge that Royal Champion into the middle towards this town hall. And we'll let the boost finish off the monolith. Fantastic value so far. Going to be able to secure the town hall and then just continue the RC with 7 more invises, one by one.
Talk about fast and furious, and she makes her way into the course still with a Spirit Fox looking pretty healthy on the back end. Plenty of invisibility to maintain that firepower against the most crucial defenses. Boom goes a fire splitter. Targets another one on the top side as well, and with those invises being dropped lickety split, he has lost the Spirit Fox, but should still get some great more damage on. Ooh, does have to retarget onto the Ice Golem, and that's a bit unlucky for Kazuma.
Yeah, unfortunately the Ice Golem stalled him up, but both rages just were there activated. So if the dragons get there in time before the rage up defenses, that would be nice. As now the dragons are down with this Grand Warden. 5 Rocket Loons, a rage spell to use. Now it's all about where he uses this final rage spell and this Warden Eternal Tome with the pairing of the Minion Prince ability. As he's moving his way through this bottom side, there was no Queen in this attack because he used the King and the Blimp early and then sending that RC right into the middle. But there is that back-end air defense, which is what I would assume is what he's saving the Rocket Loons to go straight for the Wizard Tower and then to the air defense.
Still holding that Minion Prince ability as well. Ought to be able to get a good orb off once he paths a little bit further down. Yes, he is kind of staying toward the outside edge, and that's good news for Kazuma. He wants to get that orb to shoot all the way through all the remaining defenses of the space and shut down that air defense, ensuring that these dragons can still power through quick. Might see that orb pop off soon. No, he's going to hold it a little bit longer. He does have the Dark Orb. Yeah, he's waiting for it. There, he sends it in.
Nice Dark Orb right there to slow those defenses down, but he did end up sniping that air defense with those Rocket Loons to help try to protect these dragons, as the henchman did some nice work. And my friends, this does work. The perfect Rocket Loons to the backside, and Kazuma steps up when Navi needed it most here. He got the 1-star in the previous match and then completely turned it around and getting the 3-star here and tying this war back up on stars. And they take percentage lead again. It all comes down to those 2 attacks that failed, which was a 94% from Yada and then a 75% for Nairomi. So that is an answer that Navi needed, and pressure goes right back to only exceed.
Excellent work by Kazoo, and you saw even the observer was excited, doing a little bit of zoom in action at the last second there, right as the 3-star came in clutch. And we have seen it now. History has not been replaced, has not repeated itself, as both players who scored 1-stars in their previous war, Hiroya and Navi's Kazuma, have now scored triples. It has been a complete inversion of the story and an opportunity now for, once again, maybe the highest scoring war so far today. We saw a very high scoring war between Vatic and Tribe, but already with 4 triples in this match, All Exceed and Navi could give us another super tight, high scoring finish, with Invincible the next to move into the fray.
Can he deliver a 3-star? Only Exceed need to get the percent back up if it's not a 3-star here, but try and take down Klaus's base here for Navi. And I'm assuming Klaus may be the last attacker. He typically likes to attack last many times, but they also have stars also to hit. There's some amazing attackers left for Navi, so pressure is here as Invincible LG is in, and it is that Royal Champion charge. We've seen this attack many times, and it comes down to the value you can get. You don't want to send that RC into a bunch of giant bombs. You don't want to lose that Spare Fox if you don't have to, and then especially finding a Tornado Trap can be quite annoying because it really stalls up that RC. But so far so good, hasn't found that just yet. It looks like the RC is, oh, we missed that invis as he's making his way to the Town Hall.
Delivering the kiss of death against the Town Hall now. The last invis has been sent in, and with a rage just to top things off, he's going to recall at the last possible second to keep that Royal Champion safe. Now the deploy on the bottom side of the base is going to be the Archer Queen, setting up with an Ice Golem out in front to block shots from that enemy Barbarian King. Add in another Headhunter, and that King is going to be going down with no trouble at all. Enemy Royal Champion, or excuse me, enemy Headhunter is making her way toward the Archer Queen, though, and watch this exchange. Want to make sure, yes, she gets an early pop against him. Still looking very safe now as a King is going to be marching into the action on the bottom right side to help Invincible's forces out a little bit more. Nice funnel. And the Root Riders are going to stay all in one pack along the bottom right edge of this base, Carbon.
And the one nice thing about taking that Town Hall down early is you don't have to worry about the Town Hall shots flying off your troops as you walk your way right around that area. But I do like that one golem that's off to the far right side, which is tanking that ground expo, so it's not hitting any of his troops as he continues his way right on through to the core. But he doesn't have to worry about the CC because the Royal Champion also lured that Clan Council out, so he won't get stalled up as he's making the push straight to the core.
I'm just seeing a lot of troops on the center left side dying and not able to make it over toward that Fire Spitter. This is going to be a razor-tight finish for Invincible, who still might be able to pull off the 3-star, but is just losing his offensive capabilities bit by bit. I might have liked to see that Fire Spitter inside the Overgrowth spell, but as it stands, Invincible can just cross his fingers and hope and pray. He doesn't look too happy with how things are shaping up on the final leg of the space with that last spell now deployed. He's trying to take out the Monolith, but the Queen is distracted by the enemy Minion Prince, and it looks like we are going to be capped off in the high 70% here. A 2-star, 80%, thanks to an Archer Queen on the left corner.
A little Archer that can, trying her best. Won't be able to get this storage here. It will be too much HP, but it's going to be an 80% 2-star. The previous 2-star that came in from Only Seed was Nairomi. That was a 75%. So Yada's one fail of 94 is still in the lead here. The next attacker, guessing might be Stars here. Not entirely sure just yet, but as long as he delivers a high enough percentage, they'll keep the lead going in. Remember, this is the lower bracket. The next match after this one will be Tribe Gaming taking on Synchronic Gaming. Synchronic is the defending world champion. So many well-known teams are down in this lower bracket, are fighting for their lives. Both these teams here are trying to keep hope and moving on and try to eventually make it to that grand finals and then force the bracket reset, which we will find out tomorrow, as we will be having all the remaining matches tomorrow. We still have a handful of matches to go today, but the golden ticket will be given out tomorrow to find out the first team that will be competing in the World Championship later this year.
This is now a confident upper hand for Navi against opponents who have missed out in a total of 45% of the destruction available against their bases. 25% from Nairobi and now 20% that Invincible missed in their 2-star attempts. If Navi can come back with a confident strike, even with a high percentage 2-star, I think that we will be writing the history books in their favor in this lower bracket match, and it seems like Only Exceed will be the first to be eliminated today, Carbon. It's not over yet, but it sure seems like Navi are edging closer to victory with each successive attack.
Well, there's still a lot to happen in this war. It's all pretty much tied if Stars gets that 2-star, and it will be down to the final set of attacks, which you always love to see. You always wanted to come down to the final attack to decide the war. It keeps it the most intense that way. But as Stars is now coming in with the Royal Champion, gonna send in the Invis spells and then pull her back. And let's see if he can keep the Spear Fox alive as well.
Popping off and showing no remorse. Royal Champion takes a lot of easy shots against clumped defenses on the right corner of this base. You want to spend as much time possible with this Royal Champion throwing spears, or in this case tridents, and not walking around. That is wasted opportunity for damage and is lowering your DPS. So Stars finding a very densely compacted area with lots of big high-quality defenses is a great identification here. Recalls out and will do the same again, picking another area of this base that he thinks is most vulnerable to the heavy firepower from his heroes.
And he passed that King directly into the Ricochet Cannon, but the Royal Champion is stuck behind a wall, and the King's giant gauntlet trying to get through the... Oh, yes! Kills that RC over the wall. A fantastic choice there to use as a hero ability. Sets up the funnel. Kills the RC over a wall, which I find absolutely insane that it could do that, as now the Warden is trying to push through the Town Hall, and then the Ice Golems are unfortunately there, and he will get stalled up. Hopefully he can protect these healers through the red air bombs that are probably waiting right there.
Hard to say what good those walls are for if you can be smashed and bonked over the head from across the map like that. Giant Gauntlet is so super powerful and continues to see lots of great usage in high-level play thanks to that ability. Troop Launcher still supporting from the very far edge. That barrel has got almost as much range as the original Eagle artillery. Stars powering through in lightning fast fashion with these Root Riders still looking very healthy and nothing to contest the major damage getting dished out by the Archer Queen in the core. This is an extremely powerful strike, and still with another freeze and the Archer Queen ability left to pop, Stars has already got a smile on his face as he delivers the killing blow to finish this one off for a triple.
And Stars is liking this one, getting the 3 stars for Navi, putting them to 11 total stars here in this match, giving them the 1-star lead. So many stars, stars, and stars, and he's delivering right here. Great job. Now it's going to put pressure, Woody, onto Kazuma. And if I'm not mistaken, does this mean that we're going to have a Kazuma versus a Kazuma in this match now?
Oh. You saw it coming from a mile away, Carbon. There can be only one. The Highlander is here. We will have only one Kazuma remaining after this next attack. And who it's going to be still seems very likely that Navi Kazuma will stand strong. It's going to require an extraordinary defense against the last attack from Navi in order for Only Exceed to get the win this time around. And it seems like it's almost all over for them.
So the way the stats work out right now, if Kazuma, part of Only Exceed, does indeed get the 3-star right now, that would put him to 13 stars, meaning Navi is down by 2. But Navi would only have to get a 2-star 62% in order to win, because they have the percentage on their side by quite a bit. So even if it does 3-star, there's still plenty of room for Klaus to come in and secure the victory. But we've seen crazy things happen. You never know until that final attack is over what the final score will be. So now Kazuma, there is pressure on you. You have to triple to really force Klaus to deliver with the 2-star 62%. If you don't, then all he's got to get is a 1-star, because that would put 1-star, because that would put them to 12. It would tie. Just has to get 1-star in percentage to take it.
Oh, wow. Doesn't even need the 2-star for a victory in that case.
It wouldn't.
We'll give Only Exceed all the best hope and send them your energy if you're fans, because this is their last attack and their last chance to try to deny Navi looking ascendant in this war. An interesting army composition being brought here. It's mostly throwers, and I'm seeing quite a few sneaky goblins as well. Carbon, do you want to tell us what we're looking at?
Well, we're looking at Kazuma versus Kazuma. And my question is, who's going to win? Who's going to get a 3-star? My answer is yes. Just that. Yes. Good luck, Kazuma.
Kazuma will be the winner of this matchup, but whether it's offense or defense, we're about to find out. Throwers are going to be added onto this Grand Warden Fireball entry point over on the right side. Lots of long-range caber toss in action, getting some great hits off against defenses, but it's the inside, the interior of this base that has gotten me a little bit worried. How far can these throwers go when there's so much on the inside, including a super well-protected monolith right next to that minion prince in the very core of the space? We're going to need to see picture-perfect jumping in order to get them on target.
But keep your eye. We do see throwers, but keep your eye up top. He's trying to sneaky goblin that town hall. So he is multitasking like crazy here as these throwers are pushing their way in. And there are sneakies. He's got them in. Springtrap is there. Invis, maybe? No, there's the... Oh, no. The Town Hall got a shot off there. Uh-oh. Town Hall might stay. Town Hall might stay.
It's fire on the ground.
Stays!
Fire in the disco! Fire in the Taco Bell! We can't take this Town Hall down when it's shooting at us with such great ferocity. Kazuma finds another way with the Rocket Spear, but having to pop off that ability. He's about to lose his Royal Champion. She's low on health now, and he's working furiously in the core to keep these throwers on task. 78%, but only a minute remains. Can he finish off the rest of this base, or will the defenses wallop him?
The Queen's gonna bop her ability. She's trying to stay alive here, but it is a raged up spitter, raged up scatter, raged up multi-target inferno here.
Oh,
gonna do a lot of damage, and it is just gonna be a 2-star, which means that Klaus, all he has to get is a 2-star, and it's a victory. They'll be up by a star, but he also just has to get percentage as well. We just have to see what the final percent here is for Kazuma, and it looks like it's 90% right there, which means that they're sitting at an 89 overall at the moment, which Klaus would have to technically get a 52% 1-star to win. Obviously, a 50% 2-star, you also win, but a 52% 1-star takes it. So now there's really almost no pressure on Klaus here.
I don't think I can remember a single time when Klaus has 1-starred. Might have happened at one point in history, but at a moment like this when he knows that the 2 is going to be enough for the win, expect to see a former world champion like Klaus be able to grab that 2 and maybe even a 3 to walk away. This has been an extraordinary war, and following up from our Vatic v Tribe match has once again proven that even if these teams score 1-stars every once in a while, they can come back in full force when their backs are against the wall. The lower bracket is a whole different beast, Carbon Fin, and they are working with every inch of strength that they have got to push that boulder over the finish line.
The one thing people have to realize with these attacks, even if an attack comes in as a 1-star, it usually means one small thing went wrong, versus if they were to do the attack completely over again the same way, but fix that small mistake, it could very well be an overwhelming triple. So like, for example, a small mistake could be not protecting the blimp, like in General X's case when he did his attack, and you completely missed the War Internal Tome on something like that. But a lot of these attacks usually are good plans, but it's just a tiny, small execution error that makes the mistake and causes a 1-star. But Klaus, here you go. All you need is to get a 52% 1-star and you are victorious. Obviously, a 50% 2 also is enough. So let's see as he charges this Raw Champion straight on in towards this multi, trying to get this value.
Yeah, and I mean, what you say about 3-stars and 1-stars, being close brothers to each other is certainly true, as we saw both of the players who scored 1-stars in the previous war scored triples this time around. So high risk, high reward attacks that can result in superb victory or crushing defeat. You never know which one it's going to be until the 3 minutes are over, and that's what makes Clash of Clans so exciting to watch. It's such a nail-biter to the very finish, especially in hard mode for these esports players. So Klaus now shaping up the left side of the base and carving a big chunk out of Kazuma's setup. Finds a log launcher to roll directly toward that town hall and start looking for an easy wall to crack through so that these heroes can get even more damage in. Earthquake boots and a spiky ball bouncing all around give a lot of value for that Barb King. And he's going to make his way over toward that enemy queen, trying to get a few shots against her.
Oh man, that multi just never went down. The log launcher took so much damage from it, especially when the rage spell, the defensive side was there. Queen ability also opens. Log launcher didn't open up too much of the walls in the core, so Queen looks like she's stalling up, trying to get these Root Riders to path to the town hall. As long as he gets that 52%, he is good. He's got plenty of troops. He'll be enough with the Warden and Eternal Tome. And now the Queen is trying to come back around here, and the healers actually transfer off to her. But I can assume that the healers won't survive much longer, as a bunch of red air bombs are going to be right there.
Well, he has scored the 2 stars, and that will confirm victory for Navi as Klaus seeks the triple in this last minute of the war for him. He finds that there's just a little bit standing left in his way. Can the heroes round out this base and make it to the back side, where still a minion prince is going to be left on defenses? It looks like the Queen and Royal Champion have gone down back to back, and there's not going to be much more for offense to try to finish this one off. Klaus drops what still remains in his army camps, and looking for a middling 80% hit, does finish off for a victory after all.
But that is still 3 triples that came in from Navi, which was Gaku, Stars, and Kazuma all tripling, and that's going to put them to the 13. And Klaus, plenty of enough percentage there, and they are victorious, keeping their hopes alive in the lower bracket. And they will be done for today. They won't be playing until tomorrow now, so they can go get some rest and practice and prepare for tomorrow, because it's going to get intense. These teams are going to be just getting harder and harder, as we've seen from previous matches, that those teams are putting up crazy stars, especially Vatic Esports coming with 14 against Tribe Gaming. Speaking about Tribe Gaming, that's going to be the next match, who is taking on Synchronic, the defending world champions. And one of those teams will be getting sent home, which is crazy to think about, that they won't have a chance to try to advance through the lower bracket. But there it is, 13-12, as Navi also puts up 96.4%.
Yeah, an extraordinarily high percentage, and we are seeing the hits coming in harder and harder as the day progresses on. Man, if past his prelude, the last war of the day is going to be an eye popper in the upper bracket. But before we get back there, we still have another elimination match that's going to be queued up next for us, Carbon. We have got another extraordinary war, and we have seen how the pressure has been affecting these players. Even in victory, Navi's Nairomi was like sweating. He was like trying to air himself out and cool down after such an extraordinary cooker of a fight.
The pressure cooker is going to be on once again for our next round. Synchronic, the reigning world champions, are going up against Tribe Gaming, a team that has been in more world championship matches than anyone else. This is going to be an amazing match. I cannot wait to watch it. I wish I were casting it, but it'll be happening so shortly. Can you do anything to tease us for what to expect in this next War to Come, Carbon?
Well, just to remind you all, this is a rematch of last year's World Finals, the Grand Finals, where Synchronic won. Tribe Gaming came in second, so now Tribe wants their revenge in the very first tournament back. That is for a golden ticket. Can they eliminate, not send Synchronic to the lower bracket where they could still come back? No. Tribe could get the revenge and eliminate Synchronic. That is what they're going to be trying to do. But before we get into that next match, it's the MVP time. Who is the MVP of this last match? It is Stars, taking home 40% of the vote and delivering the triple. And a great job there as Navi. They're looking to try to continue winning, which will be tomorrow for them.
A mighty force of 70% of the vote went to these three Navi players. Stars, Kazuma, and Gaku all scoring triples in that last round, but Stars by far ahead, the favorite on the community vote for that MVP distinction. Congratulations to him and to the rest of the Navi lineup for surviving in their first round of the lower bracket. There's still a lot of wars left for them to fight tomorrow if they want to try to make it to the golden ticket position. But as you've mentioned, Carbon, this is an extraordinary opportunity not just to earn that golden ticket if they ultimately wind up doing so, but even if they don't, earning points for the leaderboard will be so important this year. The team that scores the most points earns a golden ticket outright without any need to continue fighting on. If all the teams ahead of them have scored golden tickets, then the top-ranked team that hasn't yet earned a golden ticket will get it, and it will be the teams that are ranked 2 through 9 below them that go to the last chance. We'll see the bracket now and take a look at where our teams are shaping up. We don't yet have a result for that lower bracket match between Synchronic and Tribe Gaming, but that is who is up next, with only Exceed as the only team that has so far been eliminated.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It says 0-12. That's just a little graphical thing that they will fix, as that is the next match that we are getting into, as the winner of this will be advancing. They're not taking on Navi. They're just going to advance straight across, but we will have 3 more matches here today. The one in the lower bracket, and then we'll have 2 more in the upper bracket. So you don't want to go anywhere. As let's take a look at a few of the replays of this last match as we get ready for this second elimination match here today. Welcome back as we are getting ready for the second elimination match, and I'm going to have to welcome Itsu back here to the casting desk. Itsu, what a match we had there, seeing that Navi hangs on, stays in the lower bracket. What was your thoughts?
I feel like the matches are getting more and more intense. In the beginning, we had like some 1 stars happening here and there. But like every match right now is just getting more and more crazy, and I cannot wait for this next one because Synchronic struggled in their first match, but Tribe had an incredible showing, but their opponent, they were just better. So on this one, it will be really interesting if Tribe can repeat their performance while Synchronic can bounce back. So I'm really looking forward, and considering that this match is an elimination match, that makes this even more intense, Carbon.
It does. It makes it super intense, but as we take a look at the lineups here, Tribe Gaming have P. Castro, Nebrex, Riqueras, Kronos, and Temper, as P. Castro and Temper are two new additions to the roster this year, and they are looking to try to bounce back from all those years. Can they continue? They were second place last year, so close. And they want to get their revenge against the team that stopped them from winning it all, which was Synchronic. And one of the teams will be getting sent home. But we did sit down with the Tribe Gaming to get their thoughts on this tournament and their preparation getting ready for this weekend.
Playing for a household name like Tribe, our expectations are always to go into every event and minimum finish top 3, but honestly in the back of our minds there's always that pressure of wanting to obviously finish number 1, especially when it is for a golden ticket, which is what every team covets so much and just wants to get and reaches the top 8. And that's the goal for every single player playing competitive Clash of Clans, and that's what we're all aspire to get, and that definitely has to be our goal and our expectation. To begin, our biggest concern going into the qualifier and finals, actually in both tournaments, were the switched times. In previous years, the times were always at a very EU, like where most of us are from Europe, at a very EU-friendly time. And having shifted those to 7 p.m. UTC initially, now they were obviously shifted back to 4 p.m. UTC. I was a little bit worried that some of us would be a little bit sleepy, a little bit tired towards the end of the event. But obviously this changed time has been very nice for us, and it really does suit us well, because we are a team that plays in the afternoon to early evening of the EU and not late into the night, like the qualifier was and like the monthly finals would have been had it not been changed.
And Tribe is trying their best, and it's only best for you to talk about these results here, as you were part of it back in 2019. They come so close, but they just can't get that title.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe is a really big name within the Clash esports scene, and they have been around for a long time. As I said, I was part of the early few years, but the question is, can they get the title eventually? And for that to happen for this year, the first step is getting a golden ticket. They lost already their first match, but now they have to bounce back and have to somehow make this lower bracket run. We have seen already from Navi, they were able to bounce back. Can Tribe do the same thing? Or is Synchronic bouncing back because they did not have the optimal match either in their first one?
Yeah, well, time to take a look at their opponents, the defending world champion Synchronic, as it consists of Einstein, Mark, Philip, General X, and Leo, as Leo is the newest addition here, part of the attacking team. Leo's been part of the team helping defenses, helping them and assist their run to the Worlds last year, but wasn't part of the 5. But again, just like we sat down with Tribe, we did sit down with Synchronic to get their thoughts for this weekend.
For the first event in the season, we feel pretty confident. We had a very good performance in the warm-up as well, and yeah, so far everything went as planned, and we hope to continue that. I mean, you could have a lot of different expectations. Obviously, the first and foremost, we want to win it and want to secure the first golden ticket like last year, so we can be a bit at ease for the rest of the year. Strategy-wise, I would say it's really hard because, yeah, there were a lot of streams scattered around and it's not easy to get information on all the teams. so it can be a bit messy. Also, like, yeah, to predict what kind of bases the other teams will run. But yeah, we feel pretty confident that we have figured out a good strategy moving forward and that it can work on this weekend.
Now it's time to find out who is going to be able to keep their hopes alive in the lower bracket, as it is Synchronic taking on Tribe Gaming. And we had some predictions of who we thought was going to win this match. And I'm curious, oh wow, a unanimous Tribe Gaming coming through here. I went with Tribe because of the performance earlier, right? We did see a 1-star that came in from General X. I don't think that'll happen again from him, but Tribe was looking really strong against Vatic, but Vatic just was on that next level. So what was the reason you were picking there, Itsu?
Yeah, I feel like all of us just went with a better performing team, and it seems like that the community actually is going against us. That is surprising. They're going with Synchronic. They believe into the bounce back, well, and mental reset skill which Synchronic has, and I believe that Synchronic for sure has the opportunity to take Tribe down. But just based on the one performance we have seen today from those teams, I think that's why we caster are going for the Tribe side. We were correct with the Navi match, but that's when the community was out on our side as well. Yeah. So this one's for sure going to be interesting. Who is correct? The community or we forecasters?
Well, where it's going to be really interesting. Remember, if you guys haven't already, even for tomorrow, you could be submitting predictions, and you could do that over at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. So be sure to head over to the event site, check it out, watch the stream. There's rewards where you can be earning in-game items. That's the place to be. But this match is a rematch of the Grand Finals in the lower bracket. One team is going to be sent home. The other team keeps their hopes alive running through the lower bracket. Synchronic's done it in the past. They earned the golden ticket that way. They're trying to repeat it as they got the first golden ticket last year, and they're trying to do exactly the same thing this year here.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot wait for the match to start because those two teams are such big powerhouses within the esports scene of Clash of Clans that, I mean, I think it could go either way, to be honest. Even though the caster prediction looked kind of one-sided, as we just said, we just went all in on based on what we have seen so far from the teams. We know that both teams are capable of incredible things for sure. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that both teams were as well preparing for the other teams, since either the matchup could have happened in the upper or in the lower bracket. So I think they have some type of bases prepared for the other team. So should be a really nice showdown.
And they have plenty of experience against each other through other tournaments, through the Grand Finals last year as well. They know each other and their attacking capabilities fairly well. So they're going to probably try to trap for certain attacks. Granted, you're pretty sure what attacks are going to be coming in, as that meta of Root Riders and Dragons are reigning supreme right now with those Royal Champion Invis charges. But then trickled here and there, we've been seeing some Fireball type of attacks that have done really well. But there is a risk when you try to bring a Fireball attack. It could lead to a 1-star if you completely miss that value with the Warden.
Yeah, and something which Tribe has done quite a bit in the second stage of this qualifier is that they were doing a lot of Royal Champion charges, like mass invisibility Royal Champion charges with the Dragon attacks, and they were using Rocket Loons to set up the pathing for the Royal Champion, as some of the other teams have done as well. But that is for sure something which you can try to bait, where you're like giving the opportunity to the other team to see, okay, that pathing for the Royal Champion looks somewhat decent. You just have to take down some of those outside buildings, but then trap that with Tesla. I feel like the Tesla right now is one of the most important traps. I consider a trap because, well, you can move it around without forcing a cooldown to your base. So this is one of the most important traps right now in the entire game, because it's having so much impact on the pathing of the troops in general and of the Royal Champion especially. So that is for sure something we should look out for as Tribe is getting ready for their first attack, and we are in indeed, as you have said, with the Royal Champion charge. But it is the Root Riders, and he has to invest a couple of invis really early on to redirect her.
Pushing her through this Ricochet Cannon, continuing into the core. Can P. Castro I was going to say get more value, but no, because he's out of invisibility spells, pulls her back, and the roots are down. Pikachu wants to deliver it with another 3-star. He was able to get one before. Can he repeat that as the Royal Champion is redeployed, pairs in that troop launcher? Be launching Barbarians, Giants, Wall Breakers out in front, as the Queen is placed to the bottom side, trying to be behind a Golem, which isn't actually a max level there. So Pikachu, not the benefit of some max level troops, as he tries to continue to push in towards this town hall, as he does find a tornado trap, spinning him around.
Yeah, has to make sure that the mortar is going down quickly, otherwise all of the troops are going around. But I am... the Royal Champion at least going inside, but everything else going around the outside. And this now is going to be tricky to be recovered.
Yeah, with that Royal Champion in the court, luckily grabbing the Town Hall, but can't get much after that as everything is pathing around and all these traps are waiting, these troops, and the Root Riders are gone. They've just vanished. And that tornado trap really was a huge problem, stalling him up and then preventing him from pushing into that Town Hall.
And he's right now even struggling to get the 2nd star with the percentage. Yes, he has the King and Queen ability, but I mean, otherwise, a lot of buildings are well covered, so picking up many percentages might be tricky. I hope that Pikachu can recover this to some degree to make sure that this opening attack is not going to decide the match right away. But I think Synchronic can be happy with how the attack right now is looking like.
Absolutely. Only one rage spell left, has handful of super barbs that try to grab percent around the edge. But the Queen is dead. Giant is trying to get the value. And the super barbs moving through, and the defensive rage off to the right goes off, and it's a low percent. It's going to be in the 70s. Does send in the rage off to the right to try to help rage up the wizard, help rage up the super barb. But only 2 super barbs left in a minion, and that's all he's going to be able to get. It's about a 76, maybe? No, a 75% 2-star for Pikachu. Definitely an attack that is unlike Pikachu there. That could be huge for Synchronic.
Yeah, you have seen like all of the traps will be in front of the town hall. Not just the tornado trap, but as well all the giant bombs. Yeah. And the Root Riders just disappeared. I think they did not even survive up to the first wall, which they could destroy. And then the tornado trap perfectly placed. I mean, I'm not sure if like the one side where he attacked from was like specifically looking really promising when it comes down to the Royal Champion pathing. Because remember, if the attack would have been flipped to the other side, the tornado trap instead would have rotated him into the town hall instead of away from the town hall, because the rotation direction is always the same. So that is for sure something which I guess the base builder did a great job of baiting a specific angle, because that tornado did an amazing job of getting him away from the town hall, and that then cost him all of the healers going down, the multi-throwing towers just taking them out like nothing, and that's an incredible star for Synchronic on the defensive side. We have seen that though a couple of times, that teams are having great defense in the beginning. The next step for them is taking advantage of that and having a way better attack to really make sure that they're generating a lead in some way.
Yeah, we've seen attacks and wars start off with 3 stars, which have been huge momentum shifts, and then deliver with 1 stars after that. General X, speaking of 1 stars, did get a 1 star in his previous attack, and it was due to the blimp where he didn't protect it with the Warden Eternal Tome. So he missed the Warden ability for the blimp. So let's see if he's keeping that in the back of his mind and he can recover from that previous attack of his, as dragons are down. And we have that Queen continuing her way off to the right, which is setting the funnel for the dragons. And then he'll blimp all the way across and have 3 clones. And he could possibly go with Super Minions or the Yeti cloned out of the blimp.
Yeah, Warden is catching the blimp this time. Now let's wait if there's maybe a tornado trap or something. The sweeper is pushing once. The black mines are getting tanked, but the blimp is opening early. But with this clone street, like with the overlapping clones, he should get that tunnel even with the tornado trap. The dragons, though, in the core with all of those multi-inferno towers, they are suffering quite a bit.
They are, but still has a Royal Champion to deploy. The Minion Prince ability doesn't hit the best angle, didn't hit that air defense. Now he's taking a deep breath. You can see him reacting there. He still has troops and spells to deploy. So it's not over just yet, as this Royal Champion will have to clutch this up. A skeleton spell, maybe onto that ground expo. No, lets it hit the Queen, and that was nice, actually smart because then the ground expo stays distracted while the queen can get healed up.
Yeah, really nice Royal Champion usage, making sure this second layer of defense is getting taken care of. And the queen doesn't need to worry about. He will use a skeleton spell for sure to distract that merged cannon, because that can deal a lot of damage to that Royal Champ. But it was a little bit too late, and this means the Royal Champ is getting targeted. He has to use the ability, but there is still a lot of base on the back end. Still that Giga Bomb.
There is a Giga Bomb. The defensive minion prince has to use the Ice Golem Invis spell. The Giga Bomb's gonna be nasty. Ice Golem, maybe. I feel like the Ice Golem was a little too late there. Ice Golem, if it was earlier, could have froze this area up. RC is dead, and it came down to the mistake, I think, of the RC getting it targeted by the Ricochet cannon. But hold on. With one Invis spell left, that might be the saving grace for him to keep this one alive with only 34 seconds left.
Oh no, time is ticking, and remember, heroes are dealing less damage in hard mode. So this queen has to speed things up quite a bit. He's trying to take down... Oh, the Wizard Tower is low!
Whoa.
That could be massive. The archers and the headhunter. As soon as the air defense is gone, he can deploy the minion now. Use the Invis spell, maybe, or something. I don't know. Okay, he's doing exactly that, but it is going to be... I don't know. It's too close.
Yes! Wow, he does deliver the 3-star. I thought from his reaction, like, maybe he didn't get it, but no, it is. So at 2-star, 75% from Mikastro, and an answer from General X with the triple. So what happened in the last war between Only Exceed and Navi, where both players that got 1-stars completely changed game and got the triple, and that happens here in this one as well. The man who's always voted as MVP every single time. I mean, I can already see who's getting the MVP votes here. You know,
Yes.
do we even have to offer that as an option, no matter what? Even if Tribe were to win this, it's gonna be General X, no matter what, right?
It will be, it will be a tough challenge for everyone else to get that MVP title for this match, but. Still, I think everyone else is more about who is winning that match, at least for the players. That is what matters the most. And Nibrax is up next for Tribe. And at this in this position, it's a 3-star they need. That's the only thing which can save them right now, especially with their first attack. And he's going again with those dragons. And that's exactly what I meant with the Rocket Loons. They like to bring the Rocket Loons to really help the Royal Champion to path into the correct direction. So let's see if he's doing exactly that on this base as well.
I don't know. I feel there's only 5 Rocket Loons. I think these Rocket Loons would be used for the back-end dragons for an air defense. Because I think you would need more for funneling, right? And as he has plenty of invis, he could use an invis to funnel the RC where he wants to go. And then wherever the dragons fly through... Oh, no, you are right. Okay. I was going to say he's going to snipe an air defense for it. I don't know why I ever questioned you, Itsu. You're always right. You're always right.
I wouldn't say that, but I just have seen exactly this approach from Tribe, so that's why I was quite confident. They have done this when I watched one of their matches in the second stage, and so trying to get that Royal Champ into the core. A lot of damage on her though, and this is not going to be easy because he has no invisibility spells left because he had to invest so many of them to really make sure the Royal Champ is pathing in there. And this is costly. This is really costly because if he would have taken care of those buildings in the core, the obvious value is, well, the buildings are dealing no damage. But something as well, which is maybe even more important, is that no troops would have went in that part of the base. And if there are black mines, red mines, such things, well, that would be completely useless, and that is something really important about this Royal Champion charge, to take down all of the buildings in the area so the dragons can skip it, because let's see if there's any air traps now as the dragons approach this.
Oh, there they are, right next to the core of this base where the spitter is, as he tries to... Oh, wait, this town hall is a little awkward here, as he's trying to rage these dragons pushing in, but the town hall remains. The defensive king, the best air defense in the game, is standing right next to the town hall. Luckily, it's on the other side, but he is going to be able to secure the town hall here. Barely grabbing that town hall. Mini Prince is still alive, but the dragons are all gone. Unfortunately, all those invis spells did not get the best value that he was looking for with them, and that then caused the Dragons to take so much more damage than he planned, and they went down.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now for Tribe. They have had an incredible performance in their first match, but right now they're really struggling versus the bases of Synchronic. And I mean, we know how good Synchronic is on the defensive side. It just felt like they had an off match in their first upper bracket one. But seeing the first attack of X, they are here to play, and they're showing exactly that on offense and on defense.
Yeah, with the Rocket Balloon trying to sneak in and grab that Ricochet Cannon, try to hit the 80%. No, it does stay up. Won't have enough time for the army cap at the top side of this base. So that is now another 2-star, 79% for Nebrax here. Now if Synchronic were to deliver another 3-star, it is all, it feels over. With 2-2-stars, 2 triples against you, the only way you can come back is if you were almost to potentially triple out as Tribe Gaming. But now they are really hoping that they get a defense.
Yep, that is for sure what they have to hope for, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I would trust in the defenses of Tribe with how their first match has went. I mean, 14 stars, I don't want to take anything away from the offensive powerhouse, but 14 stars in hard mode is as well some issue then with the base building. I mean, that is for sure clear. So this seems like that the Tribe bases, based on the performance on defense so far, seem to not be on the same level as some of the other players. And we have the gigantic Philip going to be the next attacker for Synchronic.
Yeah, he's got to have the giant gauntlet. Wait, he doesn't even have a king. I was going to say he's got the giant gauntlet and activated the ability. My goodness, Philip, get ready. But there is no king into this attack, as it is going to be a giant arrow through to the right side and the Royal Champion charging towards this Town Hall.
Yeah, right now the Royal Champ avoiding the Town Hall a little bit. He has to reinvest a couple of invis spells to keep the Royal Champ going. We had the Archer Queen with the Angry Jelly. Take a look at that. The Angry Jelly stayed alive and is now taking out that cannon on her. Like, what? Wait, are the archers enough to take it out? That would be...
Oh, wow.
Is it not defending himself?
No,
what?
It's not. It's not defending itself whatsoever.
Oh, the cannon. Oh, no.
Just drop one balloon, you're good. Well, let's see this RC making her way through the core. Another invis. He's now completely out of spells. As that RC, I'd say, got some nice value there. She's going to go down, and then here comes the Dragons.
And he even gets that Clan Castle as a building as well, and is triggering all of the core traps with the Phoenix. So really nice job to him. The pathing looks amazing from the top right side. He will use the siege barracks to funnel everything further in, having the minion prince in there as well. Early warning ability, but I feel like, especially versus the poison tower, that is great value.
Yeah, protecting them early, pushing through this air defense. Does have one baby dragon to the top side, slowly working through that king, so that will be valuable for later in the attack, as he will be looking for the cleanup. As he continues to move around, get ready for the minion prince ability, probably through the storage, maybe? No, he's hanging on to it for later, so he can hit the back end, probably near that scatter shot.
Yeah, but again, we have the merged multi-gear tower at the bottom side, and that thing is so scary. It can melt dragons so quickly. Take a look at this. There were quite a few dragons, and now there's no dragons. That thing is so crazy. And especially if you take a look at the numbers, in a rage tower in hard mode, in this shorter range, this defense is having like 1,236 DPS or something crazy. That is insane.
That is a lot of damage, but he's hanging on for dear life as that defensive queen's over there pairs in the baby dragon to the wizard tower, trying to pick off the scatter shot. The Sneezy is there distracting the queen. The Yetis are trying to make their way through. The dragons under the poison spell are going to get picked off. The scatter was gone. The air defense, though, picking the dragons off. And the enemy queen with these defenses are just too much. And it's going to be a 96% 2-star here for Philip. So close, but that keeps that door open for Tribe. As long as Tribe were to get 2 stars, then they could try to take the lead. But right now, Synchronic is in the lead, and they're comfortably sitting there at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like even though the stars is only one lead, like 1-star lead right now, it feels more like 2 stars because not just Tribe had two 2-star attacks, but as well their percentage was so incredibly low that they will need 12 stars for sure, as long as Synchronic is not having like a crazy mess up. Because they had now a 3-star and a 96% 2-star. So, I mean, percentage-wise, they are way ahead. So if Synchronic finishes on 11 stars, I think Tribe still needs 12 to somehow beat that. Because percentage-wise, it seems like right now they have no chance.
Yeah, at this rate, Tribe's not looking good, but it was only the first 2 attacks. There's still a handful of attacks to come in for Tribe. And if you're just joining, this is the lower bracket. Second match in the lower bracket. So you lose this, you are out. To think that Tribe Gaming and Synchronic both lost their first wars, both got sent down. So there is pressure here as Riqueras is looking to deliver, coming in with that Raw Champion and the Dragons. 10 more invises to use. As can this Raw Champion get that value, pushing your way in towards that multi, and then eventually towards the spitter.
Yeah, and he has used again those rocket tunes to redirect the Royal Champion further into the base to make sure the pathing is set up and she's going into that core. Because having those kind of like endless invis Royal Champion charges, they're just so strong. And especially then having the ability of the Royal Champ inside the core of the base is giving you so much power.
Yeah, it looks like the RC does get Pat to the bottom side, pops her ability. She's going towards this Town Hall here, takes out the Ricochet Cannon. Another invis for the RC has 4 more, so she could actually secure this Town Hall. And the Town Hall does go down. Remember, no recall, so this RC won't be getting pulled back, as he's just going to look to grab the multi-arch tower now. And that is some good value. Didn't get the spitters, but the value, I like it there.
Yeah, the value looks solid, but I feel like it's always such an important thing to really create great pathing for the Dragons. And I'm not sure if the pathing is good enough to really get this 3-star in as well. We have, as always, the foreigners inside the core. And that thing is so annoying with spawning those fire mites. It's really annoying to overcome. And the great thing as a defender, it's attacking air as well.
It is. But let's see as Riqueras flies with air through the right side with the Dragons. And he does pair in a Siege Barracks to help that Queen to the left side with the P.E.K.K.A.s. Move into the defensive Queen over there. Get ready for a Warden Eternal Tome. It's all about this perfect ability. Need to be used at the right time to protect everything, moving their way into the cores. It looks like a lot of Dragons are actually pathing off to the far right side, which can be okay as long as you clear the core with something.
Ooh, when is he going to use the Minion Prince ability right now? It's locked onto those spitters. He wants to have it go into the direction of the Client Castle. Oh, a little bit early in this minute. The Monolith is not covered. And this backhand again looks so scary with the entire Tesla farm. But Carbon, take a look at this top side. There's many dragons alive.
There are dragons there, but the Minion Prince comes back to life with the Phoenix. That's clutch. Trying to continue getting the value through the core. Triggers the Giga Bomb. Moving through the multi. The multi is going to go down to the Phoenix. Super Minion grabs the defense. That goes down, and now it's up to the Dragons. You don't need to kill the Minion Prince on defense, but the Super Minion does. Oh my goodness, 15 seconds. Can he have enough time with these 3 dragons?
10 seconds left on this one, and the Wizard Tower is getting repaired. The Beerheart is alive, and in 5 seconds, I don't think the dragons are so low. The dragons are even going down, so I feel like it would have been even a power fail. It is a high percentage, but Tribe needed the 3-star to somehow come back into this match, and it's just not Tribe's day.
Tribe still has a chance. Their only path to victory at this point is to hope that Mark, Leo, and Einstein, the 3 final attackers for Synchronic, all get 2 stars. Then that means Kronos and Temper both have to triple, because percentage is not on Tribe Gaming's side at all, because they have those 2 fails. Pikachu came in with that lower percent. Granted, Riqueras coming with a 97 is helpful, but the lower percent that did come in from Pikachu is really bringing the percentage down for Tribe Gaming. So they're going to have to look to win on the star count, which would be trying to hit the 12 stars. And right now, they're on pace just for the 10 stars. So there has to be something that switches for Tribe to have a chance to try to stay alive here in this monthly finals, as Leo is in with what looks to be the Root Riders as well.
Yeah, we have an opening with the Royal Champion charge. And this time, instead of having Rocket Loons, we have a Yeti to really push that Royal Champion to the right direction. We have the Royal Champion, though, now locked onto the Barbarian King. He has to turn that invisible, but okay, another invisibility has to be invested. So that's, yet again, we have seen that earlier, a lot of invisibility spells invested to redirect that hero. And right now, oh, that Gigabot will hurt. That will hurt a lot.
Oh, yep. No. Couldn't even recall her, too. So this could be a potentially huge defense here for Picastro of Tribe Gaming. As the blimp lands, trying to take out this multi-arch tower, and Itsu, if he doesn't clear a good enough funnel to get those reroutes back to the Town Hall, it could be a 1-star.
He's going in from the bottom side, so what he has to do is to somehow create a split, I guess. And maybe the troops are going to path from the Inferno Tower to the Town Hall. But otherwise, you see the defensive street of defense is leading away from the Town Hall. And now it always depends, like, where are the Root Riders going? Are they going for the Town Hall or not?
Oh, they are.
They are going for the Town Hall, so he did a good job entering from this bottom side. And this means they enter into the Town Hall, but they're now in between of every single defense, like the multi-Inferno Towers are beaming onto those troops, the Expos, everything is firing, so he has to use that overgrowth to somehow tank for them. But right now, the attack is all over the place and it's really tricky to recover, but let's see if he can do it.
He does have the recall, so what is he going to decide to recall here, since it was meant for the Royal Champion? But he's just in that 2-star recovery mode at this point, trying to get as much percentage because he knows it went south real quick with that Royal Champion getting killed off. The overgrowth has worn away. Skeleton spell into the Monolith as he continues to push through. Troops up and around, but I would guess you're going to recall maybe the Queen and just send her to the outside after the Monolith is secured. Yeah, okay, there it is. Pulls the Queen away. I would send her to the far left. Yeah, there you go. To the far left side so she can go and get that value, get those few buildings. But unfortunately, this one is not going to be a high percentage for Leo. And it's going to be probably lower than the lowest attack so far, which was Picastro. And now this really could start to change things in this match that Tribe was looking for.
And that was crazy. Unfortunately, a really not good executed Royal Champion charge. Having to invest firstly in an invisibility spell to redirect the Royal Champ versus the King, and then turning the Inferno Tower invisible to like have the redirection into the Giga Bomb. Ouch. 74% 2-star gives Tribe the chance of a comeback, but at the end of the day as well, Tribe has a 3-star. So far they were not able to 3-star in this match, and they have to collect the first one within the next attack because they still are behind on the percentage, even if they get a 3-star.
So what's interesting is Picastro, he got a 75%. That last attack was a 74. Riqueres got a 97. Philip got a 96. So each one of Synchronic's 2-stars is one building lower than Tribe's. But the difference is Nebrex also got a 2-star, which was a 79%. So as long as the other 2 attackers that comes in from Synchronic can get above that percentage, then the percentage can go back to their side, but it's starting to become closer, meaning only 1 triple could be needed with a certain percentage to still win for Tribe if they're going to make a comeback. But Synchronic, they still are in the driver's seat at the moment.
Yeah, that's for sure, and Kronos is trying to change this with a Royal Champion charge on his own, skipping that Archer Tower, making sure that the aura is dealing as much damage as possible, and his goal of this one is to get that Monolith out of the way if possible. Skipping the Expo as well to deal as much damage as possible, but Carbon, I think the Royal Champ would go to the Mortar, right? So he has to turn that invisible. There we go, the Royal Champ slowly making her way towards that Monolith. Another invisibility has to be invested. That's, again, a lot of invisibility spells used early on into the attack.
Yeah, but he does pull that Royal Champion back. Root Rider straight in. towards this town hall. We saw a previous attack from Pete Castro going in towards this town hall, and it did not get a bunch of value because a tornado trap was waiting there. Let's see if that is the choice here on defense with Einstein, as there might be a tornado trap as he makes this push in towards the town hall, as the siege barracks and queen are coming to the bottom side to help force this funnel into that base.
Yeah, but so far there's not many traps popping up, so that is good news for Kronos right there. But he has to use the one ability to protect that Royal Champion as well, protect all of his troops. The tornado trap is now at the bottom side, triggered by something, where the queen now, though, is walking inside the base and not funneling the outside.
With the king ability now going off, can get value with that giant gauntlet, but slowly trying to push. No, he backtracks, goes to the left. You can see a little bit of a nod from Kronos. He didn't like what happened. 7 more super barbs to use, drops that rage in, and he's not liking it. Defensive rage on the backside goes off. Air Skelly's pop. Queen goes off to the left. Does have super barbs to try to send in around the base, but the Root Riders have all but disappeared.
Yeah, and I think the disappointment for him came from the timing with the Royal Champion ability, because he used the Royal Champion ability with the Rocket Spear as he was standing in like pretty much every defense, so he used the ability really late, and this has resulted in only, I think, 2 shots of the Rocket Spears going out, and then she died right away. And this is another low percentage. Even though Tribe had now the chance of coming back, they can't get the 3 stars versus the bases of Synchronic, it seems like. It's the World Championship Finals on repeat.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, they just can't deliver what they need against a team like Synchronic. But Synchronic still have 2 more attacks to come in. Mark and Einstein. Can they get it? Because there is a big difference right now between the 2 teams in terms of percentage if one of these next 2 teams, or next 2 attackers, can bring a higher percent. Granted, it is only a 1-star differential, or 1 triple differential, I should say, that Tribe still is hanging on to hope. But if Synchronic, Einstein, or Mark think Einstein probably will attack next, because I think Mark likes to attack last for their team, if they get a triple, then it's probably going to be over, as the last attacker would have to 1-star in order for them to lose. It could happen. We've seen in a qualifier, in a finals match in previous years, where all a player needed to get was a 2-star to win, and they get a 1 in the final attack. It's happened. It's rare, but it has happened before, as now it is indeed Einstein coming in for Synchronic to look to take down Kronos' base, as he's coming in with a fireball. Yeah, Einstein does really like to bring a fireball attack, and it's going to be a fireball with some rocket loons.
Yeah, and I mean, if there is an attack which is risky, it is this one. The Warden can go down so quickly if you're not paying attention for only 1 second. Well, he has to make sure that he is the multitasking king to pull this off. He's adding a couple of rocket loons to support that Warden, triggering traps, dealing damage as well, because he wants to make sure that this Warden is moving quickly, not taking too much damage, and not happy. He's keeping the Warden alive, but this is exactly what I meant. Not paying attention for 1 second, and this Warden is gone.
Gotta keep your Warden alive as he sends some rocket loons to the bottom. There's earthquakes, invis, and it lands and hits the monolith and takes down the core. As the Warden will continue through the top side, and typically in an attack like this, you tend to solo that Warden, meaning you leave that Warden to charge his way through a base on his own. He could send in some rocket loons to try to force the Warden to go to the one side. It looks like he's just going to invis to help funnel the Warden to the left to go into the enemy Royal Champion and the Scatter.
Yeah, the Scatter is a for sure dangerous defense, but that kind of timing is nice, so he doesn't need any spell support except the 1 rage, making sure that he's pushing his heroes into the right direction with the rocket loons and the support of some other troops. But that's a long way towards the town hall. I mean, if you're talking about somewhat safe attacks, this attack is everything but safe.
It really is. It's one of the attacks that you would say don't do in a situation like this, because it could result in that 1. but he's going for the risky 3-star. He wants to get it done. He wants to lock it up to try to have Synchronic advance and not have to worry about the final attack, as the Root Rider is pushing in to allow the Queen to follow. 3 Rocket Balloons left, does have the Royal Champion, and I believe I did remember seeing a Rocket Spear on the Royal Champion, which, I mean, Rocket Spears, they save 2 stars in order to be able to try to save your wars, which 2 stars indeed can win wars, as the Royal Champion is deployed from the backside with her ability right away.
Yeah, getting that Fire Spirit out of the way, making sure that there is not too much damage then on the heroes. More Rocket Dunes are coming in, and this attack is looking amazing. All heroes are still alive. He is celebrating. He knows that he has done it. Getting that 3-star in here is such a big relief, because this is now a 2-star lead going into the last match, and they have not just a 2-star lead, but as well a massive lead on percentage. And as long as there is not, like what you said, a 1-star or something happening, it is going to be rough to having the comeback. And for Tribe, they still have to claim the first 3-star.
They do. 2 triples from Synchronic, a fantastic performance here in this match. And that first match of Synchronic, it had to have been a fluke, right? With that 1-star that came in from General X, you can see Einstein is happy. He can take a deep breath, and now they can relax. Granted, there is still an opportunity for Tribe to try to triple, and then Mark has to then 1-star with percent and lose it. But the odds of that happening is low, but the odds are technically still there, as we have the final attacker, which is going to be Temper for Tribe. But a loss here would mean that you would be eliminated from the monthly finals, and you have to try again next month through the ladders, through the qualifiers, and get back to this point. Because remember, even if you come in second place this month here, it doesn't guarantee you a spot in the last chance qualifier like it did last year, which would be a silver ticket. This year is completely different. It's a point-based system. If you don't get a golden ticket, you will be getting points. But also the team who gets a golden ticket also gets points, because they can keep playing and try to eliminate others for trying to make it to Worlds, which is crazy to think, but it's a strategy that these players are gonna be doing for their teams to try to earn extra money. You never know. But it looks like Temper here is the last attacker, and he's trying to 3-star.
He's going to try his best to somehow make the miracle run happen, but at the same time, I think we should have never forgotten about the history. I mean, going against Synchronic in the first qualifier when they dropped to the lower bracket in the prediction, that was just not smart whatsoever. But let's see if Temper is smarter and can pull this off, because there is a lot of damage on that Warden.
Quite a bit of damage on him as he is charging right through the enemy Royal Champion, trying to keep him alive. Gets through the Headhunter with ease, and the Headhunter, does not pull any of the Clan Castle, which is good. But let's see this Warden push his way through. And I'm assuming, Invis. Fireball lands and does not hit the Ricochet Cannon, which means that the Clan Castle remains up, but he does have a poison spell, so I don't think he was going for the Clan Castle.
Yeah, Clan Castle still staying up, but with the poison spell in his army capacity, this was not the goal whatsoever. The King and Queen funneling in the top side, and now he's having to approach that Clan Castle with this annoying furnace behind those ice golems.
Yeah, that furnace can be quite annoying, but the Valkyries are there to help assist and push through the ice column, then eventually make their way to the Town Hall as an overgrowth is used to the backside Spitter and Ricochet Cannon, and he's already burned that Warden ability, which was the Fireball, as he is having the King and Queen make their way straight to the top. But the Royal Champion is in the middle of the space and still has her ability.
Yeah, the Rocket Sphere has been activated, but remember, as soon as the overgrowth is running out, this Royal Champion has a huge problem, because she's in all that damage, and there we go, Royal Champion checking out, she's gone.
Gone so quick. Still has the King ability, which will be the Spiky Ball to run through. But he won't be able to open up the walls, except he does have some super wall breakers, I guess, to help benefit the Queen to charge in. Decides to wall break off to the far right side of the Yetis are making their way around. But with a freeze and a handful of super barbs, there is a monolith still waiting on the backside of this base.
Yeah, the king ability is trying to delay it because I assume, yep, there's the spiky ball, so he's trying to get that onto most defense as possible. We have the archer queen ability still up there, but the Inferno Tower is out of reach.
Well, yeah, the multi-Inferno Tower definitely is. Queen could walk around. Giant can try to beat through the walls. The Monolith does luckily go down. One Super Barb left here to send in. Queen's trying to stay alive. Does reach the Minion Prince here. Queen's getting through the wall. 23 seconds. Can send the Super Barb to the bottom side, I'd say, as the Tesla is distracted. Fantastic job there. Queen, though, dies off. Giant trying to push. What? The Giant just... Those buildings went down so quick. It seemed like from one shot. Giga Bomb is there.
What?
Launches the Giant over the wall. Has to walk back. Imagine that caused him to tie fail and lose the war. But no, it's only a 2-star, which means that now Mark just has to get a 1 to win.
I mean, that Giga Bomb, like pushing troops over the wall, that is just such a funny interaction. I mean, as I said, that would have been hilarious, at least for us, not for Temper, but if that would have had an actual impact on the attack itself, that you're pushing a troop over a wall or something, that would be crazy. I mean, that would be really funny, but still, Synchronic, they can secure this match pretty easily with their last attack. As long as they're collecting a 1-star, they're good to go, and they're continuing then their streak in the lower bracket.
That's all they need. 1 star wins wars, not 2 stars. Just a single star is all that Mark needs to deliver, since they've already got the 2 triples. Tribe was unfortunately not able to get a single triple here in this match, which will seal their fate. You have to be able to be delivering at least a single triple against teams like this, and it just wasn't their day. As now Mark is sending that Royal Champion straight into the Town Hall. Keep it as simple as possible. Take that Town Hall down early, and you lock it up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he does, using the haste vial as well to get that Town Hall guaranteed. He even is not even waiting for the rotation of the Spirit Fox. He just spam invests those invisibility spells to a guaranteed 100% to take down the Town Hall, and as well keep the Fox alive, which is a really smart choice. But this means he has to now get, like, he doesn't have to get anything at this point, but I guess just for momentum, it's great to get another 3-star because they were looking really strong in this matchup.
They were, as now the Queen is down to the bottom side with the Golem. Troop launcher getting used. Valkyries coming in as he's pathing these Root Riders straight in towards the core, towards that Monolith, as a Golem is trying to tank out in front. And there is the Overgrowth, which is clipping the Monolith here, trying to protect the Balloon and the Sneezy as he gets it, not popping the ward, and he's waiting as late as possible to pop this War Internal Tome into the core of the space, as the Clan Cast has now all been lured out.
Clan Castle has been lured out, and the Furnace is going down as well. Hiding behind the Clan Castle, but no chance. The troop is going down. Warn ability as the Overgrowth is running out. And that Monolith has to go down. The Valkyries are doing exactly that, but there is so much damage from every angle, and the Royal Champ has to somehow stay alive because she has no ability left anymore.
Yeah, that was a nice warden ability after the Overgrowth ward off so that he can get more value with his troops as they kind of split in a lot of different directions. And the Royal Champion is trying to stay alive, but unfortunately she goes down. Now we do have the King still on the outside to the left. Root Riders there. Queen's following. I believe we have, a few Valkyries up top, but they're going to go down to the enemy Royal Champion. And the Queen still hanging on to her ability, moving his way through with one invis left. And those rages... did he put Super Valks or something inside of his troop launcher?
Yeah, I mean, that rage is way too small for regular spells, so that has to be a Super Valkyrie inside that troop launcher, which is, I mean, there's a couple of troops which are really solid inside that that siege machine, like Ice Golems. I mean, Lothros like to run as well the Yeti. Super Valkyrie is quite decent as well, which sounds really strange saying that the Super Valkyrie is decent, but inside that siege machine it's pretty okay. We have as well possibly like Ice Golems, Droids are okay as well, so there's a couple of troops being solid when it comes down to the value.
Yeah, with that final Giant making its way through the top side, One invis left. Queen's trying to follow through with only 5 seconds. It won't matter. Drops a headhunter to the top side, and it is enough for Synchronic to take the victory and advance in the lower bracket, keeping their hopes alive. They move on to day 2 as we are taking a little quick glimpse here of the player cans. Congrats to them. But unfortunately, Tribe Gaming has now reached the end of their road. They will be going home today, no longer participating in the monthly finals as they have been eliminated. Synchronic try to keep their hopes alive. Gonna be playing tomorrow, and we still have 2 more matches. We're gonna be jumping up to the upper bracket here today to find out the 2 teams that will be facing the Navi and Synchronic that are in the lower bracket, and then also advancing to becoming 1 match away from getting into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be such a scary place as well for the upper bracket teams, because when you're losing, you're facing a Synchronic who are in their lower bracket power buff run. And then we have as well a Navi who as well qualified to this stage with going through the lower bracket. So 2 teams who are incredibly scary in this lower bracket. And really, it's this tournament, this bracket is so stacked. It is incredible.
It is a very hard run now down in the lower bracket in order to try to make it through and have a chance at getting a golden ticket. So these teams in the upper bracket, their best chance of getting that golden ticket is win, win, and win. Technically, they just have to win 3 more matches, the current one, then the next one, and then the grand finals, and they could lock up that golden ticket, because the team from the lower bracket will have to make the run and force the bracket reset. But we had a little bit of a prediction after maybe the tactic came in from General X, because my guess, if we were to take a look at an MVP, is he the MVP of this match? Or could it possibly be somebody else? You know, my guess, it's got to be him. There's no other way. Even if they were to lose, it's always General X, right? But once we find out the MVP, we will bring that here, and there it is. And of course, it wasn't even a question, as we have General X, 40% of the vote, taking home the MVP. I'm just surprised Einstein and Pikachu are even there. I would just guess it would be General X, General X, General X 3 times.
I mean, we have to say as well, Einstein's attack was incredible with the Warden charge. That was a masterpiece. So I can understand why he's there as well. But for sure, General X with that MVP voting, winning that yet again, making sure that he's represented over there as well. But he was able to start this match for his team really solid after falling short in the first match. Yep. Hey, Synchronic is back and they are looking really good. And I think we should take a look at the bracket now next to see what matches are still up to come today, and as well how the bracket overall looks like, because we have now played the entire first round in the upper and lower bracket. We had to say goodbye to only Exceed and Tribe Gaming with the first 2 elimination matches, and now we're back up to the upper bracket where we have a family meeting between Dizi and Dizi Group, and then we have Team Elektros facing versus Vatic Esports, who had an incredible showing, 14 stars. That was just mind-blowing to watch.
That's got to be scary for Team Elektros to take out a team that scored 14 against Tribe. That is going to be a hard match to win against them. And also thinking about that Vatic Esports are all in person sitting next to each other, which I definitely think helps play a role. And you're able to communicate in person, sit there around a table. It's kind of like a little buff that Vatic Esports are getting here. It gives them a little bonus. Other teams, if they're able to pull that off, can play, but Vatic was able to meet together for something like this. So can't wait to see what happens in that match, which will be the very last one here today. We got 2 more left as we get ready for this next match. Let's take a look of these replays here, and we'll be back soon.
Let's go!
And we are back with Bash, as I still have to laugh a little bit about the voice conversations right there with some German words in there. Bash, how did you enjoy that last match?
Oh, the showdown of the German teams there is always a good one. But I think it's fair to say, no surprise, the world champions showing up in a big way there. Tough loss for Tribe Gaming. But let's move forward and set our sights on this family civil war. We have Dizi Group going up against Dizi. Itsu, I think it's safe to say the Dizi team's going to win this war.
I think, yeah, that is pretty safe prediction, especially after our last prediction. That is a good one to make sure that you're getting that right. But I think we should take a look at the first lineup with Dizi Group. They have dominated the first matchup already, and coming into this stage of the tournament with the highest hit rate, and, well, looking to try to upset some of those veterans.
Yeah, they've looked really good, and they even have a short statement here. Shout out to all their fans. Let's check it out.
对支持我们的家人、粉丝、朋友，很感谢你们的陪伴。然后希望我们这一次可以有好的表现，然后我们一起庆祝。
But they know their opponents for sure, because as we already highlighted quite a couple of times, that those two teams are family clans and they know each other with the same sponsor overall. And we're looking at Dizi, and this lineup is really scary because there's a lot of veterans in there with Cinti, Hawk, Mask, Flexi, and Darkstar. They were already around with the last couple of years of Clash Esports, and they're here to get that first golden ticket. And they look really ready. They're already, I think, checking out the bases, planning everything, making sure the schedule for them within the match is set, and there is no bad surprises for them. But we're going to hear a word from them as well.
Hello, my team name is Dizi, and my player name is Mask. This is the first event of the season, and we're feeling great about qualifying for the Monza finals. It's been a tough run, honestly, in stage 2, but we could have not started any better. Work is not done yet. Honestly, we don't feel pressure anymore. We've been competing for so long time that pressure is not a huge component in it. We got what it takes, and we just play like it's any other day of the season.
Oh man, they're looking good. They're feeling good. Still got that stamina. A little bit of a play off their team last year, playing under Stamina Esports. Added Mask in, and now we have Dizi. They had a really nice run, but an early exit last year in the World Championships. So they're looking to rebound and definitely make an impact in this World Championship season. And adding Mask, I think, is a really strong piece to this team.
Yeah, he had one of the best hit rates out there in the first and second stage. But let's stick with the prediction of us. And, well, I took your job on this one, okay? I tried to make it not as boring as with the Navi and Tribe match. We need some more mix-ins. And I really think that the Dizi Group have a chance of winning this. They were the team with the highest success rate, as I already mentioned quite a few times. We're coming into this, but I can fully see that they are for sure the underdogs versus such a powerhouse in Dizi. But let's check out as well what the community thinks, because they were correct the last time, and they are... Ooh. It is really close, Bash.
Yeah, is this our closest one of the day? 57% in favor of Dizi Group, 43% in favor of Dizi. So Dizi Group, the slight odds-on favor from the community. I think us casters are saying Dizi. I mean, both these teams put up 12 stars in their last war. Honestly, this could be a coin flip situation, but kind of like what you mentioned there, Itsu. Dizi Group did have the highest hit rate coming into the day, so it's not a bad play to go ahead and just back them and take them for your prediction.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really great matchup versus those two teams. And I'm wondering how much they interacted with preparation in beforehand. I don't think as much, especially knowing the bracket, but we have the first attacker already. Dizi group is going to start this matchup, and we have Darkstar on the defensive side.
Yeah, Kai came in. Remember, he had that 3-star after Yada of Navi put up a 3-star, so a great response to keep the pressure off his team, and that's really what you want out of that number 1 spot. Anytime you can get that early 3-star in the war, it is really good, and it feels like anyways, 12 stars is the minimum number you should be aiming for throughout this tournament. Root Riders is the play here on the army with this Spirit Charge. I mean, if we're going Root Riders, with the exception, I think, of one attack today, it's all been Spirit Charge. But he's going to go in and try to take this Town Hall down. Oh, wait, RC. Oh, wait, no, he's going to path the RC away from the Town Hall. I guess that would make a little bit more sense there. And then he can go with the roots through the Town Hall if he so chooses.
Yeah, but so far I would say bad news for the attacker because the Spirit Fox is already down. Okay, luckily he's getting the recall in, but seeing all of the traps, that means to me that they were predicting this entry. The Giant Arrow is for sure an interesting choice, but making sure that with the Lock Launcher there's a lot of damage. But that Giga Bomb is triggering early and dealing a lot of damage to those troops.
Yeah, those Giga Bombs are tough, but he did use the Queen's action figure equipment to get that Giant out, but that Giant is getting like no value. I'm kind of surprised we didn't. Okay, I guess the Queen is just in charge of getting the Town Hall. I thought this would be more of like a full send towards the Town Hall, but he's just really trying to funnel out that side and push everything, kind of just drive by the Town Hall here. A little bit of an interesting choice. Minion Prince is working on that Ricochet Cannon, however the Expo has range on him. Let's see if this Yeti can get the Town Hall down. I don't think it will.
The Minion Prince ability went to the outside. He caught pretty much no beatings except the Wizard Tower and the air defense itself. That is terrible news for him. He used that equipment to have the slowdown onto this entire back end on the right side. Tano went down at the same time, but that Minion Prince ability missing will hurt him on the back end a lot.
Yeah, this one just kind of feels disjointed. I mean, it seems like he had a plan, but everything's just kind of going off center a little bit here. The Yeti did end up getting that Town Hall down. He's got a lot of base and a lot of heavy defenses, and I don't see too many troops remaining there in the middle. Looks like the real champion is throwing those rocket spears, which should help thin this out a little bit, but man, there's still a lot for this Queen to deal with.
Yeah, there's still so much on this back end. The Minion Prince going down is going to hurt for sure, but the Royal Champion maybe able to pick up a couple of more percentages, but 3-star seems to be out of reach, especially now with the Black Mine hitting. And this means that this is going to fall short. But on the bright side, this is, I think, a quite decent percentage, if I see this correctly. He has another Super Barbarian to pick up another building. So that is getting close to the 90% mark, which is not too bad. That is quite solid.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot to be in, that number 1 spot. You only get 8 minutes to plan out this attack. So like I kind of mentioned earlier in the day, you're really going to go with your go-to army, maybe add in a few little tech pieces here and there. But for the most part, he knew he was going to run roots at a base that he liked. 91%, even though it's not a triple, I think that's still very respectable. 92% here as the Phoenix grabs another building. I think that's a pretty good start to the war, honestly.
Yeah, really solid attack right there. I feel like with the Minion Prince ability, more angling or going towards the core with the Dark Orb, this could have been a complete different outcome. The plan overall was great, but still solid percentage for the first attacker of Dizi group. And now it is on the other side with the Dizi doing their first attack. And if they can, well, have a better attack than the 92%.
It definitely felt like he was a little bit off on that one, though. It felt like the Queen entry was just a little bit off. Like you mentioned, that Minion Prince ability completely missing was off. So I definitely feel like that one didn't go 100% to plan. But I mean, if you can miss and still get a 92% in hard mode, I think that's pretty respectable. But that does leave the door open for this Dizi team. We saw them come out strong early on in their last war, and if they can repeat that, they should be in a really nice position. But we've seen these esports wars. We've slowed down on the 1-stars, but these wars have been insane today. And it's going to be Darkstar going in with the first attack here. So Darkstar went with a 3-star with the Root Riders. He's got Roots again. Let's see if he can get another triple on the board.
Yeah, and he's bringing some lightning in that mix as well with that Warden Walk. Really interesting. So how is he going to utilize those spells. He has as well an Earthquake, which he can use on top of. I mean, that army composition looks, I mean, the Root Riders are what we are used to. And as well, he has having the Warwrecker selected. What is going on?
Well, I was gonna hope you knew it too, because you're the former pro, you know these things, but maybe try to pick up a little bit of extra value with the zaps. The Earthquake can obviously weaken something up, but this is a really interesting play here for Darkstar. We did see Kingsman have a little bit of success with a Warden Walk into Root Riders. Here comes those lightnings, and then a giant arrow through the middle to pierce the poison spell tower along with that multi. Okay, so that was the target to thin those out, and then maybe we see he's got 2 overgrowths again. Maybe we see those overgrowths kind of stall up that other multi. Let's just keep an eye on what he does with those spells. This has got a lot going. And look at this, an old school wall record coming in now.
Yeah, and for everyone wondering why he's using this siege machine, why not, for example, the Blimp? Well, the Warwrecker cannot get baited by Black Mine, so he's going to reach that town pretty much guaranteed, and that's just a safer approach. If there's no damage against the siege when it comes down to defensive buildings, it's just a safer approach of getting that town hall and the troops towards the town hall. But meanwhile, on the other side, I think we have lost already a lot of the Root Riders, which means those troops are now relying on their own to get through all of those walls.
Town Hall still needs to fall. Also, those Yetis are going down. Yeti mites are pop. Oh, the Town Hall didn't fall. The Battle Builders kept the Town Hall up. This could be trouble for Darkstar, as he's got to send the Royal Champion up there. She has ability. There is an overgrowth. I think the Royal Champion should be able to secure this after she comes out of Tornado. She should be okay here, but that definitely wasn't the plan.
Okay. I was a little bit scared of the overgrowth running out too early. But Town Hall going down, the second star is secured, but 3 stars are really tricky to get at this point, especially with such a powerful defense on the back end still. The King ability is still there, but he won't be able to one-shot those key defenses. And this seems to be the first defense for Dizi Group, and based on how the attack's looking like right now, I think it will be a worse percentage.
Yeah, I think I would agree there. The King still does have ability, so that'll help out a little bit. What was the percent? 92 on the last one. But there's just the King's fighting the enemy King. There is a lot of snakes there, though. As long as they can get through here. Okay, 89. It's not going to be too far off. It's going to be a little bit lower, but only a 3% difference. So we got ourselves a ball game here. 92% versus 89%. Dizi Group has the small advantage early on.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're expecting with this match, that it's going to be really close, as we have already seen with the community voting. Both teams are incredibly talented, and they're starting off so close with their results. And now it's, again, back to Dizi Group with their next attack and seeing if they can take it. Now, bigger advantage than just a couple of percentage points, because those two teams are just so close together right now.
Yeah, and you really want to try to separate yourself as much as possible, but it's a tough task to do. It's not like it's just a given to go out there and get 3 stars. I mean, some of these wars we have seen a lot of crazy 3 stars, but again, 12 has kind of been that number today. So that means we're on average having 3 misses per war. So having an initial miss with high percentage isn't the end of the world. And Qian's going to come in next against Fluxy's base. Now, if Qian can get a triple on the board, Dizi Group will be guaranteed a lead after 2 attacks. However, a miss could leave that door open. It's going to be Root Riders again for Qian coming in on this attack.
Yeah, let's double check the equipment. We're seeing again the giant arrow for the Archer Queen. That is interesting. We typically have seen mostly the double epic combination between the magic mirror and the action figure on the Archer Queen, but this time around he's going to use that giant arrow. Most of the time you're using that for defenses, to take that out to create that pathing for the Root Riders. Something like sweepers, something like archer towers, or builder huts you can typically take down with that equipment. There we go. Oh, the log launcher. Okay, I was already wondering. Okay, because that Inferno Tower did not go down.
Yeah, I was looking too and thought maybe I missed something, but yeah, okay, I see it now. The log launcher is going to come in and finish that off. You got to keep an eye on that Royal Champion. She's going to have range on that log launcher here soon. She might pop it before it gets too many logs off here, as the Battle Builder's on it. Oh, yeah, the Inferno stays standing here, Itsu.
If the Yeti Mice can take it out, we have now a couple of Yeti Mice coming in. But I mean, the pathing is already created, so I think it's not that big of a deal. With the overgrowth and the core, there's no other way of actually going around the top left side towards the town hall. The troops are controlled quite nicely. But they are on their own now with that Royal Champ together.
Yeah, but they do have the Warden's ability protecting them. That Eternal Tome, plus the Healing Tome, will give them a little bit of hit points back here. Great freeze on the Town Hall and the Monolith. The air defense is picking off a few of the oh no, wait, that's one of the boogers. I thought it was one of the healers. That's one of the boogers. The healers are back. But look at the bottom side of that base down there. He's got a tough task ahead of him. If he can keep this healing nice, it's going to be good. But the healers fall to the Inferno. Look at that red air bomb farm in the middle of the base. Everything's falling apart here for Qian so far.
Yeah, but again, if you're not getting those 3 stars, it is all about on how many percentage you can save the attack, because percentage is such an important thing within those matches. And I'm so surprised, disappointed, and everything at the same time. We have seen now so many times that the Royal Champion during her Rocket Spear is dying. I'm just wondering, why are the pros not either using earlier or just using complete different equipment? Like, what is the point of the Rocket Spear? Like, you're using 2 Rocket Spears and the Royal Champ always going down with her ability. Like, I don't understand it personally. We have seen that so many times now. While the King, though, is still picking up a couple of percentages, which is really nice, especially with still having another Super Barbarian left to deploy.
Yeah, you're right, Itsu. Maybe a Hog Puppet could be a little bit of a better choice there, provide a little bit of extra tanking. This one's working up into the 90s, which Qian had an 88% on his last attack. So it is a slight improvement up to another 92% for Dizi Group. And they are in the lead coming into this attack, but they now leave the door open for Dizi. Fluxy there on defense, happy with that 92% because they don't want to fall behind. They don't want to give up the triple there and be in a really tough spot. Now the door is open and really anything could happen. So an improvement for Qian, but not quite that 3-star that they were looking for.
Yeah, now it's again back to Dizi, because let's imagine you're getting incredible percentage on every single attack for the Dizi Group. As long as you don't get like those 1 to 2 3-stars, we have mentioned 12 stars seems to be the limit of what you're having to get to win, except in the one match of Tribe. That's a different story. But mostly on all of the other matches, 12 stars seem to be the name of the game when it comes down to victory within those matches. If you don't get those 1 to 2 3-stars, those percentage mean nothing. So that is something they have to follow up on. And Dizi has exactly this chance now with Air next attack. And they're coming in with the Air, with the Dragons, and as well with the Royal Champion charge again.
And look, he did this last time as well. He came in with a huge Spirit Charge. I think he had all but 1 invisibility. I think he had an Earthquake in there, electing to go with an Overgrowth. So he likes these deep Spirit Charges. And remember, last time he got the 3-star with it. One of the rare times we've seen Dragons 3-starring in this tournament. However, if you're comfortable with an attack, why go away from it? Great Overgrowth there is going to shut down that whole compartment. Now the Royal Champion could surge even further into the base. She's setting up really nicely here. There goes a Quake to weaken up the Town Hall and those Fire Spitters. Here's the Haste Vial. This World Champion is on a tear, Itsu.
I'm just right now wondering if he can take down the Town Hall. I mean, if he's getting the timings right, the Fox is still alive. Okay, but instead he's going for the Inferno Tower now, getting that. Oh, okay.
There he goes.
Now the Town Hall again, but I don't think that he can get that now, right? Timing-wise, there's a couple of shots. He gets another Invisceration, though. Oh, that is going to be so close. There's Bitter Huts on it. There's Bitter Huts.
Oh, what's that?
What?
Oh, man. Hawk, by the skin of his teeth, gets that Town Hall down, and now the Dragons can soar through the skies. He does have that Siege Barracks down on the bottom side to accompany his king with the Giant Gauntlet. A rare piece of equipment we don't see it used as much these days, but it is going to deflect some of that damage from the king, allowing him to take down the Monolith. Now these Dragons, they've spread a little bit thin here, and keep an eye on that defense, Itsu. We've talked about it numerous times today. That merged multi-tower is a nasty one, but the Warden ability will protect and heal, should help these Dragons out a little bit.
You would think that, right? But with the Minion Prince defending that defense, all of the Dragons are pretty much gone, which were at the top side. There's a couple of them reinforcing from the far right side, but there is now traps inside the core. More and more Dragons are going down, and While he has 2 ground experts on the back end, there's still a Scatter, there's still Tesla, Archer Tower, and as well the Poison Tower. This won't be an easy finish.
Oh, you're right. There's still 1 Inferno Tower to be deployed. That scatter shot is really tough over there, especially protected by the storage on that far side. There's no real easy way to it. All right, he's got the Inferno Dragon over there. It's really all on the Minion Prince and the Grand Warden here, but he's going to have to hope that they go around that Giga Bomb so they don't take too much damage, but they're going to go right through it. And a Seeking Air Mine. That's painful. Lost the Warden, and the Minion Prince is just about down. I don't think this one's going to cross the finish line.
No, but again, we are counting the percentages. That is what we're getting excited for right now, because he is crossing the 92%. The Minion Prince staying alive, and as well Sneezy getting some more percentage in is crucial here. 93% for Dizi. And this, again, makes this match even closer. Those 2 teams are, they're just 1 or 2 beings away from each other.
2 buildings. 2 buildings is the split here, Itsu, as we had a 3% difference after the first attack, and Hawk did 1% better than Chien. So we are at a 2% advantage for Dizi Group. What a close match we've had so far. And that one, that one could have got the few percentage points he needed. That was so close. Not too far off, but that's pretty much all the attacks in this war. Just like one little detail off of being a triple on all 4 of these attacks so far.
But I would have liked to see as well the attack, how it would have went with the town hall not going down, because I think that would have been a disaster for him. Because the town hall staying up, and even with the town hall going down, it's a fail. Oof, that is just thinking about it, it's already getting scary there. But we're back to Dizi Group with their next attacker up, and they want to turn this around and get the first 3-star in this match, because we already talked about that earlier. It seems like that those 2 teams know each other super well and have predicted most of those entries so far. So which team can pull ahead and get that first so crucial 3-star?
Ryuda did have a 3-star in Dizi Group's win over Navi. Let's see if he can do the same here with the Root Riders. But man, yeah, thinking about that Town Hall now falling 92%, 93%, that would have probably been like a 75% if that Town Hall stays up with all the damage being output onto the Dragons. He's got some healers in here, so it'd be interesting to see if we see a little bit of a Warden walk here, maybe even those healers just thrown on top of the Roots just to kind of provide all that extra healing on top, which I think that's the normal case here. But I'm always looking out for that Warden charge now. I think you're usually going to start with the Warden charge, but that's always in the back of my head since we've seen it a few times so far.
Yeah, I feel like the Warden would have been deployed earlier, so this one is just the healers behind the Root Riders. We have as well a couple of Spring Traps on the outside versus the Ice Golems at the bottom side. And now everything has to enter into the Town Hall. The pathing is set up beautifully, but that Rage Tower behind the Town Hall, that is scary. I've talked, that's always for me like the number to really showcase how scary hard mode is. But that merged multi-tower in the Rage setting is having like 1,236 DPS. That to me is just absurd how much damage that thing can deal.
Yeah, it's an intimidating force, that's for sure. World Champion not working on that Fire Spitter, but look at that Furnace in there, Itsu. He's got to get that Furnace down. Those things can be such a nuisance. The World Champion goes over and picks it off after the Overgrowth, and now he's going to get those Rocket Spears going in, but keep an eye on that Queen. Ooh, the World Champion does get all those spears off. He's got a pretty good force moving through the middle of the space. Now they're going to pop to the outside as those walls weren't quite open yet. But he's got a lot of troops in here, still with some hero abilities as well. This is looking pretty strong for Ryuda.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the most crucial things really is, if you want to see how successful an attack is, how long are those healers alive? Because I feel like a lot of times, especially in hard mode with the Town Hall and the splash and everything within the base, healers are going down so quick. And if they go down early, Root Riders are actually, they're not surviving that long. But with those healers staying alive for so long, he knows that he has done an incredible job of getting that base completely out there, because Bash took it, he can take down another base with the remaining army. That was a beautiful attack, setting things up and really crushing this one. A Dizi Group, they have the 2 building leads, and now as well, a 1-star lead.
Yeah, it's always really interesting when some of these attacks just struggle or barely get there, or we see them come up just short. And then you see an attack like Ryuda's attack, they're just an absolute crushing blow. that's also kind of the benefit of going with like the mid attack. Like when you're in the middle of the lineup, you have just a little bit more time to plan out that attack, get those fine details, get everything in line, and find that base that you love. A lot of times that early attacker is just going for that base that, yeah, I think I have a chance, maybe I have a chance. But by that third spot, it's like, yeah, I like this base. And then sometimes, you know, at that fifth spot, it's like, all right, I guess I'll take that base. So I think that third spot, you kind of get a little bit of an advantage attacking there.
Yeah, I feel like there's as well different players for different positions and everything. And as well, obviously different positions having advantages when it comes to the 3-star rates, because you have more or less time, more or less pressure on you. So it's always a bit different. But we have the next attacker for Dizi. Mask is in here. He has been one of the highest hit rate players in the second stage, in the first stage as well in this competition. So can he show up now when his team needs him the most? Because a 3-star will be so important now for the Dizi group, for Dizi, because they are behind right now.
They do need a triple here, and he went with the super witches, and it was a time fail. It was a 98% last time. He's going to go back to the Root Riders, which I'm assuming he's very, very familiar with, because let's be honest, if you're playing hard mode, you have to have experience with the Root Riders, unless you're Tribe and then you just stick to the skies. They seem to be pretty good with those dragons. But Mask is going to go ahead and start in here with that Spirit Charge, the most common opening we've seen throughout the entire tournament. Pulled those skeletons away, which didn't really necessarily need to happen there because the Electro Boots would just melt those skeletons, so I'm not sure why those were pulled up there. You're gonna go ahead and recall the RC. He does have that little funnel cleared out right there. Now all of the Root Riders can go right up the middle, right through the Town Hall.
To answer your question with the skeletons, sometimes the Royal Champion targets them or runs behind them or something. So even with the Electric Boots would take them out, there's sometimes some weird interactions. So that's why you just don't take the risk, just lure them away, just play it safe. That's kind of the approach there. But for the attack itself, the Tornado Trap is rotating him away from the Giga Bomb, which means he's going to hit that after the Warden is running out. But the Giants and everything from that Siege Machine actually triggered out of that, which means the Root Riders stayed safe.
Yeah, good call up there. I understand that now because I've had my Royal Champion chasing some skeletons. I guess I need to step up my game a little bit and play like a pro here. That Furnace spitting out those Fire Spirits, I don't know if he doesn't really have a way to deal with it. And with that overgrowth being there, those Fire Spirits are just going to come out non-stop. They are such a nuisance. It's not really that they're going to deal a lot of damage, although they can take out a pack of healers, no problem. It's more that they just distract those troops and can really just allow those troops to take more and more damage. The Royal Champion's going to finally go over and take that Furnace out. Those Roots are kind of trailing behind. The King's out in front. I kind of like what's going on here. He's got a lot of protection. The Royal Champion's kind of on our own, but everything else on the left side is pretty well protected, but he's coming into the strongest part of the base now.
Yeah, and again, we have that scary Merged Multi-Tower on this back end. That's why he's going to freeze things up. See, that's King and Queen ability to make the attack work. Oh my, all of those red mines getting triggered. Perfect right there. And now we have the healing on this back end. And something which I love about this equipment combination of the Archer Queen between the Giant and as well the healers, the passive healing for the Archer Queen is just so nice. But time, when it's having so much healing and less DPS, can be an issue. But with 30 seconds left and the Super Barons for the back end, Mask is doing exactly what his team needs him the most for, and that is smashing some bases. 3 stars are in. What an incredible attack. And this means we're back to pretty much having a tie and a 2 building difference.
Yeah, that's exactly the situation here. Mask with a big response there, going with the strategy that he knows and loves, the Root Riders. And you kind of talked about the passive healing there on the action figure, and that's one of those things that make those Electro Boots so nice, is they have that little passive healing on the Royal Champion. So I think we're going to see that action figure equipment emerge as a more meta equipment, not only in hard mode, but in the regular mode. Right now, like, it's kind of hard to tell because the collab event is still going on, so everyone's still using Giants and Canes and Disarmors. But after this event ends, I feel like we're going to see the emergence of the action figure on the Queen. I think it just makes a lot of sense. That passive healing, you pair that in there with all the other equipments with the Unicorn, and you can keep that Queen alive for so long. Denden's going to be our next attacker, however. In the last war against Navi, Denden only put up an 87%, and with only 2 building lead here, Dizi Group need his best attack possible.
Yeah, every percent matters. Every building matters in the end. So even if you have like one archer, or like if you can squeeze in one archer in your army and place her on the outside already in the beginning, that can be a nice difference maker. But he is in. It's a Royal Champion charge again. No big surprise. But can he execute this? And take a look at that. There's already a lot of traps which are deployed versus this Royal Champion charge.
And that's one of the things as a base builder, if you can predict a Royal Champion charge, man, if you can blow that up and stop it early, which the Spirit Fox is down, Din could be in a little bit of a pickle here. He does still have 2 Invises and the recall, so he can still get the value he's maybe looking for here, but could have maybe got more. But I think you know that risk when you go into the Giga Bomb, that you might lose that Spirit Fox a little bit earlier than anticipated. So I think that's all part of the calculation. Queen and King are going to go ahead and join the party with the Siege Barracks, rather there on the right side. And here come all of the Root Riders. It's a long trounce all the way down through the Town Hall. But Din is looking to make an impact here for Dizi Group.
Yeah, and it's always like some type of gamble if the base is symmetrical, except the Giga Bomb. What side is trapped? Like which side has more traps on there? And typically people like to trap the other side where the Giga Bomb is not there. So it's always like a 50-50 call of, okay, which side is trapped? And well, there were a couple of traps which means the Spirit Fox was going down. But now it's all about this push, as you said, because the Town Hall's on the back and it needs to make it all the way to secure not just the first, but as well the second star.
Yeah, but that's the one thing you use that overgrowth for. You shut down just a part of the base and it just funnels those troops exactly where you need to. But the troops have a lot of work to go. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. I think he's got enough to get to the Town Hall here, but he needs to open up that wall first off, and he really doesn't have anything to do. I don't know, maybe this Town Hall doesn't get taken out. I'm a little bit concerned for Din.
I am really concerned. I mean, we have now Fire Smites jumping in there, but the Town Hall is really far away. I mean, the Queen ability is still there, the Warden going down. A 1-star would be so unfortunate here in this moment. We already said that he had not the best attack in the first match, but can those boogers somehow carry this? We have the Fire Mites now for the Town Hall. Can they take that out? How many more are there left? Are there more to come? It seems like those were the last remaining Fire
the
Mites.
furnace is gone.
I mean, they're stacking now the damage, but is that enough? I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's going to be a 1-star here, and Dizi Group are going to surrender the lead and surrender in a big way with a 1-star, 75% maybe by the time this Archer is done. And the disappointment in Din's face, you gotta feel bad for him. But that's the risk of going across the base like that, especially in hard mode, Itsu. It's a big risk that a lot of times is going to pay off and work in your favor. However, all of those troops stayed along that far channel. None of the Root Riders kind of went into that middle channel to open up the Town Hall. So the Queen had no way to get in there. Even when she popped that giant, there was no access, so it just went around and it causes the 1-star. So now Dizi are going to take the commanding lead against Dizi Group after, well, I guess they still have to attack. Anything could happen, but they look to take the lead here.
Yeah, and I don't want to be again this person like, I told you, but did you know how the Royal Champion died again? With what equipment? Was it spear again? And was she only getting 1 or 2 spears out? Yep, it was. Would it would a Hog Rider puppet been enough to take down the tunnel? Yes, most likely. So I'm confused. I am really confused. We have seen so many times now that the Rocket Spear is getting literally 0 value and she's always dying within that ability. If you want to use this double epic equipment combination, which I can't understand why the pros are using it, because you're staying out of range a lot of times, you have to use it when you're out of range and not when the Royal Champion is inside the range. And that is really the big problem in not just this last attack, but as well in many attacks, which we have seen so far. So yeah, I really hope that that is something which is going to be improved then on, and I guess time will give the pros more time to then work on the planning on that. But Cynthia now is up next with the haste valve this time around to get as much value as possible early on with this Royal Champion. And he's not going to recall, he's just going to have a really long Royal Champion charge.
Yeah, he's going to look to push her in through the middle of this base, try to thin out some of those significant defenses, and they're getting the Monolith is huge. But he does have those Ice Golems in there, and look, he makes the Monolith invisible there because the passive damage from those Electro Boots will take it out. Now he's got to keep her surging forward, keep her away from these ice globes. Oh no, she's going to go back. So it's going to eat up a little bit of his time, but he's going to go ahead and overgrowth to push her towards that poison, the Giga Bomb, and the Infernos there, just trying to get more and more damage out of this Spirit Charge.
And the impressive thing is that the Fox is still alive at this stage of the attack, like 1 minute into the attack. That is not easy to do, so really nicely done by him. She's now going to go down, same as the Royal Champion, but he has gotten quite a bit of value here. Where is he going to enter? I assume he's going to enter from the left side, because on the right side there's still the sweeper left standing, and that's exactly what is going to happen. He has the king, no Archer Queen.
Interesting here. That's a bold choice, taking a lot of the damage off the board. The queen, one of the strongest units in all of the game. However, the king with all that tanking can definitely be a difference maker. We'll have to see where the king gets deployed from, maybe up on the bottom right side there to add some tanking when the dragons make their way there. Actually, no, king goes on the complete opposite side of the base, looking to push in there. Okay, if the king can get those couple air defenses, that could be really, really nice. Keep an eye on these dragons as they kind of split into two little packs here, and the dragons are going to go around and maybe even get pushed by that sweeper and have to fight the queen as well.
Ooh, the spiky ball getting
Sweeper
at least one of those air defenses, and the sweeper, as you said. We have now the super minions reinforcing. We had the minion prince taking down the bottom side, and as well the defending minion prince. Now it's all about the back end and how many traps there are still located, because dragons are going down quickly.
Yeah, and this is one of those tough things where you try to do like these little separate compartments, separate sections of the attack, and in hard mode it just doesn't work as well. Not saying that it can't work, it's just so much harder to pull that off because the defending or the attacking heroes deal so much less damage, and then the defending heroes deal so much more damage. So when you're running into that brick wall of heroes, it is just so tough. However, it is going to be a 92-ish, maybe 93% 2-star, which is going to be really, really nice for Cynthia and Dizi, as they only need 2 stars essentially here to win out after that big falter from Denden, 75%. So another significant 2-star should win them this wars. That one's at 93, so the percentage advantage is in their favor. Now, if you're Dizi group, you have to 3-star here and then hope for a big 2-star miss, or even maybe a 1-star. But I think a big 2-star miss is still plausible for them.
Yeah, I think this match is actually not as over as it might look with a 1-star, because the match was so close before that. So a 3-star, and Dizi still has to sweat for their last attack. So it's going to be an intense finish between those two teams right here, with Dizi group being up the next team to attack. But, well, anything can still happen. I mean, that is for sure.
All right, I'm doing math. It's bash math, so take it with a grain of salt. But that was an 18% difference. We had a 2% advantage for Dizi group, so it's a 16% advantage for Dizi. So if Dizi group can 3-star here and then hold Dizi to an 83% or lower, they could still pull this one off. Zekin has to get a triple, and his team is still alive here in the upper bracket. Remember, however, whoever loses this team, they are not eliminated. They will just go down to the lower bracket and they will play tomorrow. But obviously, you want to survive in the upper bracket for as long as possible and get that extra life as long as possible. And here come Root Riders with the Spirit Charge for Zekin.
Yeah, I mean, the pathing of the Royal was just perfect. The aura dealing so much damage since the beginning right away. Perfect pathing into that compartment. He's using the Invis spells on quite a bit to make sure that the Fox is staying alive. Is it going to survive? It's not going to survive that giant bomb, which means the investment was, I'm not sure if it's worth it. I think the Poison Tower is not going down either. The same as the Mustache Tower, or is it? Nope. That was a bit greedy.
Yeah, that's a tough one for sure. Now the furnace is going to go ahead and spit out those fire spirits. The headhunter is going to come over and slow the queen down, but she gets it taken care of. Here come all the 2 ice golems, but that furnace is still in there, just dealing out all those little fire spirits. Skeleton spell goes in to distract the monolith. Great play right there. Yeah, the furnace is still spawning those fire spirits, and it's going to spawn them for a while. It's only just under half health now. It's got a long way to go. This is another big risk attack, but let's see what Zekin can do. Can he get the 3-star?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he needs a 3-star. If he gets a 2 or if he gets a 1-star, it doesn't matter. He needs that 3-star. So if he takes all that risk, it is completely fine, because only a 3-star matters at this point and can turn around the match for him and his team. He has a lot of abilities left, and I hope that the Royal Champ is not going to die again in any ability. He's using the ability now, which is a bit earlier, and she's staying in behind the troops more, but the Town Hall is outranging her, it seems.
Yeah, she's taking a little bit of damage there. She at least gets her rocket spears off there, which that's good. But Itsu, where'd all the troops go? The roots are gone, Itsu. This is looking rough again for Dizi Group.
Yeah, I feel like the Town Hall is such a strong defense in hard mode because of the bonus DPS and the long range. Having it on the back end is, it's always a rough, I don't know, it's always rough. I feel like going into the Town Hall typically is always the better approach, and it's really showing. I mean, as well, as we said, this being a 1-star, it could have been a 99% 2-star, it would not matter, so they had to take that risk. And in the end, it did not work out for them. They had an incredible start into this match, but in the end, the bases of Dizi were just too good. And for Dizi now, it is just all about getting a quick, what is it, a 1-star at this point?
Yeah, and that's the tough thing because you feel confident about it. You test out those attacks going across the base, but I think you're right here. I think going at the Town Hall or closer to the Town Hall for the entry, where you kind of clip that Town Hall early on, is definitely the better play. I mean, we've even seen teams taking out the Town Hall with their Spirit Charge. So some of these teams just recognizing how much of a threat the Town Hall is. I mean, I don't think the Dizi Group did anything like out of their playbook. I'm sure they've done that, and that's why they're here. They've had a lot of success with it. But just that gamble does not pay off in this situation. And we see them pay for it 2 times now with 2 1-stars in this war.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Town Hall flanks were just too well protected, which then resulted into some out of their comfort zone attack and approaches, and that has really then backfired for them with not only 1 but as well now 2 1-stars. But it is back to Dizi. Flaxy is going to finish this off, and as we already mentioned, all he needs is a 1-star to get this victory versus Dizi Group and make sure that they're continuing in this upper bracket.
All right, here he goes, working his way in with that Spirit Charge, going for the Town Hall. Just exactly what I was talking about. Using the Spirit Charge to take that Town Hall down. It's a major threat. I mean, dealing 20% more damage. Yeah, it doesn't have the poison like it used to at the lower Town Hall levels, or other Town Hall levels, I should say. But man, it can still dish out so much damage. And when you're adding 20% damage on top of that, it is very, very significant. So Fluxy identifies that, but also in this situation, a 1-star wins him this war. So he goes ahead and actually secures the victory with that Spirit Charge. Kind of a nice little play, and having that in the book as well.
Yeah, having that once already secured is for sure a nice thing to have. And now he's entering with those Root Riders on the flank of this Town Hall, having the King and Queen pushing everything further than into the right direction. But with this overgrowth, everything is going to run out of this core again. And depending on when the overgrowth is going to run out, those healers are in really, really big danger.
Yeah, that's tough. Let's see it. Oh yeah, here it goes. The Fire Spitter is going to start shooting. Remember, that Fire Spitter is going to just shoot through all the troops. You do see those barrels coming in from the troop launcher. I love that animation. I love seeing those barrels just fly all the way across the base. Let's get the main Fire Spitter threat out of the way. World Champion's in there working. Remember, she did use her ability earlier because she had the haste vial on her, so she doesn't have to worry about any wasted rocket spears. But with the 2nd-star secured, this one is well put away. So Dizi will go ahead and move forward in the upper bracket, sending their family mates, Dizi Group, down to the lower bracket to play tomorrow. So a tough loss for Dizi Group, but we saw what they were capable of. They put up 12 stars in their match against Navi earlier. It's not like they shouldn't be here, or like they're always missing like this. This was just a rare instance where they just were kind of off their game, and going up against Dizi, the main clan, it's just a tough task, man. That squad is just stacked with some veteran players.
Yeah, and as well, you have to as well then give shout out to the other side when it comes down to such defenses. Maybe not saying, okay, that was because of the base Spirit 1-star, but in general that the attacker had to take such risks that a 1-star was even possible. And yeah, just huge shout out to the base Spiriters of Dizi, doing a great job of predicting the entries of Dizi Group. And we have seen it already earlier today with, for example, Synchronic. I mean, Synchronic have really struggled in their first upper bracket match to then really have a solid match versus Tribe in the lower bracket. So base building is such a big deal, obviously, as well. And a team can as well have like an off match, so that is always something to be considered. In the end, Dizi is going to take the victory on this one with 11 stars, which so far I think is the lowest score when it comes down to the winning team. But they've done it, and with that they're moving on in the upper bracket final, I believe.
Hey, you don't need to get fancy as long as you win the war. It doesn't matter what the scoreboard shows. There's 11-9 on the victory, so not as convincing as we've seen in the previous wars, but still, a victory is a victory. And if you're Dizi, you're feeling really good about that. Moving into tomorrow, we got a lot of matches to play, but you don't have to play as many matches because you're still remaining in that upper bracket. So definitely kind of has to feel good not having to burn so many bases and play so much tomorrow.
Yeah, like keeping the bases safe, but as well the offensive side. I mean, the teams are going to replay, or like rewatch today's stream and take a look at what the other teams have done on offense as well, to see if they can bait some of those entries, bait some of those tendencies, and see if maybe some teams having the tendency of not dropping test runes. So red mine farms on the outside might be worth it. Otherwise, red mines into the inside. If people are really liking to take the risk of going into a Giga Bomb with a Royal Champion charge, always taking a look at such tendencies. And if you're always like picking up the numbers of like how many times people are doing it or avoiding it, you can really come up with like a lot of information about the other teams, which you then can take advantage of for your defensive. So for defensive gameplay. So there's a lot on the line as well of not showing your hands too much, and that can be a big deal of moving forward for all of those teams.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. I think it's a big advantage. Obviously, you'd never want to go down to the lower bracket, but if you're Dizi Group, that's not the end of the world. I mean, you still have a life. You know who you're going to be playing. So you're able to work through and have a little bit of preparation before tomorrow's matchup. So I think they're going to be fine. I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. We saw what they did against a world champion, previous world champion in Navi. So if you're Dizi Group, you should still be feeling really good. Dizi was the better team in this matchup and kind of just had the better base preparation, it felt like, where Dizi Group took those big risks and it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, I feel like the bases were the big difference for sure in this matchup. But let's take a look at who was voted as the MVP for this match. I think I would have loved to see like the base builder as another option. For this one, it is going to be Mask with his 3-star, getting Dizi back into this match, and as well in the end winning it with 11 stars. Really great job. And as well, we have Ryuda with his 3-star as well, being really high up there.
Yeah, they're really close to it. I mean, we don't see that too often where the losing team almost has the MVP, but sometimes those fan favorites can kind of sway things. But man, that was a close war. But look at this matchup we got coming up next. That's a beautiful one. But let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket, I think, here.
Yes. Let's do bracket next, because you already teased it. We are having a really great matchup next. And as well, we want to take a look at how the lower bracket looks like, because we have now another team which got sent to the lower bracket. So we will then check out how this is shaping up, who is going to face who, and as well then to find out who is going to face Dizi in the upper bracket final, because that is exactly what's going to be decided with this next matchup then, where we have two of those powerhouses facing off against each other. There we go. So we just had the match Dizi versus Dizi Group. Dizi continuing in the upper bracket. We have the matchup between Synchronic and Dizi Group tomorrow, and we have Team Elektros and Vatic Esports now facing up right in a couple of minutes to decide who is then going to have to face Dizi in the upper bracket final and who is having to face Navi in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy good matchup. I mean, look what Vatic did in their matchup against Tribe, 14 stars, but Team Elektros, they held the world champions to 9 stars and they looked really good on offense. So this one should be a really, really great matchup as well. It will be our final matchup of the day, Itsu. But guys, make sure you come back tomorrow because we're going to have some beautiful Clash action. But don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a short break, check out some of those replays from that last match, and then we have Vatic Esports against Team Elektros coming up next. And here we go, Clashers, our last match of the day, and welcome back, Woody. Woody, how you feeling, man? What did you think about that last match? 2 1-stars, not just one, kind of making up for some of those wars without it, I guess.
Yeah, it has just been all over the place today, Bash, and certainly every war has been worth watching. Stellar defenses holding an upper bracket team to 9 stars. But on the other side, you can never discount the possibility of a 3-star performance, shaking things up and giving us a whole new perspective on the war. And I think that's what to expect out of this next one. Team Elektros had some amazing defenses in their first war, holding their opponents to 9 stars, while Vatic were one of the strongest offensive teams in the first round of matches. So we might have the immovable object against the unstoppable force. Let's first introduce Team Elektros, where Diego, Whoop, Alwalin, El Tado, and Rigo Torres, they're all coming back into the action.
They are looking good. They're looking fierce. You know, as I look through everyone today, I just get jealous of how great all of their hair look. I'm just gonna throw that out there. They all have amazing hair, but these guys have came to play today, holding the world champions, not just their opponent, the current and reigning world champions, to 9 stars, forcing that big mistake for General X. But they do have a tall task ahead of them, because their opponents, Vatic Esports, they put up one of the highest totals today. Oh man, that war with Tribe Gaming was absolutely intense. As we take a look at their lineup here: Kingsman, Tryhard, Simon, Nachoa, Imran, some of the most veteran players in Clash of Clans Esports, adding a world champion to the roster, and Vatic, they're all together in France right now, playing side by side, arm in arm.
Yeah, you're right. They've got some great hair too, if you would believe it. Bash, I want to see a profile on yours next time we cut to the camera shot, but I think we've got a quick interview from Vatic, so let's hear from them first before we get into this next match.
I think the only concern we could have would be to don't be able to triple all the base of our opponent and to have a bad defense, but I think it won't happen. We are making everything possible, at least to don't have this happening, so I hope it won't. It's very important to start well the match and the tournament also if you win, because if you start well the match with, for example, 1 or 2 triple, especially with the difficult meta like we have, you can put a lot of pressure to the opponent and they can fail even more and take risk and like do 1 star maybe. So yeah, very important to start well the match. So for sure I won't say our strategy, but I can say that we are trying different approaches, and I hope we will be able to use them next weekend and have a great win thanks to them.
You gotta love Kingsman. I mean, he's just such a great guy, such a fun guy to be around, but when it comes time to get serious, he buckles down, he straps in, and he gets ready for battle. I think that could be said about all of his teammates. I know hanging out with them in Finland last year, they were all fun and chill, but when it came time to get prep done, they're like, sorry, Bash, gotta go. We got stuff to do. We got wars to be played tomorrow. So they know when to buckle in and get serious. This should be a really intense matchup against 2 really veteran squads here.
Oh yeah, they know how to get down and party, but when it's time for business, they are all about the win. Now, Bash, I know you were showing some love for the hair. Can you show us the faux hawk from the side? There we go. The talent predictions are in, though. Let's take a look now. All 4 talent have chosen Team Vatic to take the win here. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. Look, this is a squad that has just come in over the top with an incredible performance of 3 stars all across the board. They're in person together right now in Paris. So why don't I go ahead and give a little bit of a devil's advocate position in favor of Team Elektros. I think that this might easily be one of the most underestimated teams. This is an organization that has been putting forth great squads in qualifiers. In fact, Imran, if I'm not mistaken, used to play for Team Elektros. They've had other players who have made it to Worlds qualification events, but their name themselves has just never been on the marquee of one of the top qualifying teams. And I think that this could be their year. The players who are competing with them right now have been doing extremely well. And the fact that they are now in this position in the upper bracket speaks to that. In fact, they were in the top 4 in the World's warm-up. So at any rate, let's go ahead and see what the vote was from the fans out there to try to, get a better sense for where the predictions are lining up. Ooh. And in fact, it is in favor of Team Elektros. I'm surprised and impressed by the quick minds out there. Maybe a little bit underestimating for Vatic, but what do you think of it, Bash?
I think it's a bit of a shock. I thought after the 14-star performance for Vatic, I thought it would be very convincing that everyone would be on their side, but I guess it's going to be casters versus the audience in this one on the prediction, as all of us are going with Vatic and the audience 56% for Elektros. But guys, remember also, I think today it's a little bit too late, but when you tune in tomorrow, you can get your votes in. You could be part of that prediction. You go to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. You can also get some amazing rewards for your account. Not gonna lie, I almost said /clash bashing. That's me, that's not the game. It's been a long day, Woody, but I love it. It's been a great day of Clash Clans Esports, and we're just about ready here for Vatic Esports against Team Elektros in our final matchup of day 1. This is gonna be amazing, I can't wait.
And Bash, what code should they use if they're trying to get something from the Supercell shop?
Code Itsu.
Code Itsu, right.
Code Bash, of course.
Good call. No, you already said it. It's Code Itsu.
Hey, that's fair. I got to show love to everyone. Look, it doesn't matter whose code you use. Just make sure you're using a code because it helps us creators out more than you'll ever know. But let's get ready here. Let's square it all up. Diego will be our first attacker going in against Tryhard's base. Remember, Diego set the tone against Synchronic with that 3 stars with the Root Riders. So if he can get another 3-star on the board early here, set that tone, that could be a big game changer. But on the other side, we saw Vatic come out and they only had 1 miss that was 7% away from a perfect war in hard mode, which is just unheard of. But here we go. Diego's in with Super Witches this time. Went with Roots last time. Super Witch is a little bit different here, Woody.
Diego last scored a victory fighting in the Psycho Champions League Season 2. That win followed up soon after a 5th place showing in the July qualifier last year. So trying to make a stab back at glory and get a golden ticket. He's brought in the Super Witches along with this Grand Warden walk and dropping a fireball over in that right side compartment. A little bit of an unusual aim, I guess. Winded up taking down that spell tower. But the Super Witches are down with only 30 seconds in, and I think he's got a pretty good shape up for this clockwise push around the base. What's he going to do on the top side? Oh, Flame Flinger. Great choice.
Yeah, he's got the Flame Flinger. I was a little bit worried that those 2 big boys were going to go in there and hit on the wall, but they're coming back around. If they get stuck on that wall, they're never going to get taken out, so they'll never respawn. That could have been a lot of tanking loss, but they do bounce right back out. And we got the Queen coming down here to the bottom to help fight off some of these heroes along with a couple of headhunters. And he's got a pretty strong push towards the middle of the space, along with 2 super wall breakers as well to open things up for these Super Witches. There goes the first wall breaker, and second one might have actually been 3 super wall breakers. There was just 2 remaining when I said something, and he's looking strong here through the middle. But look at that last compartment. There is the monolith up there, and then on the left side he also has an X-bow and the scatter shot, which the Royal Champion are going to go in for now.
I love that the splash damage from that Flame Flinger is able to get onto both of those heroes. The Archer Queen and this Barbarian King are now about to take quite a bit of damage from those Fire Spirits jumping around. And it seems like at every little point, he has found a way to get maximum value from the most important interactions that he needs to work well in this raid. The Super Witches are stuck a bit in the core, but they're still looking fairly healthy. Unfortunately for one, though, does start to take some fire from that Monolith. Is he going to notice and drop a freeze to get the distract? No, and a Super Witch is eliminated from the battlefield, Bash.
Yeah, but he's still got a lot of force here. Queen's on the outside. She still does have ability, and he still has those 2 free spells. Not to mention that Flame Flinger is still going up top. Here goes the Queen popping off the giant. He's got to get through the monolith. He's got to find a way to get to that Expo. The King is going to stall things up for just a little bit, but remember, he will have Clan Castle troops still. 43 seconds is plenty of time. This is looking pretty good for Diego. I don't think there's going to be too much to stall him up aside from this monolith, but the Queen's got enough firepower. I think this should look good for Diego.
Yeah, I think he should have it crushed. We see the troops popping out of the Flame Flinger, and they are all in the skies. No trouble at all to get through those walls, and the super minions should be able to pound this multi-target Inferno into the ground. 15 seconds remain for that last single building, and here we go for the final kill. Giant is blocking out in front as best he can. Super minions launch those rockets. 5 seconds left, getting a little bit close, but Diego is ready to celebrate. There it is! 3 stars are claimed.
A little bit of a close one on time, but really he had enough force to get through that last section without any issue. And Diego looking really strong throughout here. Now 2 for 2 with 2 different attack strategies, showing the versatility from that one spot. Man, when you have a #1 attacker going 2 for 2 to start off your tournament, that is a huge advantage. And now Vatic have to respond with a 3-star of their own. You don't want to fall behind too early.
We shall soon see if they are up to the challenge, but that is a very important distinction to point out, Bash. Thank you for that. Diego, now with 2 triples to his name, has done extremely well for Team Elektros. We're going to be going to send them on the defense, though, with this next attack. And it's anyone's guess who's going to be starting off, but it's Kingsman for Vatic. The captain himself held the anchor position right in the middle of the lineup in their previous war, but he will be moving in first against El Tano's base. What sort of attack style are you expecting to see from Kingsman?
He went with Roots last time. I would expect the same, and yes, we see just that. But remember, he went with that unique Root Rider attack, and it looks like he's going to do the same here. He went with that Warden Walk into Roots. We're seeing a lot of players playing the Spirit Charge. However, Kingsman likes to do this Warden Fireball into the Root Riders, which I love it. He had such good value with it last time. He's got 6 invisibilities, so he may go for a deep fireball, maybe targeting the monolith, maybe targeting that battle builder hut right there to try to get out the clan castle, get out the scatter shot, get out that fire spitter and the mono. Like, he can get some really great value here. Remember that Angry Jelly is going to allow the Warden to target only the defenses for the first 35 seconds. So you kind of actually want to wait for that Angry Jelly to wear off, which it does pop off right now. So now he can set up this fireball and get the invises, get the earthquakes in, and launch that baby into the middle of the base. Here it goes, right in for that battle builder. Oh, wait. Oh, he almost missed. Oh, he did miss.
No!
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, Bash. He tries to salvage with an earthquake spell over on the left side, but he doesn't finish off the multi-target Inferno, and this whole plan has just gone kaput. Kingsman is now going to do his best with what has left, but there are still a ton of terrifying structures on the inside of the space, and I don't know how he's going to get the pathing to work here.
The pathing's not the main issue. It's just he doesn't have anything to deal with the clan castle, and when you're looking for all, he wasted the not wasted, but he used the overgrowth on all of those buildings he was expecting to be gone. Those buildings aren't supposed to be there. The clan castle's not as big of a deal. It's fire spirits, or a furnace rather, with a couple ice gold. But man, leaving all that damage on the board after that huge investment is such a pain. He still does have some earthquakes, so he can use those to kind of just weaken up some of those buildings. But now we see that overgrowth wear off, and now he has to deal with everything here, Woody.
He could have finished off that multi-archer tower if he had dropped one over on the left side, but I think that he was focused instead on the core interior of the base. I wonder if he doesn't have any comms on, if there's anyone else in the room that's shouting out to him and giving him advice at what to do. One of the key advantages of being in the same room as your teammates is that you can talk to them during the attack, but some people don't want to be distracted and they just want to be able to focus entirely on what they're working on while they're doing it. With less than a minute left, 3 stars is pretty much out of the question. It's just a matter of how much percentage he can pull off.
That's the unfortunate side effect of going for that big fireball. Sometimes it can go sideways and then you're left just trying to salvage the attack, and that's what he's doing here, just trying to salvage as much percentage as he can. I think he kind of knows that this rarely is going to be a 3-star with that big miss, so just want to run it up as much as possible. And with them already having a 3-star against them on defense, it's going to be a tough spot to be in. But we saw that Vatic Esports, they can put up 3 stars, so I don't think they're worried about this. They just want to salvage as much percent and keep themselves in the ball game just in case they're not able to get so many 3 stars. But a 76% is definitely considered the low side here in the hard mode.
Well, it is an unfortunate finish here. You saw that look on his face of exasperation, wishing that he could have done a little bit more for his team to start things off. But no team will win or fail based on one single attack alone, and he knows that the other 4 members of his squad are going to have his back through the rest of this war. Still, it's an advantage for Team Elektros in the first round of attacks with a 24% lead and an entire star to their name. A nice cushion to start this war off, but not a decisive lead yet, Bash.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. There's a lot of war to be played, though. That's the one upside. Well, you got a veteran like Rigo Torres coming up next, one of the most seasoned professionals in all of Clash Clans. I believe he's been on the world stage more than any single player, as he seems like he's up there time and time again, year after year, just playing for a world championship. So he knows his way around. Pressure doesn't get to him. I mean, he just soaks that up, absorbs it, and just spits out great attack after great attack. And let's see what he's got for us. He's got Root Riders right here. In the last war, he used the Root Riders and he put up an 89%. So going to look to improve from there. But if he did end up with an 89%, in this situation, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, he is an extraordinarily accomplished player. Rigo Torres with $78,000 in total estimated winnings across all of the events that he's competed in, including 3, maybe even 4 appearances at World Championship matches going back to 2019. Fighting for Team Elektros now with a massive strike in the bottom corner, popping that King ability early on, sending in Electro Boots and that spiky ball to bounce around. He's going to stab at that Town Hall early on and not even have to use anything except for these 2 heroes on the outer edge of the base to get it done. An unusual entry point, but we'll see if it's justified later on, as the Siege Barracks now deployed on the right side is going to set up for additional work to be done by these Root Riders, Bash.
If he can get the Queen to go inside and get these Fire Spitters out, that would be really nice. If she can get this multi-arch tower, he's going to set up some really nice pathing here for the Roots, so I like this entry quite a bit. Yeah, now the Queen's going to go ahead and work on those Fire Spitters, and then she might even be able to join up the Roots if one of those Roots kind of comes over and opens up the walls. I don't think that's really going to happen, but she does a great job just taking some of those defenses down. Here comes the Warden's ability to protect all those troops. We got another Furnace along with a couple Ice Golems. That seems to be the meta CC right now. We're seeing that time and time again. Those Furnaces are just a pain, and then the Ice Golems freeze everything up. Great opener here from Rigo, but still half the base remains with 1 minute and 20 seconds going.
Yeah, a lot still left here, and still firing with long-range damage. Those multi-archer towers, ground-based Expos are getting a lot of work done against the Valks and the Root Riders out in front, trying to keep as much as possible of that damage still effective against this base. He's going to rage up the Queen and those healers on the bottom side, even give her an invisibility spell to try to get her deeper into the base. She's already popped her ability, but can still dish out a lot of damage, especially if you're able to get her topped back off again thanks to those healers. I like this approach, and he's got a 2-pronged strike to try to finish off the rest of this base. Royal Champion's getting awfully low, but can still pop her ability for a lot of value. It's just that there's still 2 multi-infernos on the inside core that are going to be dishing out lots of damage against these poor troops. And there's still quite a bit left, Bash.
Keep an eye on that Expo. He goes to the World Champion ability. Here comes the Hog Puppet. The main thing is that can the World Champion get this Expo down as soon as possible? Oh, Tornado Trap, Giant Bomb, the Scatter Shot. Oh, Scatter Shot tag teams in there with the Giant Bomb, and the World Champion falls down. I think he's going to be just short here with that multi that you called out there, Woody. The Scatter Shot MVP taking down the RC and possibly saving the 3-star here for Nachoa.
Really super unfortunate result for those Hog Riders. He brought the Hog Puppet on that Royal Champion, hoping that they'd be able to hop over those walls and finish things off, but the Scatter Shot just obliterated them in pretty much one shot. A little bit of burn damage remaining from the multi-target Inferno afterwards, but that was a really close hit that very nearly pulled off another 3-star and would have put Team Elektros so far ahead. As it stands, the 2-star 97% from Rigo Torres is a very good strike and will maintain a confident lead here for Team Elektros, but the door is open for the comeback opportunity now. If Vatic can score a triple of their own, they'll only be behind in percentage.
We've been talking about the Royal Champion equipment all day. It's been a big focal point. Rocket Spear or Hog Puppet. Rigo went with the Hogs, but you almost feel like the Rocket Spear there, if he would have popped it, he may have had enough to get through there. Obviously, it's a lot easier to say that now, but it's one of those things that we've been kind of debating all day throughout here. Simon's going to come in next, and he's going to go ahead and start with the Spirit Charge, using some rocket loons actually to direct this Royal Champion in. So this is probably going to be a really unpredicted entry here on Loop's base. Usually you can try to predict or have an idea of where your opponent's going to go in, but with Simon using a couple rocket balloons and taking out some of those defenses, I don't think they would be expecting this kind of entry. And it's looking really, really good with that haste file pop, or the haste gem pop, rather. This Royal Champion is just tearing this base apart right now.
Ooh, a little bit unfortunate with that Invis spell. Didn't get the Royal Champion to go inside there. Maybe he was just forcing the retarget onto the Monolith. Either way, Simon's doing an excellent job at getting the timing of those invisibilities dropped just perfectly, and gets maximum value from the Royal Champion, keeping her alive and safe with the recall spell as well. And yeah, as you noted there, Bash, great job forcing the retarget onto the Monolith, another key defense that he's able to take out. He's dropped a poison spell right into the core and is able to nab that furnace. More good news for him, but he's not going to celebrate just yet. He's got 1 minute into this fight, and with the Archer Queen getting a good bit of work done on the outer edge, he's ready to set up for the main force of this army, blocking out in front with that Golem to try to prevent the Archer Queen from taking shots. Oh, she's so low.
Yeah, she took a lot of damage there just fighting off the Clan Castle troops. But she has to pop out her ability, which is going to give her some healers. She's got the giant in there, and the nice redirection there to get that Monolith is huge. We've seen Monoliths just tear these giants apart, tear those roots apart. Remember, the Monolith deals extra damage based on the troops' hit points. The higher hit point units, they take a lot more damage, and when you're using roots, those are a higher hit point unit. So getting that Monolith out early is a really, really nice play. Here comes that Warden's ability, gonna heal and protect. It's a nice entry for Simon, but the back end of this base looks fierce. If he can protect these troops, though, he's got a really good chance to triple this one.
I am liking this a lot. The Eternal Tome was super well timed, and so many troops in the core of the base are just gutting what remains. Heroes on the outside edge are just perfectly matched for what still remains over there, and after that Royal Champion ability is popped, it still is doing a lot of damage, tossing spears off along the outer edge of the base. We still have the Giant doing some fantastic tanking work on the interior, and Simon looks very much ready for a 3-star finish here, passing the 81% mark with only 40 seconds left. The last key defenses are going to take a massive spiky ball to the face, and he pumps his fists, clapping his hands. That is looking like a 3-star, Bash.
Oh, I love Simon when he gets pumped up. He's one of the most intense players we have, and he gets a 3-star and puts his team right back in this matchup. They are still down on percentage. However, that 3-star is big, and look at that. The team is all right there. Oh, they're all sharing the camera. Nachoa must be attacking next. I'm going to make an early prediction. Nachoa is our next attacker for Vatic. But it's really cool seeing them all at the table playing together. You don't get to see that too often unless it's like on one of those big tournament stages. But they're still down a little bit, though. 21 buildings, 21%, as Kingsman had that big mistake early on with the missed fireball. But getting that triple on the board here from Simon, that's a big sigh of relief. Now you're not down on stars or anything. You can kind of just refocus and get yourself back in this matchup.
Right, you are. But a 21% deficit is quite a lot still for Vatic to have to overcome. Congratulations to them for just putting up a triple on the board, but they still have a lot of work left to do in the middle and late stages of this war. Now, the question that we want to ask ourselves is who is yet remaining to attack? Diego and Rigo have hit, which means we would still expect Loop, Almualin, and Eltano to come in. It looks like they're going to be maintaining the same order as before, with Loop as one of the 3-star players from Team Elektros in that anchor position right in the middle of the war to try to keep this pressure on and maintain a lead against Vatic.
And he used Root Riders last time, got the 3-stars you mentioned, Woody. Root Riders again with the Spirit Charge. This attack is so good in the hard mode. It feels like as these players get more and more comfortable to the buffs and the nerfs of the hard mode, this attack just emerges to be one of the best, and we've seen it time and time again. I'd say that there aren't other attacks, but this is definitely probably the heaviest favorite in the meta right now. He's going to go ahead and go really deep in the space. Triggering that tornado is actually really, really massive. He's got a great pathing set up here. Now he can go in through that Town Hall and behind those fire spitters, which is going to be really, really nice for Loop. Maybe a little bit predicted for Imran here. Maybe baiting this entry. Oh, wait. Oh, what? Overgrowth on the Town Hall. That's a choice. That's a choice there, Woody.
Yeah, it has resulted in a few very terrifying missteps that result in 1-star finishes at the end of a raid. He's got another overgrowth, so I'm wondering if he's just planning on doubling back and finishing off the Town Hall at the very end. We saw that a lot before when the Gigabomb was inside the Town Hall. It looks like he just wanted to shut the DPS off instead and is going to take the Town Hall down after all as he moves his way down toward the bottom of the base. He gets the CC pull, and it's going to be 2 Ice Golems coming out to slow things down. There's going to be a lot of slowdown effect for both defenses and offenses at this point, but keep your nerves ready because there is a lot left for this base to deal. 51% total destruction. Gigabomb is right in the cluster of that overgrowth spell, so if he can keep his troops away from that and let them deal with it at the very end, he'd be very happy.
That's why these players are pro players, though, Woody. He knew that he could time up the 25 seconds of that overgrowth, have it wear off just in time as all the troops are getting there, and now the Town Hall's down without any issue. I was worried. I thought everything would go through the Town Hall. He'd be scrambling, circling back, but now he's just working his way through the back end of this base. He doesn't have too many buildings left. The Queen is working there. She has 3 Queens on the board. Oh, but keep an eye on this merged multi-tower. Keep an eye on the merged multi-tower. It's nasty.
This is very close. This is very close, Bash.
Oh, he lost
Queen
the
goes
Queen,
down.
though.
Lost the King. It's just the Grand Warden now to try to finish this off. We've got a few snot balls up on the top side as those boogers are doing their best against the Ricochet Cannon. There's a mortar that's going to go down. I'm seeing a lot of flying
he's got
troops.
Giant.
Can the Giant power through?
Yeah. The Giant
blocking
gets
for some
enraged.
archers.
He gets enraged when he gets to half health, as you
Skelly
see right
trap.
there. He's taking a lot of damage. Go
15
Giant
seconds left.
Oh!
He pounced through the Tesla.
He's gonna get it. What a surprise
Wizard Tower's
triple!
down! Oh my God! Loop has pulled off victory from the jaws of defeat! And if there was any question as to whether that action figure is value, the Giant has just put a giant smile on his face! Team Elektros Supreme!
Wow, I am lost for words. I thought once the Royal Champion, or the Warden went down rather, I thought that was donezo. I thought that attack was over. But somehow, Loop gets the 3-star. What? How in the world? That is a big pickup for Team Elektros. They needed that. If that was a 98-99, that could have been devastating to this match, but now they are in a commanding position, and Elektros looking to upset Vatic Esports here.
Looking to do so, and with every chance of the world to make it happen, it is now pressure back to Vatic, as Nachua will be in the fray next, needing once again a 3-star just to stay behind on percentage. We're going to start off with a Royal Champion charge, sending in a dozen, or maybe just 11 invisibility spells to keep her safe as she gets the work done. Electro Boots, fantastic at chipping away at the last few hit points of defense, and Nacho's timing has been perfect so far. Can he keep her on a path of destruction through the core of this base? Maybe even take down the Town Hall.
Wow, I'm still in shock after that last attack. Nachoa looking really good here on his opener, though. Remember, Nachoa was the one miss in their previous war against Tribe Gaming, but it was a 93%, so it's not like it was a massive, big misstep. Wow. But he's going with the Dragons here. He did go with the Roots in that last war and try to pull these Ice Golems up to the top side and get rid of them. Ooh, look at that, picking off the Furnace right there. Look at the value. This base is gutted. He did invest the Queen and the Royal Champion here, but that is so much value to be had.
Yeah, that is a Royal Champion charge done right. Spent a lot on it, but with the Town Hall already down and so many crucial core defenses already eliminated, including those air sweepers, it's a lot easier for the Dragons to make their way in without much spell support if they've got those air sweepers finished off. Nice early timing as well on that Eternal Tome. Popped it early to help deal with the Monolith on the way in and to deal with an air defense, an Archer Queen, a scatter shot. This is fantastic positioning for Nachoa.
This is why you invest those heroes early. You get the setup for these dragons, and they thin out a little bit, but they're so well protected. The Warden ability, the Minion Prince's ability, all being used perfectly here. Now he's just got to get through. Just keep an eye on that right side. That Minion Prince and that Merge Multi-Tower. Red Air Bomb farm is right there. Here comes a few of those rocket balloons to take out the air defense. Oh my goodness, look at that Merge Multi-Tower just eating those dragons alive. Tornadoes off. The Warden's getting ready to go down. The Warden's barely hanging on here. Wow. This is going to be a close finish. Nachoa needs a 3-star in the worst way here.
I can't even see a single pixel of hit points remaining on that Minion Prince, and only 1 pixel on that Grand Warden. But if they're alive, they are dealing damage, and that is a 100% success for Nachoa. Vatic scores another triple and will keep this race going to the end.
Whew. This is intense. These teams are going blow for blow. Aside from the big misstep, that missed fireball from Kingsman, this war has been so close, but Vatic need Elektros to mess up because they are trailing by 21% after 6 attacks. There's still 4 attacks to be had, 2 for each side, so they can still make that ground up, but they need to get a defense here. This war is so intense, and Nachoa's got to be feeling good getting a 3-star on the board for their squad, but they got to regroup. They got to hope for a defense, and then they got to get that percentage closed in somehow.
Oh boy. We have only got 4 attacks left, and on a marathon finish for the day. It is still anyone's war bash. We did have to, I do want to note though that the last 2 attackers from Team Elektros made 2-star hits in their previous war. That was a 2-star 99% from Almolin and a 2-star 87% for Eltano. So still very high percentages, leaves little space if they're able to repeat that performance for a percentage turnaround by Vatic. On the other hand, Vatic saw 3 triples in their last 3 attacks in their previous war. Kingsman missed on this last round, but Tryhard and Imran both coming in with 3 stars, and Imran, the MVP, certainly gives us a lot of hope that this is going to be a war that goes down to the very last attack. Let's see how Almolin does in his next round.
Almolin coming in with the Drags. It's really interesting because we just saw the Dragon 3-star, but we've seen Dragons be so hit or miss throughout this tournament today. He went with the Super Witches and time failed 99% in his last attack, switching up completely and going with the Dragons, but look at this. He's got a ton of invisibility, so he's going to go for one of those deep spirit charges here, going to take out the Town Hall and then just keep pushing her in.
Fox. No, he's got a Phoenix on that Royal Champion.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So that's going to allow him to just have her pop up and deal out a little bit more damage. So not technically a spirit charge, just more of an RC charge here, as she's going to push into the middle of this base, and then she'll just be able to pop back up for 8 more seconds after she gets taken out. Here come the Clan Castle troops, and here goes that Phoenix. Good shot there, Woody.
Charging back in and dealing whatever damage she can. The Electro Boots are going to get some nice value against the CTC troops popping out, and it looks like he's done quite a bit of damage onto the interior. I guess that was an artistic choice on his part to use that Phoenix instead of the Spirit Fox. On the right side, the Siege Barracks is going to get some good work done against those CC troops and won't be taking too much damage. He did find a little bit of an unfortunate Tesla farm out there that's going to start chipping away at the P.E.K.K.A.s out in front. But the main army is now moving in clever and confident along that top left side of this base, all supported by that Grand Warden. Might see a little bit more patience, though, on his Eternal Tome deploy. Nope, he's going to pop it right out of the gate. I think he saw a Black Bomb coming on in and expected that there might be more traps over there. I think he caught maybe a second Black Bomb, a third, and a 4th Black Bomb. That is some seriously good value for Dragons.
Yeah, that's some pretty damage-dealing bombs there, but also he negated all the poison damage there, so the balloons stay up. Keeping balloons up in a Dragon attack is tough to do, but if you can, they can really deal some big impact here. Things are starting to fade here, Woody. He did have a really nice Warden ability. The Dragons are starting to fade out. He's got that air defense down there. Here comes an air bomb. All right, he's working here. The heroes have used all of their abilities. He's got the super minions out of the clan castle, but he really doesn't have too much left. This one is fading out, and this is looking like the defense that Vatic Esports needs. They can make the comeback with their next attack.
He just got gummed up on that enemy Barb King and was unable to take down that multi-inferno, taking lots of shots from the multi-archer tower and air defense all the way through. Even if he may have made it, you saw that air sweeper starting to push back his troops, and a 2-star 84% is a little bit lower than they would certainly have wanted.
You know,
this does mean, though, that Vatic needs a 3-star to get the lead.
We joke and say the King is the best air defense in the game, but you see why we say that right there on that attack. It's not so much a joke because those dragons and those air units get caught up on the King, and that just allows all those air attacking defenses to take out the dragons, take out the balloons, and that's why we say that the King is the best air defense in the game. He's so beefy, and those troops just sit there and just get pegged off one by one, air defense shot by air defense shot, and that's what really stopped that attack up. That King was just the main factor of why that one slowed down and failed. But now, with that 84%, Vatic Esports can really start to close that gap. A 3-star here, and they could be in the driver's seat going into the final attack.
Well, that's what it would require, but even a 3-star, they'd still be behind in percentage. So this is still really a toss-up war that could go either way, and the performance here from Tryhard could be the decisive factor in whether Vatic remains in the upper bracket or whether Team Elektros will be moving on to face off against Dizi tomorrow.
But I do want to remind you, Woody, it goes stars and then percentage. So if they get a triple here, they'll be up on stars. So if they can hold Elektros, they could be good. I mean, there's a lot of war to be played here. There's only 3 attacks, but it's a lot of war to decide this one. And a lot of different things can happen here. Tryhard went with Roots last time, and he had a 3-star with them, going in with the Roots with the Spirit Charge again here. And it's looking really, really nice. Should be able to set off that Poison Tower, if not get the Poison Tower completely down with the Electro Boots passive damage there. Going in for the Expo, this Spirit Charge is looking really nice. I think he was maybe trying to invis that battle builder, but it doesn't matter. Getting the merged multi-tower out early is massive.
Recalls, but it looks like there's a downed Spirit Fox in there, so a bit unfortunate to have lost the pet already. Still, Tryhard got a lot of solid value in the top side of this base and has got a solid shot at making this turn into a triple after all. You can see the look of concentration on his face as every single deploy needs to be perfect from here on out to ensure that it gets the maximum value necessary to puncture this core, where still a terrifying monolith is standing ready to fire away at any heroes that get too close.
Long way to go, though. We just highlighted where that town hall is, and it's a long way away. However, he does have the Overgrowth spell, so he'll be able to direct traffic and also negate some of the damage in the middle of the base. But man, you got to keep everything moving. I love the choice of the troop launcher here. I think that's a beautiful choice just to get a little bit of extra tanking, a little bit of extra support in the middle. Great warden ability to protect, and great poison there on the furnace to get that taken out as well. Everything's going, it seems to plan so far. Overgrowth on the far side of the base, and he's got a path right in towards that monolith now.
He's just made a lot of decisions that are still causing his troops to take so much damage. Fire Spitter on the far side, Monolith still standing up and firing away. This is going to be really tricky to finish off for the 3-star, and man, I'm starting to worry if he's got enough oomph left in the tank. He is getting some top-off effect from the healers, and that's probably going to be his saving grace here, because all that damage is now being reversed and negated. Trying to make his way into that final compartment, but it looks like the Root Riders are not going to give much help. Instead, it's the Royal Champion going to get the first stabs off into the Town Hall to get the 2nd star secured with a little bit of support from those balloons, while Giants are blocking out in front to try to keep that Fire Spitter at bay. Forced to pop the Queen ability, and there's only one Super Barbarian left to deploy in this attack. 30 seconds remaining. He's got 10% of this base remaining. Bash, can he finish it off?
I think he's got a good chance at it. He's got the snakes here to protect the King. The King's gonna walk and take out those outside buildings. Queen's got access to everything here. It's gonna be a 3-star here for Vatic, and Tryhard gets his team back on the board and in the lead. Vatic Esports have come from behind, and they are now in the advantage. 11 stars to 10, never a doubt.
Never count out Vatic, and with 4 seconds to spare, Tryhard has found his triple. They are now back in the lead on stars, but they have got to keep that position by holding off with a strong defense and putting up a solid attack of their own. Now, if they 3-star in their last hit, it's all over. They're going to win it. But they don't know for sure if they're going to be able to pull that off. And so this next defense will be crucial at shaping up what Vatic will need to finish their war. Imran can certainly be relied on as the clutch hitter in the final position, but give him the easiest job that you can by trying to get a defense in this next one. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Elektros know that they need to put up a triple here and now to hold on to a possibility of victory with a defense of their own. They have a lead on percentage, so if they can manage to salvage the star, they could still turn this one around, Bash.
Yeah, they're up 5%. So if Elektros triple here and they hold a defense, they will win. However, if they fail here and then Vatic Esports get any 2-star, they will win on stars. So percentage cannot be had for Vatic Esports. They have to win this one on stars at this point. Eltano will be the final attacker against Simon. He had a decent attack in the last war, but man, it all comes down to this. It's going to be a nice Root Rider Spirit Charge attack. This has been the go-to. This has been the strategy. Let's see if Eltano can get the 3-star and put all the pressure over to Vatic Esports.
Ooh. Bit haphazard with the invisibility spell drops early on, trying to keep this Royal Champion on target, and that poor Spirit Fox took a beating early on, but still alive, and so the timing could still work out in his favor here. Eltano knows that this is a 3-star or nothing situation. He knows that percentage is not going to be a major game at play here, and so he really does have to put everything on the line to try to get that triple. Basically a 1-star or a 3-star. He's willing to take that risk.
He almost got that Royal Champion down. That would have been a nice little strike right there. I'm gonna go ahead and send the Roots in. She should go down pretty early here from the Valkyries. Eltano is gonna sideswipe right on through this Town Hall. Does have the overgrowth. This approach has worked on these style bases before. We've seen it time and time again. We'll have to keep an eye on the trapping. We'll have to keep an eye on how everything pads on this one, as it's all in, all or nothing for Team Elektros on this final attack of the war.
Elektros' final attack is moving into the core of the basin with a poison spell now dropped to try to take down that enemy furnace and finish off what remains of the rest of the CC troops. He's gonna pop that Eternal Tome, keep his troops as safe as he can, even as they are frozen by that enemy ice golem. They are moving ever so slowly into the core of the space, trying to take down the Town Hall. Overgrowth is dropped now to shut off that fire spinner and keep those troops moving southwards as Eltano is powering through with everything he's got. Cool as a cucumber and listening through on comms just to make sure that there's any little advantage he can garner. He will take it. Enemy Archer Queen coming into range and starts popping off against the Root Riders. They are still looking very healthy, Bash, and we need some return fire lickety split. Popping in on that left side compartment. Eltano is moving in for victory, but can he secure all 3?
Healers are protecting everything through here, but that fire spitter is doing so much work. He's still got the king and the queen ability. He needs a 3-star in the worst way. He does have the snake bracelet popping off those snakes for the king. The king's getting some healing, allowing more snakes to spawn. He needs those Yetis to take some damage, so the Yeti Mites would pop over and take that fire spitter down. It's got about a 1/3 health remaining. Queen pops her ability. There goes a giant. The Yetis finally get through the wall. They're gonna go ahead and they're gonna take the fire spitter down. It's looking really good. Eltano looking to get the job done for Team Elektros. They are still alive in this one.
Still ready to pop that Barb King ability and finish off this base without much more resistance. Eltano is powering through with the last bit of force that he's got to try to knock apart this Ricochet cannon.
Would he settle down? This might not get there. 10 seconds.
It's not.
10 seconds. Settle down. He doesn't have it. The queen's down. We spoke too soon. The queen went down. We spoke too soon, Woody. We jinxed it. It looks so good, but that merged multi-tower, the multi-target Inferno, the tornado trap on the back end of the base, it was too much for his troops to overcome, and Team Elektros are going to fall just short. The heartbreaker for Eltano. It looked like a 3-star was imminent, but the last section of that base was too strong.
This leaves all but certainty that Vatic will emerge with the win. Although percentage is not going to be possible for them to be able to pull off the victory at this point, it doesn't matter. With stars in their favor, Bash, they can walk away with their head held high.
Yeah, Vatic still would have had a chance to win it with a 3-star, but that would have put a lot more pressure on them. Eltano, and it looked so good until it didn't. There was just enough right there, and those troops faded so fast. But that's why hard mode is so significant. because those troops get melted. That merged multi-tower is so nasty. The Infernos are so nasty. The Poison Tower, the Tornado is just the perfect combination, the perfect storm. Imran's going to be our final attacker to come in here using the Root Riders. Had a 3-star in the last war with them, and this is all going to be just a victory lap here as a 2-star will get it the victory, and he's setting up to go right through this town hall, so there should be no issues with this one.
Any 2-star will secure victory for Vatic Esports thanks to the many superb triples that they've scored already. But let's see if our MVP from this lineup can seal the deal with the kiss of death. A triple from him would be exactly what Vatic would be looking for. He gives a little thumbs up to the camera, says he was very happy with how that early deploy went.
Vatic Esports feeling really good about what they're doing, obviously. Oh my goodness, he said, be the vision, I got this, I am the vision. He's going right through the town hall, which will secure the 2-star pretty much instantly. Shortly after the troops get through there, he'll have the Warden ability to protect, and the 50% will come right after there. Double thumbs up yet again, and Vatic Esports have made the comeback in this war. Kingsman have that rare, awful miss
The triple
on his
thumbs
fireball.
up!
But it doesn't matter. His team's got his back here.
We've got 6 thumbs from Imran, and the meta is being reestablished. The 8 thumbs! He did it! The Madman went for 8 thumbs, and after 2 stars have been claimed, Vatic are now moving on in the upper bracket, Bash.
That's right. They are going to go to our grand finals tomorrow. Imran has done it. Oh, baby! Vatic Esports look like the juggernaut in our first monthly qualifier, looking to get that. Another double thumbs up! Oh, man! It doesn't need a triple, it's just got to be a 2-star. But Woody, this performance from this Vatic squad, they have convincingly looked like the best team here so far today.
Giving us the dirty dozen, 12 thumbs up. Imran, your MVP from the first round has delivered the killing blow against Team Elektros, scoring the 13 they needed to emerge victorious and finding for sure that their next foe will be Dizi tomorrow.
Wait a second, was Imran aura farming us to get MVP again? No shot, right?
Oh, no. Aura farming.
He was aura farming us to get MVP. If he gets MVP, it's because of the 12 thumbs up. GG's to both of these squads. Team Elektros should be very, very proud of their performance here. They held in there with Vatic Esports, but Vatic Esports just too much to come from behind victory. You know they're going to be celebrating tonight, but not too much because they're going to have to play tomorrow and try to lock up this golden ticket. What a matchup that one was, Woody. Those Vatic Esports matches, they've been so fun to cast today.
Sure have. Fun to cast, fun to watch, fun all around, and I'm a big fan of this Vatic lineup. Excited to see how they perform tomorrow, and glad to see that the casters were able to pull off the prediction victory over the viewers this time around. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Try again tomorrow, viewers. We'll see if you can get the predictions back on track.
I think that secured me with the most predictions correct. I'm just going to throw that out there. Just going to throw that out there, Woody.
Well done. Well, we'll check the match results first and confirm how things went. Indeed, it was a 13 to 12 star victory for Vatic Esports, which came in a little bit behind on percentage, but nonetheless pulled off the triples in the mid-war to cement their victory.
They had to win on stars because the 76% opener from Kingsman was way short of all the other percentage attacks from Rigo, or from Elektros, but Rigo's got to be thinking, what if? He was so close. He was so close to that triple. What if he had the rocket spear? Would have been enough. You always ask yourself those questions. El Tano, like, what could I have done to get through that last compartment? They were so close, but yet so far in hard mode. It looks hard for a reason because these two teams, they went blow for blow. And with the percentage advantage, Team Elektros unfortunately getting the L, which means Vatic Esports goes on to our upper bracket final against Dizi tomorrow.
Right, you are, Pash. Well, we've got one more event to close out that last war. We have an MVP vote going on in the background right now to find out who you at home determined to be the most valuable player out of the 10 competing in that last war. It is an upper bracket finish for Vatic Esports on day one. But who among that crowd is going to be the MVP? We might find out in a moment. Maybe we're taking an interview first. I'm not quite sure, Bash.
Yeah.
What's the good word on that?
Yeah, the word is we got Kingsman of all people ready for an interview. So let's hop over and let's speak with the man himself. Kingsman, how you feeling, brother? How's that victory feel?
The victory feels pretty good after such a disaster start of the war. So yeah, very happy to win it.
You're so hard on yourself, Kingsman, but you've got the support of all of your teammates. I can see them behind you right now. Are you excited to be celebrating in person your victory after day one?
I'm not sure we will celebrate a lot because we have to win tomorrow. So we will just chill a bit and try to think about tomorrow and win tomorrow, hopefully.
It feels like you guys are coming in like really strong on offense. Is that just part of being together, being part of this boot camp that you guys have going on in Paris? Is the synergy just feeling really good right now in the room?
Yeah, I think it's a bit both of what you said. Because yeah, for sure we have a good synergy. We didn't know Imi in person before. So, and also we train a lot during the week. We have only this to do. So we just play, try to have good bases in defense. And I hope it will be enough to win.
Well, the whole Clash world is watching you right now, Kingsman. But I wonder if you would give a message directly to your opponents. Dizi are surely watching. Do you have anything to say to them?
I would like to wish them good luck because they will need tomorrow. Especially you, Sente, good luck.
Oh, yeah, the little friendly rivalry there. We won't harp on that too much. We already know that there's some feelings there. But it's all good. It's all good. Well, we definitely want to thank you so much for your time. Do you have any final words for your team, your fans, the org? Let me know what you're thinking. Any final thoughts here, Kingsman?
So yeah, I think we will thank for sure our org, Vatic, because they bring us to Paris. We are all together and they made an insane boot camp, very magic. So yeah, thanks to them.
All right, thanks very much for your time, Kingsman. We know that you are not yet celebrating, but we'll be working very hard tonight for your win tomorrow. Congratulations on doing well today, and best of luck to you as the tournament continues. But I think we are going to wrap up this interview and close out the rest of the day. We're going to be bringing back our casters, but first let's take a look at the MVP from that last match. The votes are in, and they all been counted and tabulated.
It's going to be Imran.
Bash, who is it?
Oh, it's Tryhard. He was close. I thought it was going to be Imran, but Tryhard getting the MVP. Well deserved in that 4th spot, leading the come from behind victory. Definitely a well-earned MVP, but man, all those guys just played their hearts out in that matchup. What a good team effort. They've got to be feeling good. But what I like there in that interview with Kingsman is obviously they're happy. They're all excited and ready to celebrate, but they're not going to celebrate too much because they know job's not done. They got to play tomorrow and finish this one out.
Imran aura farming with the thumbs up, but Tryhard aura farming as always with that winsome smile of his. Exactly. I think we are ready to bring the 4 count back, though. Let's go ahead and reintroduce Carbon Fin and Itsu. I know you guys have been watching the matches in the background and getting a chance to listen to that interview. Tell us what you think. Now that the day is over, what was the biggest surprise or what impressed you the most, Carbon Fin?
What impressed me was the scores that we were seeing in. A 14-star performances, 13 as well. I thought it was going to be way lower scoring, but Vatic and the others have been putting on a show, and it's been amazing to see. What about you, Itsu?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for sure, Vatic just on offense, surprising. It was incredible. 14 and 13 stars in hard mode is something really impressive to achieve. So they for sure have smashed it, and I think I cannot wait for the match tomorrow in the upper bracket. If we take a look at the bracket overall with Dizi and Vatic Esports, if we're going based on the matches today, Vatic is that might be a really one-sided match, but we were we were fooled already today by going too much based on the numbers, and that backfired quite a bit in predictions. So I'm just super excited for tomorrow for the matches. That's it, Bash.
Yeah, but remember, tomorrow we're starting in the lower bracket. We're actually going to go through and we're going to eliminate 3 teams right away. We're going to play those 2 lower bracket matches, and then we're going to play the winners of those matches, and then we'll go to our upper bracket final. So we got a lot of Clash yet to be played tomorrow to crown our golden ticket winner. I'm super excited for it. I mean, it feels to me personally that Dizi and Vatic were our best teams in the upper bracket. So I feel like that's where we should be. With that lower bracket, you never know what you're going to get coming out of there. So I think we could have some surprises still to be had coming from the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, it has been all over the place in the best possible way. They have really shaken up the metagame by introducing hard mode, and so hats off to the production crew and everyone over at Supercell for putting together an excellent set of matches and games today. And thanks also to everyone who tuned in to watch the event today. The teams have been working hard for so many months to put on an amazing event for you, and I'm very grateful to everyone who has come together to make this show happen. I'm very grateful to be invited back as a caster this year, and look forward to the many more awesome tournament events that are taking place, not just the max level main event, but also the Town Hall Cup events, which are going to be taking place this summer. So make sure to register if you're a newer player. But I think that we're going to be wrapping up the show. So just want to go back through and ask for final thoughts before we finish off, guys.
Yeah, this weekend has been crazy just to start today, and it's going to get even better. My biggest takeaway was, my predictions have gone straight down to the bottom. I think I was pretty much going with the fan favorites, and it did turn out to go well, as all these teams proved us wrong and other teams surprised us. And I can't wait to see if it's going to happen again tomorrow, which I'm sure it's going to. So I'm excited to see who's going to be getting that very first golden ticket. What about you, Itsu?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to see as well the defensive side. Like, do we see something which we have not seen so far? And as well, maybe a strategy which we have seen not so far, because so far it was a lot of Royal Champion charges with Root Riders or with the Dragons. So I'm hoping for some innovation when it comes to maybe to different strategies. Maybe something was still held back from some of those teams. Let's see.
Yeah, and if you guys want predictions, just follow me on the predictions. I went 7 for 8 today. You don't get too much better than that. Let's just be honest. But again, remember, you guys can make your predictions online, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, and get in-game rewards. So follow me, and I'll get you guys the right rewards there, guys. But an amazing day of Clash. I can't wait for tomorrow, Woody.
Well, congratulations on your prediction win, Bash. It was a great day indeed. Make sure to set your alarms to watch the action unfold again tomorrow at the same time, same place. Subscribe here, wherever here may be, and we hope that we'll see you again for some more great Clash in action tomorrow. Until then, this has been the first day of the entire Clash of Clans World Championship season, and there's much more to come later in this $1 million event this year. Over 1,000 teams competed, and there are only 6 left to duke it out for a golden ticket tomorrow. We hope to see you then, and until then, Clash on.
the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. From the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time.